Lin Jiufeng felt that he had already integrated everything into one. Since ancient times, there have been countless eras. In the primal chaos universe, in every cycle, every time a world was created, the old era would disappear, and the new era would be born. From the great Emperor Shakyamuni from 100,000 years ago to the King of War, then to the Formation Realm, the Spell Realm, the Immortal Court and the God Race, and then to the current mortal realm. Flowers bloomed and fell, time slowly passed, the weather is ever changing, so is the land. All of this is part of the things in an era. The surging sea of primal chaos in Lin Jiufeng's mind had already disappeared at this moment and became calm. Its form had transformed into a heaven mandate kind of consciousness that controlled the body. At this moment, his body had already been refined by the body evolution technique. His body of flesh and blood had become an existence that could accommodate countless crystal worlds. Each crystal was a brand new world. There were countless crystals in Lin Jiufeng's body now. Once these crystals burned and exploded sufficiently, they would provide Lin Jiufeng with unlimited power. The source of energy for controlling these forces was this new Heaven's Heart consciousness that had integrated with all the cultivation techniques that Lin Jiufeng had cultivated all this time. The Heaven's Heart was on top, while the crystals were below. Lin Jiufeng had truly crossed the threshold of the peak Immortal King realm to the Immortal Emperor realm. Others couldn't call him Immortal King Lin in the future. It was time to call him Immortal Emperor Lin. Chapter 422, Entering the Depths of the Weapon Armory Valley. With the help of the evolution technique of the magic treasures and weapons, Lin Jiufeng broke through from the Immortal King realm and officially entered the Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, because of the cultivation technique he just signed in for, he forged his body into a supreme crystal kingdom. What flowed in his body now wasn't blood, but crystals. Each of these crystals was a world of its own, possessing endless might. The one controlling the power of these worlds was the heavens will condensed from Lin Jiufeng's huge primordial spirit. He forged together all his cultivation techniques and created a new invincible technique. The Epic Cultivation Technique. The path of the epic was infinitely powerful. It revolved and was constantly creating new worlds. When the peak of a previous crystal world ended, another crystal world would quickly rise. Standing at the peak forever was Immortal Emperor Lin, who controlled the epic. The moment the path of the epic was born was also the moment Lin Jiufeng condensed the crystal divine kingdom. The evolution of his cultivation technique and body at the same time drove his realm. He directly crossed the threshold from the Immortal King realm to the Immortal Emperor realm. Even if Lin Jiufeng signed in other supreme cultivation techniques in the future and cultivated them, they would still revolve around the epic. From this moment on, for the countless years to come, the epic would be his core. After breaking through, Lin Jiufeng stood up and punched out. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's power directly seeped out of the weapon armory valley. His heavens will consciousness controlled the crystal divine kingdom in his body to directly erupt with a powerful force that penetrated the boundaries of the world and the borders of the weapon armory valley. From the incomparably mysterious black hole, it directly spread out and reached the land, sea, and even the distant future of the fourth world. The crystal divine kingdom in his body spat out power at this moment. It directly caused the surrounding space to distort and change, shaking and exploding. It had an aura of pulling out the mountains and rivers and shaking the universe. Seeing Lin Jiufeng's terrifying might, the general appointing platform said in surprise, "Master has broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. This power is really too terrifying. This power doesn't seem to have just entered the Immortal Emperor realm at all. Even the fake King of War from before isn't as powerful as Master's current aura." The long sword in the shape of a human face also widened its eyes as it looked at Lin Jiufeng. It said in shock, "Although ordinary people will have a drastic transformation when they step into the Immortal Emperor realm, they aren't as terrifying as this. It feels like you have become stronger by more than 1,000 times as compared to when you were still in the Immortal King realm. The Immortal Emperor realm is indeed different from the other realms. Even with a breath, I can feel that I can kill a peak Immortal King realm powerhouse." Lin Jiufeng clenched his fists. Cracking sounds rang out. Those were the collisions of the crystal divine kingdom and brand new worlds. "How long have I taken to break through?" Lin Jiufeng asked the general appointing platform. "Less than a day." The general appointing platform replied. Where did the fake king of war go? Lin Jiufeng looked around and saw that the other party had already disappeared. He's hiding in a place and healing himself. His source energy was shattered by a drop of blood from my main body. Even with the evolution technique of weapons and magic treasures, it will still take a long time for him to recover. He won't come out again, the general appointing platform said faintly. What exactly is in the weapon armory valley? Lin Jiufeng stopped asking about the fake king of war. Instead, he looked into the depths of the darkness, at the center of the mountains. That was the true weapon armory valley. The weapon armory valley has very good energy for magic treasures. It can allow magic treasures to maintain their peak for a long time without being corroded by time, the general appointing platform explained. The weapon armory valley was originally a small valley that no one cared about. It existed in a small world. Later on, a weapon inadvertently fell into the weapon armory valley in the outside world. Then, it was discovered that there was a strange energy in the weapon armory valley that could reduce the exhaustion of energies for the weapons and magic treasures. Moreover, they could nurture their own intelligence and become a unique life form. Hence, there were more and more weapons that came to the weapon armory valley. When a few weapons that were truly peak existences discovered this place, they were unwilling to leave. From then on, the kings of the weapon armory valley came into existence and held their own role in maintaining the place. The general appointing platform explained these past events one by one. The formation of the weapon armory valley wasn't that complicated. It's just a group of people who were escaping from the war or their masters died in battle, causing them to have no controllers. That's why they hid in the weapon armory valley, unwilling to go out. The general appointing platform explained in detail. Then, are you still going in? Lin Jiufeng asked the general appointing platform. Since he had already figured out the essence of the weapon armory valley, it would depend on the general appointing platform to see if it wanted to enter or not. The weapon armory valley was definitely filled with dangers. The general appointing platform fell into deep thought after hearing Lin Jiufeng's words. It didn't answer immediately. It had once lived in the weapon armory valley for a long time. Moreover, its intelligence was born in the weapon armory valley, so it had a special relationship with the weapon armory valley. It's better to go in and take a look. I wonder how are the magic treasures that once viewed me as their enemy? The general appointing platform sighed and said. Towards its former opponents and enemies, the general appointing platform had put aside their grudges. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the past matters had become insignificant under the long flow of time. To the general appointing platform, the weapon armory valley was a memory, and the top magic treasures inside were also a part of the memory. Alright, then I'll accompany you in, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. After he broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm and his life source energy had undergone a qualitative leap, he now had enough confidence to step into the depths of the weapon armory valley. Stay here. Continue cultivating the weapon evolution technique. Pretend that I never returned and continue living your own life. The general appointing platform turned around and said to the sword in the shape of a human face. Although the sword in the shape of a human face was also at the Immortal Emperor realm, Lin Jiufeng only needed one finger to defeat him when they were in the same realm. The gap in strength between them was too big. Bringing the sword in the shape of a human face into the depths of the weapon armory valley would just be a burden. The sword that was in the shape of a human face also knew the might and horror of Lin Jiufeng's breakthrough just now. It only nodded slightly. It recognized the current situation and its own position. The few former king lords in the weapon armory valley have not had a good temper in recent years. Although they didn't go all out to kill, many weapons were unlucky and were punished. When you guys go, try your best not to provoke those with a bad temper. The human face sword advised the general appointing platform in Lin Jiufeng. I will pay attention. As for not having a good temper? They are giving me such a big show of strength when I just returned by sending out the fake king of war, my temper isn't good either. The general appointing platform said coldly. Let's go. Don't waste too much time here. Where exactly does this incomparably mysterious black hole lead to? We still don't know. Moreover, we still don't understand what exactly is going on in the fourth world. The mortal realm is also constantly facing the threat of the 7 races of the ancient age. We still have a lot of things to do. We can't waste too much time in the Weapon Armory Valley, otherwise, the mortal realm will be in danger, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. As he broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm, there were many things that he had to consider. It was meaningless to waste too much time in this Weapon Armory Valley. Chapter 423, All Our Enemies Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Weapon Armory Valley was shrouded in darkness. Lin Jiufeng bade farewell to the sword in the shape of a human face and walked straight into the center of the valley. Inside the vast Weapon Armory Valley, it was dark. Fragments of weapons were everywhere. Walking on them made crackling sounds. If Lin Jiufeng's footsteps were heavier, he would crush a large number of weapons that had long been corroded by time and turn them into dust. These already unbearable weapons were also very amazing magic treasures in the past. Lin Jiufeng watched all of this and ignored them. He directly walked deep into the Weapon Armory Valley. The general appointing platform followed behind him. The depths of the Weapon Armory Valley were incomparably dark. At the entrance deep in the valley, it was as black as ink. One could only vaguely see a huge mountain-like creature sleeping. It was like a small hill that stood horizontally at the entrance. Rumble! Rumble! This huge creature inhaled rhythmically as it slept. It spat out a waterfall that was tens of miles long. The waterfall soared into the sky, even more terrifying than a swordlight, constantly pulling at the void. This is a living weapon? Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. He saw the terrifying strength of this weapon. The sword energy that inadvertently spat out from the sleeping weapon was actually even more terrifying than the sword energy that ordinary immortal emperors released. This is the gatekeeper of the center of the Weapon Armory Valley. When the general appointing platform saw this huge creature, its memories began to surface. This huge creature was like a hill that blocked in front of Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform. Its deep sleep and terrifying aura directly made the general appointing platform remember it. Turtle shell, this used to be a powerful defensive magic treasure, the general appointing platform said to Lin Jiufeng. A consciousness born from a turtle's shell? So it transformed into a mountain, right? Lin Jiufeng sized up the hill in front of him carefully. Although it was called a hill, it wasn't much inferior to those mountains in the mortal realm. The main reason was that the mountains around the Weapon Armory Valley were too huge, which was why it looked relatively small and could be described as a hill. But if it was carried out alone, it would definitely be a huge mountain. Since he's sleeping, don't disturb him. If you wake him up, there will be a lot of trouble. This fellow is still quite annoying. The general appointing platform reminded Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He didn't want to stir up any unnecessary trouble. This turtle shell looked like it wasn't to be trifled with. Its strength was at least at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. Just the force of its breathing when sleeping made Lin Jiufeng feel a trace of pressure. When it really woke up, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform circled around the turtle shell. Not wanting to disturb it, they entered the true depths of the Weapon Armory Valley. Buzz! The sound of dragonflies flapping their wings immediately sounded. An invisible killing intent seeped out, causing the area to become as cold as an icehouse, directly freezing Lin Jiufeng's body. Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform immediately sensed something. Focusing his gaze, Lin Jiufeng saw a flying blade that resembled a dragonfly flying in the distance. It flickered with waves of green light as it whistled over. These flying sabers were very terrifying. Perhaps they weren't terrifying individually, but when they were gathered together, they were very terrifying. They could completely pierce through the bodies of immortal emperors. They arrived through space in an instant, wanting to directly kill Lin Jiufeng. But in the very next moment, banging sounds rang out. These flying sabers directly landed on Lin Jiufeng's body. Each of them seemed to want to take Lin Jiufeng's life. They collided with his body, but they didn't cause any injury. Lin Jiufeng's flesh and blood had already crystallized. Moreover, he had created a true crystal divine kingdom that was controlled by his heaven's will. He was no longer made of flesh and blood. These flying sabers could cut off the bodies of ordinary immortal emperors, but they all returned in failure when facing Lin Jiufeng. Clang! 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 The flying sabers collided with Lin Jiufeng's body, emitting a sonorous sound that lingered in the air. But Lin Jiufeng stood unscathed. All the flying sabers were broken. Lin Jiufeng looked into the depths of the Weapon Armory Valley with a cold face and said, "So this is how the weapons of the Weapon Armory Valley treat their guests?" Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a huge creature that resembled a Kirin with killing intent lingering around its body strode over. This huge creature that resembled a Kirin had dense and hideous scales all over its body. Cold light shot in all directions, revealing a terrifying and eerie aura. Its 4 limbs were as thick as pillars that could support the sky. Its limbs were so huge that even if 100 people circled around one limb linked together, they also couldn't hug it. Moreover, its sharp claws left terrifying traces on the ground. General Appointing Platform, you actually dare to return? This behemoth that resembled a Kirin shot out a cold light from its eyes as it stared at Lin Jiufeng and the General Appointing Platform. What's this? Lin Jiufeng sensed the terrifying aura of this huge creature that resembled a Kirin and asked softly. After the General Appointing Platform entered the depths of the Weapon Armory Valley, all its past memories began to surface one by one. It naturally recognized this huge creature that resembled a Kirin in front of him. The Undying Heaven Blade, a terrifying demonic blade that was once broken. The General Appointing Platform said slowly. "It seems that you haven't forgotten about me. Then, you won't forget those things back then, right?" The Undying Heaven Blade stared at the General Appointing Platform and roared in a low voice, like an injured wild beast that was crazy and hideous. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, he couldn't help but ask, "It seems that the two of you had a huge enmity back then. What did you do to it?" The General Appointing Platform coughed and answered solemnly, "What things could I have done to it? I'm an upright weapon." Roar! After hearing the words of the General Appointing Platform, the Undying Heaven Blade directly leaped into the air, covered in red. It pounced towards the two of them. It was completely unreasonable, as if it was completely enraged. Its eyes were blood red, and the crazy killing intent in its eyes made immortal Emperor Lin tremble. "Damn it, you must have done something to it." Lin Jiufeng quickly retreated and directly scolded. The General Appointing Platform also quickly retreated, distancing itself from Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, the combat strength that the Undying Heaven Blade erupted with was close to that of a peak immortal king. Although Lin Jiufeng also had the ability to resist, he had just entered the Weapon Armory Valley. He didn't want to expend all his energy on this monster that had lost its mind and was only left with anger. But what surprised Lin Jiufeng was that when the Undying Heaven Blade saw that he had separated from the General Appointing Platform, it directly pounced towards the General Appointing Platform without caring about him at all. Boom! The Undying Heaven Blade directly collided with the hard ground of the valley. A huge crack was instantly torn open by it, spreading for tens of miles, directly causing the General Appointing Platform to have no place to stand. "You bullied me so badly back then. Now, you're saying that you didn't do anything to me? Do you really think that I'm the ignorant fool from back then? I've already recovered the memories that once belonged to me. You can't deceive me anymore." The Undying Heaven Blade roared angrily, its voice carrying accusation and grievance. The General Appointing Platform had no place to escape and could only resist. Dawn! But the General Appointing Platform was directly struck heavily by the Undying Heaven Blade the moment it blocked the attack. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng finally saw the true form of the Undying Heaven Blade. It directly transformed from a huge creature that resembled a Kirin to a huge broken blade. It was entirely black and ancient. Its surface was stained with the bloodstains of some ancient beings. The bloodstains had already dried up, but they still remained on it. Then, the broken blade directly slashed heavily onto the General Appointing Platform, erupting with a powerful impact. The General Appointing Platform and the Undying Heaven Blade were sent flying. The General Appointing Platform flew even further away. The consciousness of the main body that it had condensed was on the verge of collapse, no longer as solid as before. The undying heaven blade didn't fly that far. After it landed on the ground, it didn't take long before a flash of light appeared and the broken blade once again transformed into a behemoth that continued to press forward. At this moment, the undying heaven blade's body expanded again. It was hundreds of meters tall, like a huge mountain or a demonic city. The killing intent lingering on its body was really too shocking. Boom! The huge claws with thick and powerful limbs fell forward. A terrifying aura constantly rose. At this moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. A cold light burst out and pounced straight at the general appointing platform in front of it. Let's talk nicely. We were all very young back then. Everyone makes mistakes, right? The general appointing platform hurriedly shouted. Right, your mum. The undying heaven blade roared angrily and directly scolded. I'm a weapon. I don't have a mother. Don't scold the wrong person, okay? The general appointing platform avoided the attack of the undying heaven blade and said helplessly. Okay, your mum. The undying heaven blade was completely enraged. It didn't give the general appointing platform a chance to explain at all. It once again revealed its true form and slashed out a scorching blade light. Boom! At this moment, the undying heaven blade completely erupted with the strength of a peak immortal emperor. It directly slashed the general appointing platform out. Luckily, the general appointing platform was incomparably sturdy. This strike burst out with fire and silver flowers that filled the sky, but it didn't hurt the general appointing platform. Although it didn't hurt the main body of the general appointing platform, it knocked him dizzy and he looked at the undying heaven blade in shock. I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, but you've actually become so powerful? The general appointing platform said in disbelief. I will definitely kill you today. The undying heaven blade once again transformed into a huge creature that resembled a Kirin. It was hideous and terrifying, its forelimbs pressing forward frantically. Master, please come and help me. The general appointing platform couldn't withstand the attack of the undying heavenly blade, which was like a mad dog, and it shouted at Lin Jiufeng. What sin did you commit back then? Lin Jiufeng shouted angrily and helplessly. The undying heaven blade couldn't listen to any explanation at all. Seeing the general appointing platform was like seeing an enemy who had killed its father. Lin Jiufeng couldn't imagine what the general appointing platform had done to him back then that made it so crazy. But he couldn't just leave the general appointing platform to die, so he could only burn his crystal divine kingdom. The power of the countless worlds was mobilized by him one after another, crossing the dimensions of space and time and directly blocking in front of the general appointing platform. He opened his hand and struck out an epic. Boom! The great Tao of the epic created by Lin Jiufeng erupted with incomparable power at this moment. He was like a warrior as he directly punched the head of the undying heaven blade. Then, he used an extremely terrifying force to stop the undying heaven blade's advance. Roar! The undying heaven blade roared frantically as it stared at Lin Jiufeng. Its eyes had already turned blood red, and it had lost all rationality. In the very next moment, it transformed into its true form again. Then, a blazing blade light swept over. The terrifying light beam could simply destroy everything of an immortal emperor. Everything in this world is the evolution of an epic. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng executed the first move of his epic. The evolution of an epic. This punch caused the universe to shatter and the sky to shrink. All space and time collapsed, transforming into a land of darkness. At the beginning of the world, everything was chaotic and incomparably dark. Then, an epic appeared. This was how Lin Jiufeng punched out an epic. Boom! In the very next moment, this punch directly struck the blade light of the undying heaven blade. A rumbling explosion sounded, and the blade light directly shattered. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng didn't let up. His body trembled, and the crystal divine kingdoms in his body spat out powerful energy, suddenly pushing his body up. A ball of light rose behind him as if 10 suns were flying behind him together. 10 blazing suns appeared behind Lin Jiufeng. They soared into the sky and tore through all darkness, burning mountains and boiling seas. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Great Sun. He directly punched out with all terrifying power. Crack! A crushing sound reverberated throughout the valley. The punch directly sent the undying heaven blade flying thousands of feet away. They were both at the immortal Emperor realm, but Lin Jiufeng had only just entered it. As for the undying heaven blade, it had entered this realm for a long time. But facing the truly powerful Lin Jiufeng, the undying heaven blade was still slightly weaker. This was the benefit of refining oneself like a magic treasure. Lin Jiufeng's flesh and blood had all transformed into crystals, accumulating a huge amount of energy. This energy supported Lin Jiufeng's body at ordinary times, but during battle, it could instantly erupt, providing Lin Jiufeng with the endless power of worlds. Lin Jiufeng, who had just entered the immortal Emperor realm, sent the undying heaven blade, which had entered this realm for a long time, flying with a punch. He relied on the crystal divine kingdom and his heaven's will to achieve this, as well as the Tao of the epoch that he had integrated all his cultivation techniques into. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng stood in front of the general appointing platform and looked at the undying heaven blade in the distance. The 10 blazing suns behind him were incomparably bright, illuminating more than half of the weapon armory valley. Then, Lin Jiufeng saw dozens of terrifying auras staring at them from the illuminated weapon armory valley. Each aura was like the undying heaven blade, crazy and powerful. Lin Jiufeng frowned and looked at the general appointing platform. Back then, how many enemies did you have in the weapon armory valley? Lin Jiufeng asked the question in his heart. The general appointing platform was silent for a while. Then, it said lightly, in this world, they are either enemies or friends, right? So you don't have a single friend in the weapon armory valley? Lin Jiufeng frowned and looked at the general appointing platform. If he had known that the general appointing platform had no friends here, he wouldn't have rashly entered the depths of the weapon armory valley. Although Lin Jiufeng was very powerful now and could fight against a peak immortal emperor with his strength that had just entered the immortal emperor realm, he could only fight a few of them at once. But fighting a dozen of them alone? Lin Jiufeng felt that it was better to leave the general appointing platform and escape. Didn't I bring all my friends out back then? After that battle, most of my friends basically died, so now, everyone left in the weapon armory valley is my enemy. The general appointing platform said softly, feeling a little embarrassed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and asked. The fervent and crazy gazes around him made him feel a little uneasy. I didn't remember it before either. It wasn't until we entered the depths of the weapon armory valley that my memories slowly surfaced. The general appointing platform was also very aggrieved. Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to continue arguing with the general appointing platform about this matter, because the dozen or so terrifying divine weapons that he had illuminated just now had already surrounded them at this moment. There was no way to escape. Chapter 424, The Heroic Past of the General Appointing Platform. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lin Jiufeng, who was targeted by dozens of auras, didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. He was indeed very powerful now, but he wasn't powerful enough to fight 1 against 10. Moreover, these 10 were all peak immortal emperors. Lin Jiufeng could fight against 2 to 3 now, but he wasn't a match for 10. Even if he activated his crystal divine kingdom at full force and gathered the strength of several epochs to resist 10 peak immortal emperors, he still had no chance of winning. These should be the weapons that you got to know in the weapon armory valley back then. Even if you guys didn't have a good relationship back then, it's already been so many years. Just talk to them nicely and try to patch up. Lin Jiufeng asked the general appointing platform to speak to them. The general appointing platform seemed to have something difficult to say. You are asking him to beg us? That'll be a rare sight. A woman's voice sounded in the surroundings. It was ethereal and unstable. Her voice was crisp, like the sound of spring water ringing. The general appointing platform that instilled fear in the weapon armory valley back then actually became a weapon in the hands of humans. It's really laughable. A deep voice sounded with a trace of ridicule. The general appointing platform back then wasn't as weak as he is now. He bullied the people in the weapon armory valley with his power back then. I'm afraid that 100 books won't be enough to write the deeds that he had done. At the foot of the distant mountain, a huge creature looked down at Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform, emitting rumbling thunder. After that, mocking sounds constantly came from all directions. One after another, they mocked the general appointing platform. As Lin Jiufeng listened, he knew that there was no way to resolve this matter today. He looked at the general appointing platform and asked, "Do you still remember these things now?" After the general appointing platform fell silent, he didn't answer Lin Jiufeng. Instead, he looked around. "What you guys are talking about are the things that happened tens of thousands of years ago. A person must look forward and not keep recalling the past." "Everyone will change," the general appointing platform said seriously. "A person has to look forward?" The huge creature hidden at the edge of the foot of the mountain flew into a rage and directly walked out. Every step shook the ground. After walking out, Lin Jiufeng saw that his true form was actually a huge black tortoise. The huge 8 trigrams pattern printed on its shell had long been covered in dust, but its former appearance could still be vaguely seen. He was very angry. He glared at the general appointing platform and roared, "Back then, when you were abusing your power, why didn't you say that people would change?" As soon as these words came out, the auras of the dozens of weapons in the surroundings changed. Anger surged as they stared at the general appointing platform and immortal Emperor Lin. "What exactly did you do back then?" Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and asked softly. Why did he feel that the general appointing platform back then was like the biggest villain in the weapon armory valley? "Nothing much. You know that I'm into research." The general appointing platform defended himself. "Nothing much?" The huge black tortoise laughed angrily. "Back then, in order to study the evolution of magic treasures, you dismantled me from the inside out, imprisoned me, and hung me on the array formation for a total of 3,600 years. Back then, because of the unique feature of the spatial slashing sword, you captured the source energy that was born from it and studied it carefully. You washed it from the inside out. Back then, you infiltrated the territory of the Chaos Heaven's banner and took away the pair of children it gave birth to. You directly studied them, and in the end, the pair of children, unfortunately, died young. The bad deeds that you did back then were countless. Fortunately, when you left, you took away all the people who followed you. Otherwise, we would have long been cleaned up by them over the years." The angry weapons and magic treasure said 7 or 8 things about the general appointing platform from the past. "You did all of this?" Lin Jiufeng looked at the general appointing platform. He didn't expect the general appointing platform to be so infamous in the weapon armory valley back then. "I need targets for my research, right? I'm also doing this for the sake of the evolution of my weapons and for the sake of the vast number of magic treasures and weapons, right? A few have to be sacrificed, it can't be helped," the general appointing platform explained diffidently. "Bullshit. Then why didn't you use your own subordinates to carry out your research? Why did you specifically target us?" The female voice was no longer sweet. She gritted her teeth and said. She was the soul of the spatial slashing sword. Back then, she was thoroughly studied by the general appointing platform from the inside out. Although it didn't damage her much, it was a great humiliation for a magic treasure that had developed its own consciousness and had differentiated between men and women. The spatial slashing sword is so beautiful, generous, and noble. She's a rare woman among all the top magic treasures, and she's also a top beauty. You actually imprisoned her and studied her thoroughly inside and outside. She's my goddess. You're really a human scumbag." "No, a weapon scumbag," the huge black tortoise said angrily. Black Tortoise's words made the spatial slashing sword's expression turn cold. She said coldly, "I will return all the humiliation you brought me back then to you today." The spatial slashing sword also walked out of the shadows and transformed into a tall woman. Her skin was snow white, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She held a mysterious sword and wore a veil. She waved the sword light with incomparable sharpness. The weapons hidden in the dark also appeared one by one. There was a war spear that seemed to be from the ancient era that was held by a figure that lingered in the primal chaos. It walked out and said with an incomparably cold voice, back then, I had just entered the weapon armory valley and was still at a young stage. I had just developed my own consciousness when you deceived me. You didn't pay any price and studied me clearly. This is the greatest humiliation in my life. Now, I want you to pay with your blood. You lousy spear. Back then, when you entered the weapon armory valley, wasn't it me who brought you through the difficult times in the beginning? Without my protection, you would have long been led astray by other weapons. You, who has just entered the weapon armory valley and gained sentience, how can you be a match for those old foxes? The general appointing platform said in exasperation. In terms of wily old foxes, who in the entire weapon armory valley can compare to you? After he entered the weapon armory, the most unlucky thing he encountered was you. The incomparably huge black tortoise laughed from the bottom of its heart. The primal chaos war spear was very angry. It stared at the general appointing platform and the black tortoise and shouted, "Why mention the past? Just kill him now." The peerless woman holding the spatial slashing sword replied coldly, "I agree." The other weapons nodded in succession. When they recalled what the general appointing platform had done to them back then, they gnashed their teeth. They viewed it as a lifelong humiliation. Today, they wanted to take revenge. The huge black tortoise, which was like a small mountain, said at this moment in Schadenfreude, "This is what you get for your past actions. Back then, because of your power, you acted without any scruples. Now that you have been weakened, it's your biggest mistake to enter the weapon armory valley today." When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "You guys have known each other for tens of thousands of years. You're all friends, after all. Some of the conflicts in the past can slowly dissipate with time. Everyone, as guests who have come from afar, as the masters of the weapon armory valley, shouldn't you all do your part as the host? Don't fight and kill, everyone must love peace and harmony. Humans have no right to speak in the weapon armory valley." The huge black tortoise roared. "Damn trigrams, don't think that you are very amazing now. If you force me, I will study you from the inside out again." The general appointing platform also started to act viciously. "What a joke. What right do you have to fight me now? Can you even fight me in your current state?" The huge black tortoise stared at the general appointing platform that was in a weak state. The only thing it was afraid of was the blood of the supreme powerhouse on the general appointing platform. But now, there were more than 10 peak immortal emperor weapons here. It disdained the words of the general appointing platform. The general appointing platform shouted angrily, "Although I studied you guys thoroughly back then, I also gave you guys benefits. Without the means that I set up for you guys back then, can you give birth to your own intelligence one by one and evolve into true living beings to escape the shackles of the cold weapons? That's right. In order to repay you, I'll let you see what exactly you did right back then." The primal chaos war spear attacked directly without hesitation. Rumble. The primal chaos war spear directly struck, causing the entire sky and earth in the weapon armory valley to shatter. Everything in the sky was frozen, and time and space were collapsing, turning into primal chaos. Its greatest killing move was hidden in this strike. Terrifying energy surged into the general appointing platform and immortal Emperor Lin. Tao of the Epic. Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng once again executed the great epic technique that he had comprehended and protected the general appointing platform behind him. The true combat power of the general appointing platform wasn't much. It had suffered too serious an injury. Previously, it had relied on the drop of blood of the supreme powerhouses on him, but the blood of the supreme powerhouses couldn't be used indefinitely. Hence, Lin Jiufeng, the owner, had to come out and bear all of this. Boom! This strike of the primal chaos war spear was extremely powerful. As a peak immortal emperor, facing the general appointing platform that had once humiliated him, it attacked angrily. Naturally, it used its full strength. But it was alone. Facing just one enemy now, Lin Jiufeng still seemed to be strolling leisurely and carefree. He pressed down with one hand in the air. The jumping primal chaos in the sky directly exploded, shattered by his Tao of the Epic. Then, Lin Jiufeng clenched his large palm and absorbed all of the primal chaos into his palm. With a backhand push, he slowly suppressed it. The epic was in his palm. The power was trapped within a small area. Lin Jiufeng directly struck the primal chaos war spear, causing the entangled primal chaos in its condensed phantom to instantly collapse. Its consciousness even exploded, causing the primal chaos war spear to roar continuously. It was sent flying for tens of miles and collided with a huge mountain. The mountain directly turned into dust and disappeared into the weapon armory valley. This sudden change stunned the other weapons. From your aura, it seems that you have only just entered the Immortal Emperor realm. You actually sent the primal chaos war spear flying with one palm? The mysterious young woman holding the spatial slashing sword stared at Lin Jiufeng in disbelief. Previously, most of her attention was on the general appointing platform. After all, Lin Jiufeng had just entered the Immortal Emperor realm. The gap between him and them was still very obvious. It wasn't worth taking him seriously. But now, Lin Jiufeng completely surprised them. Black Tortoise's expression changed. It knew that the situation was bad. This human is very strange. None of us is his match. Everyone, attack together and suppress them. The Black Tortoise roared and directly attacked. Damn 8 trigrams. You started a group fight just because you couldn't defeat my master alone. The general appointing platform cursed indignantly. As long as I can shatter you here today, it doesn't matter if it's one-on-one or all-on-one, Black Tortoise said coldly. Dream on. If you want to shatter me, wait another 100,000 years. The general appointing platform scolded angrily. But the Black Tortoise had already started its attack. Boom! Behind it, the 8 trigrams painting suddenly shone. It directly reflected in the sky in the very next moment. A huge 8 trigrams array formation appeared above the weapon armory valley, flickering with a dazzling light. With a rumbling sound, it directly covered the surroundings of the world. I've already used my main body's array formation to seal this place. You can't go anywhere else in this place. The Black Tortoise's voice rumbled like thunder. The faces of Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform changed slightly. If they were trapped here, they would have to fight 1 against 10. It would be very hard to do so. Is there any way to escape? Lin Jiufeng asked the general appointing platform. Damn 8 trigrams. The array formation that he set up belongs to his main body. The array formation was born with it and has the ability to seal the world. Even peak immortal emperors are unable to tear this array formation apart and escape, so there's no way to escape, the general appointing platform said angrily. Since we can't escape, then we can only fight. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath. In this situation, it was impossible not to fight. No matter if he could win or not, he would fight first. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng used his heaven's will to mobilize the crystal divine kingdom in his body. Each cell seemed to be like a small world that was constantly being activated, supplying him with endless energy. Clang! 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 At this moment, the spatial slashing sword began to move. The mysterious woman held the main body sword. A sword light that was incomparably cold and filled with cold-killing intent shook the sky. It erupted with a peerlessly sharp light that headed straight for Lin Jiufeng's throat. The mysterious woman holding the space-slashing sword not only had a pleasant voice that was like the sound of nature, but her attitude was also abnormally elegant. When she struck with the sword, she was elegant and heavenly, revealing an otherworldly temperament. But at this moment, Lin Jiufeng wasn't in the mood to admire this kind of intelligence and beauty. He felt an invisible pressure. Although it didn't carry any other power or any terrifying spiritual consciousness impact, the pressure brought by this sword energy directly made Lin Jiufeng execute a shocking strike with a serious expression. Great Epic Divine Fist. The epic integrated everything. The Great Epic Divine Fist also integrated the magic treasure in Lin Jiufeng's body. The Light of the Homes, the Sword of the Holy Church, the Immortal Slaying Sword, and the General Appointing Platform were all protected by Lin Jiufeng's power at this moment. They were all fused together, transforming into a surging strike that directly struck the sword energy slashed out by the spatial slashing sword. Crack! This sword energy instantly disappeared. It still couldn't resist the Great Epic Divine Fist. You are indeed very powerful. All of this is beyond my expectations, but you are alone. The general appointing platform is now useless. You can't resist us all. A pagoda that was hidden in the dark suddenly rushed out and directly collided with Lin Jiufeng's body. Boom! At this moment, a world-shaking sound was transmitted. This pagoda had 9 layers of infinite power. At this moment, it collided with Lin Jiufeng's body with all its might, directly shattering his body into pieces. A mushroom cloud rose on his body, exploding everywhere. If it weren't for the Black Tortoise's array formation protecting the surroundings, most of the weapon armory valley would have been destroyed. You succeeded? Black Tortoise was overjoyed. But in the very next moment, its eyes widened as it looked in disbelief at the place where the huge explosion happened. The other peak Immortal Emperor weapons watched in disbelief as well. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng, who had suffered a huge explosion from the collision of the mysterious pagoda, actually appeared in the same spot unscathed. Golden light flickered all over his body, and his skin was transparent. The blood and flesh inside him transformed into crystal after crystal that combined together, emitting endless power that allowed Lin Jiufeng to recover instantly. At this moment, the standing Lin Jiufeng was simply an invincible body. His upright spine was like a mountain that stood between heaven and earth, eternal. You guys can't kill me. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath and said coldly. But he was also secretly afraid. That mysterious pagoda had hidden too well just now. It suddenly collided with him, catching him off guard. If it weren't for the fact that he had completed the evolution of his body to the Crystal Divine Kingdom previously, he would already be seriously injured. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul communicated with the general appointing platform. You have to hurry up and think of a solution. I can't withstand their attacks alone for long. Although they can't kill me, I'll lose a portion of my strength every time I die. After dying 10 plus or 100 times, my Immortal Emperor realm might become unstable. Although they couldn't kill Lin Jiufeng, he still couldn't defeat these dozens of terrifying peak Immortal Emperors. Turtle armor. Although the Black Tortoise has sealed this place, there's a huge creature sleeping not far ahead. His strength is incomparably terrifying. He was once one of the kings of the Weapon Armory Valley. As long as we go over and wake him up, the Black Tortoise and the others won't dare to attack again. The general appointing platform thought of a good solution and said excitedly. Alright, I will bring you in the direction of this turtle armor. Lin Jiufeng immediately agreed. Chapter 425, Brothers with Different Fathers and Mothers. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The general appointing platform and Lin Jiufeng wanted to wake up the turtle armor to save the current dangerous situation. Surrounded by a group of peak Immortal Emperor divine weapons, although Lin Jiufeng had an unyielding body, he still couldn't resist them. Great Tao of heaven and earth, strike of disaster. Right at this moment, the primal chaos war spear that had just been forced back by Lin Jiufeng and collided with the mountain tore through the night and attacked forcefully. A phantom that lingered in the primal chaos. Essence energy surged and burned all over its body. Light of nomological powers tore through the ages and attacked from afar, crashing onto Lin Jiufeng's head. Right on the heels of that, the spatial slashing sword also counterattacked and grabbed this rare opportunity. The sword surged and the sword energy was sharp as it slashed towards Lin Jiufeng's back. Boom! This series of attacks triggered an even stronger explosion. The other peak Immortal Emperor divine weapons weren't idle either. At this moment, various killing techniques and immortal artifacts attacked Lin Jiufeng's body. The explosion made Lin Jiufeng stagger. After enduring these attacks, the Crystal Divine Kingdom in his body formed surging doors that combined the Life Force Great Tao Array Formation and the Life Reversing Great Tao Array Formation. At this moment, they actually began to arrange themselves in Lin Jiufeng's body like the stars in the universe. Not good. Everyone, the strength of his body has changed again. He built a Supreme Array Formation in his body. He combined his organs, flesh, blood, meridians, bones, and hair with the array formation. He's refining himself as a world-shocking weapon. If he succeeds in comprehending this new technique, I'm afraid no one will be able to land a move on the general appointing platform today. Black Tortoise, who had been watching coldly from the side, discovered the changes in Lin Jiufeng's body at this moment and roared in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Jiufeng would actually use his body of flesh and blood as a magic treasure to refine it. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng must have comprehended the method to evolve a magic treasure. At this moment, in his body, the life force Great Dao Array formation and the life reversing Great Dao Array formation were connected. These crystal divine countries, countless small worlds, and dimensional worlds were all combined together. They were like a river that crossed the long river of time, flowing slowly. Inside were endless powers. As for Lin Jiufeng's own heaven's heart and will, it transformed into a boat that slowly steered in the river. At this critical moment, Lin Jiufeng still found a solution. Then, he comprehended it and began his own unique path of improvement. Since ancient times, no one had used their bodies as magic treasures to temper themselves. Lin Jiufeng could be considered to have created something new. It was no wonder that the black tortoise was so shocked. Although Lin Jiufeng only just started to display his new technique, it still couldn't wait to kill Lin Jiufeng here. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, the black tortoise descended. In an instant, ghosts cried and wolves howled. Among this group of weapons, the black tortoise was the most powerful. Hence, its move at this moment made Lin Jiufeng frown. Boom! The black tortoise's huge claws directly cut through the boundary of space and time and landed on Lin Jiufeng's body. Boom! 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 In the very next moment, a supreme power appeared and smashed into Lin Jiufeng's body. The array formation that had just slightly exceeded the evolution of flesh and blood directly shattered. Lin Jiufeng let out a muffled groan. He knew that he wasn't a match for the black tortoise, so he might as well use the black tortoise's power to directly send himself flying out of the center of the group of magic treasures. In tens of thousands of years, this damn black tortoise has also become stronger. I'm afraid that it's really at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. It's completely not worth it to go head-on with it, the general appointing platform said hurriedly. Lin Jiufeng borrowed this force to fly out. Then, he directly rushed in the direction of the turtle armor without looking back. He's indeed very powerful now, but give me some time. When I completely integrate the life force Great Dao Array formation and the life reversing Great Dao Array formation into my body, I will use the power of the array formation to mobilize my crystal divine kingdom and then use the heaven's will to suppress it. At that time, this black tortoise won't be my match, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. Although the combination of the crystal divine kingdom and the array formation was shattered by a single slap from the black tortoise after he was just starting to comprehend it, this was nothing to him. He already knew how to combine them and also knew his next step. Therefore, even if they were shattered now, he could find a place with no one and quietly cultivate for a period of time to make up for this. And now, the most important thing was to escape this predicament. Lin Jiufeng headed straight for the turtle armor without looking back. He was as fast as lightning. Behind him, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and the huge black tortoise were all chasing after him. The black tortoise was also completely enraged. It transformed into a huge brass 8 trigrams that flickered with 4 eyes. It was moving rapidly in the sky, and endless power was suppressing down. You guys can't go anywhere. The black tortoise's voice rumbled. As for the space that it had previously sealed, it was also slowly shrinking, wanting to shorten Lin Jiufeng's advancement. Damn 8 trigrams. This black tortoise is relying on the fact that I'm not at my peak yet. If I was still a king of the Weapon Armory Valley, it wouldn't even dare to fart in front of me, the general appointing platform said indignantly. The most important thing now is to escape from its predicament. Then, you can slowly complain. Lin Jiufeng was very calm. He knew that although he had retreated from the main battlefield with the help of the black tortoise's strike, this range was still under the control of the black tortoise. Don't be afraid, I have a solution, the general appointing platform said with gritted teeth. Lin Jiufeng looked at the gradually shrinking 8 trigrams array formation and the brass 8 trigrams that shrouded over from high up in the sky. He immediately looked at the general appointing platform. Use whatever solution you have. In a few seconds, this black tortoise will block all our paths. Hang in there for a while. I have a way to wake up the turtle armor. The general appointing platform stood behind Lin Jiufeng, floating and sinking. He stared at the turtle armor in the distance that could even spurt out chaotic sword energies as he chanted something. As for Lin Jiufeng, he stopped. He looked at the various divine weapons that were charging over. His expression was solemn. The various crystals in his body were constantly operating, negating the power of the black tortoise's slap just now. Lin Jiufeng was at his peak. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Behind him, the actions of the general appointing platform decided their fate. Rumble. The black tortoise rushed over with a large group of divine weapons. It stared at Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform and said coldly, "As I said just now, you guys won't be able to go anywhere today. The general appointing platform must die, and as a human, you will also receive the same punishment for entering the weapon armory valley." The black tortoise's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in this valley. Lin Jiufeng was silent. He only adjusted his state to its peak. As for the general appointing platform, he said indignantly, "Do you really think that you are the king of the weapon armory valley? In the past, you have always been my small follower. Even though I wasn't around and you grew up in the past tens of thousands of years, you still haven't reached the King Lord realm. You won't know how terrifying the King Lord realm is until you actually reach it." While saying this to the black tortoise, the general appointing platform was also awakening the turtle armor. As for the black tortoise, it also saw what the general appointing platform had done. Its heart jumped as it felt that something was amiss. Then, it looked at the sleeping turtle armor that was guarding the entrance of the weapon armory valley. The black tortoise immediately knew what the general appointing platform was planning. It hurriedly roared, "You want to wake up the turtle armor? Dream on! Everyone, stop him together. Otherwise, when the turtle armor wakes up, we won't be able to kill him anymore." Black tortoise shouted and was the first to attack. Boom! It spat out a mouthful of flames. Cold energy rose from all directions, and a cold tide surged. In this breath, it seemed to turn the weapon armory valley into an ice world. It wanted to freeze Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform here. But how could Lin Jiufeng let it have its wish? At this moment, a part of his crystal divine kingdom transformed into a huge furnace. Lin Jiufeng himself became the outer shell of the furnace. A world of flames appeared around him. Everything transformed into fire vital energy. Countless fire dragons, fire horses, fire kirans, and other fire mystical creatures transformed one after another, burning around Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, wind and fire roared as they resisted the world of frost spat out by the black tortoise. What an annoying human! The black tortoise looked at Lin Jiufeng. With me here today, the general appointing platform will be safe and sound. You won't be able to hurt him, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. Although he wasn't able to deal with more than 10 divine weapons alone, he was focused on dealing with just the black tortoise now. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Lin Jiufeng could still fight back against it. Although the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm was very powerful, Lin Jiufeng wasn't a weakling either. Everyone, attack together. If we stall for too long, it won't be good for anyone. Black Tortoise gritted its teeth and said angrily. At this moment, the Primal Chaos War Spear, the Spatial Slashing Sword, the Pagoda, the Black Tortoise, and the other weapons were all brandishing their full strength, wanting to break through the barrier that was Immortal Emperor Lin and shatter the general appointing platform. Rumble! This group of divine weapons attacked Lin Jiufeng together. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Jiufeng was also doing his best to circulate all his strength, wanting to help the general appointing platform block this attack. It's done! But at this moment, the general appointing platform suddenly said with a happy expression. As its words fell, the huge snoring in front of it rumbled like thunder. The breath that spurted out was like a rainbow that poured into the turtle armor that was tens of miles in the sky. At this moment, it woke up. The thunderous snoring stopped. The turtle armor slowly got up, emitting crashing sounds. A terrifying aura directly erupted with a bang and spread throughout the scene, impacting everyone until they were on the verge of collapse. As for the combined attack of dozens of top divine weapons, the terrifying energy was about to drown Lin Jiufeng, but it was dissipated by the terrifying aura of the turtle armor awakening at this moment. Who's disturbing my sleep? The muffled sound shook one's eardrums as if they were about to split. The turtle armor had already awakened. The black tortoise watched this scene in shock. All its anger disappeared. It said weakly, "The sleeping King Lord has already awakened." As for the general appointing platform, it watched with a face full of joy. It couldn't help but boast to Lin Jiufeng. "Tens of thousands of years ago, the turtle armor broke through to the king realm under my guidance. At that time, we ruled the weapon armory valley and beat the other king realm weapons until they retreated in defeat. I'm the big brother, and the turtle armor is my younger brother." Lin Jiufeng now doubted the words of the general appointing platform. "Didn't you say that you no longer have any friends in the weapon armory valley?" "That's because I didn't think of turtle armor." "After all, turtle armor is still different from other weapons," the general appointing platform said weakly, its words lacking in confidence. "In terms of good friends, we aren't just good friends. We are brothers with different fathers and mothers," the general appointing platform said firmly. Boom! But in the very next moment, the turtle armor that had just woken up and wasn't too clear-headed saw the general appointing platform. Its eyes instantly changed. It spat out a mouthful of chaotic sword energy and slashed accurately at the general appointing platform. The general appointing platform was struck and smashed into a distant mountain. Smoke rose everywhere. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Chapter 426, Hand over the Magic Treasure Evolution Technique. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The general appointing platform solemnly said that it was Turtle Armor's elder brother just now, but when it turned around, it was blasted away by a primal chaos sword energy from the turtle armor. It shattered a huge mountain and was covered in dust. The divine weapons that were pursuing it quietened down. They looked at the general appointing platform, at Lin Jiufeng, and at the turtle armor. Their expressions were different. Seeing that the turtle armor had awakened, the black tortoise even wanted to retreat, because it knew that the turtle armor and the general appointing platform had a deep relationship. But this sudden strike stunned the black tortoise, and its retreat slowed down. It planned to stay a bit longer and see what would happen. What if the relationship between the turtle armor and the general appointing platform broke? Could it then take advantage of the situation? When the other divine weapons asked Black Tortoise if it would retreat, Black Tortoise gestured for them to wait a while. Wait and see. As for Lin Jiufeng, the corner of his mouth twitched. He was very speechless. One moment, the general appointing platform was bragging to him, and the next moment, it was sent flying. Why did he feel that after the self-awareness of the general appointing platform awakened, the general appointing platform's character had become that of a joker? But looking at the majestic turtle armor that suppressed the entire scene, Lin Jiufeng could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the relationship between the turtle armor and the general appointing platform wasn't that fake. Otherwise, they would really be attacked from both sides and would find it difficult to endure. Sometimes, Lin Jiufeng really felt that it was too difficult for him. He had a lot of things to do. His strength had already improved very quickly, but the waters of this world were really too deep. Until now, he was already at the immortal emperor realm and had yet to figure out this world. A lot of things were like a fog that shrouded his eyes. He couldn't figure out the direction, so he could only constantly improve himself. Pooh. 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 Just as Lin Jiufeng was speechless, the general appointing platform got up from the ruins and directly scolded, "Damn turtle armor. It's been tens of thousands of years since we last met. Is there a need to treat me like this?" Seeing the general appointing platform like this, Lin Jiufeng immediately looked at the turtle armor nervously. If it were to get angry again, it would be a catastrophe for both him and the general appointing platform. But this time, the turtle armor seemed to have calmed down. It looked at the general appointing platform. Its huge body shrank and became a turtle. It stood up more than a meter tall and carried its turtle shell on its back. It looked at the general appointing platform, curled its lips, and questioned, "Back then, you brought your subordinates out to fight. I was in a deep sleep at that time, why didn't you wake me up?" The general appointing platform said angrily, "Back then, it happened too suddenly. I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you. Don't tell me that you were angry at me for tens of thousands of years because of this? What do you know? If you asked me to go to that battle, would you guys have lost? The turtle armor glanced at the general appointing platform in disdain. If I, the great turtle armor, had participated in that war, what bullsh** T7 races of the ancient age, what bullsh** T alternate world powerhouses, what bullsh** T supreme existences. I could just crush them with my butt. You didn't bring me along, and as a result, your source energy has collapsed. Until now, you still haven't recovered. The other weapons that followed you have all been destroyed. Do you really not understand who's the big brother now? The turtle armor stood with its hands behind its back, its expression disdainful, a lonely attitude of a powerhouse. The general appointing platform was speechless. It felt terrible. It really wanted to ask the turtle armor if it had any self-awareness. Back then, when the general appointing platform was at its peak, the turtle armor couldn't even defeat it. How could it possibly deal with the countless powerhouses of the other races in that war? Since you are so powerful, why don't you kill your way into the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I'm powerful, not stupid. The turtle armor looked at Lin Jiufeng as if he was a retard and said, there's a difference between me being able to suppress those powerhouses of the other races on the battlefield and charging into the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age to die. General appointing platform? It's been tens of thousands of years since we last met. The new owner that you found doesn't seem to be very smart, the turtle armor said disdainfully. Lin Jiufeng looked aggrieved and speechless. The general appointing platform immediately said, let's not talk about these now. Help us resolve the danger and stop these divine weapons from pursuing me. With what you did back then, I don't blame them for pursuing you. If I were them, I would also pursue and kill you too, the turtle armor said honestly. The general appointing platform looked at it guiltily. It coughed and then said in a loud and clear voice, that was all for the sake of studying the method to evolve magic treasures. I've also tested it on you. Without their efforts, how could the method to evolve magic treasures appear? Since it was tested on us, then shouldn't we have the right to know about the magic treasure evolution method? Black Tortoise, who had been watching, asked indignantly. Back then, for the sake of experimenting on the evolution of magic treasures, the general appointing platform deceived, threatened, and lured a large group of magic treasures into experimenting with him. The experiment could be said to be tragic. Many weapons suffered a mental breakdown and rested for a long time before recovering. Logically speaking, they should have the right to know, the turtle armor nodded and said honestly. Since we have the right to know, the magic treasure evolution technique has been created for so many years, but we have never received any knowledge of it. General appointing platform, you have sinned greatly, Black Tortoise said fiercely. The general appointing platform's face darkened. It was speechless. Lin Jiufeng was also a little embarrassed. The things that you tested on us back then are simply too many to count. Even if you die 100 times, it will still be difficult to wash away the pain that we experienced. After so many years, you have returned to the Weapon Armory Valley once again. You even guarded the method to evolve your magic treasure and refused to hand it over. Don't you think that it's reasonable for us to come and kill you? The Black Tortoise represented the other weapons and stared coldly at the general appointing platform. What happened back then was indeed my mistake. I didn't take into account your feelings, but you guys also developed your own intelligence because of this. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, the general appointing platform said. Then, should we thank you? The spatial slashing sword pointed at the general appointing platform and said coldly. That's not what I meant, the general appointing platform said helplessly. Alright, I don't know about what happened back then, but this matter is already very clear. With the turtle armor, you guys won't be able to kill the general appointing platform. However, it was the general appointing platform that was in the wrong back then. Now, I shall decide on behalf of the general appointing platform and teach you guys all the magic treasures evolution technique, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. The situation was already very clear. The magic treasure evolution method was developed by the general appointing platform and a group of divine weapons that had already disappeared from this world. But the Black Tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and some other divine weapons had also paid a lot for this method to appear. They deserved to obtain the evolution technique. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng didn't think that it was a good thing to keep the evolution technique that could change a huge race to himself. Hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, the general appointing platform opened its mouth. It wanted to say something, but it fell silent again. The turtle armor was quite impressed with Lin Jiufeng. It stood with its hands behind its back and didn't say anything else. The black tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos warspear, and the other divine weapons all stared at Lin Jiufeng. Are you really willing to teach us the method to evolve magic treasure? The black tortoise was a little skeptical. To them, this was something that they had always been looking forward to. You can decide for the general appointing platform? The spatial slashing sword remained suspicious. You, a human, have impressed me. The primal chaos warspear stared at Lin Jiufeng, its eyes revealing admiration. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Back then, when the general appointing platform was studying the magic treasure evolution technique, its original intention was good. But in the process, he accidentally injured innocent weapons like you guys. Now that a long time has passed, you guys have also recovered. There's no need to calculate what happened back then so clearly. Now that we're going to give the magic treasure evolution technique to you guys, the grudges between you guys and the general appointing platform will be written off. Is that okay? Lin Jiufeng looked at the divine weapons like the black tortoise and asked solemnly. The black tortoise and the other divine weapons looked at each other and fell silent. Back then, the general appointing platform carried out inhumane research on them and caused huge damage to their bodies. Although tens of thousands of years had passed and the injuries to their bodies had already recovered to their original state, and they even gained some convenience because of this, the damage to their hearts couldn't be made up for. Until today, they still hated the general appointing platform. But the current situation was already very clear. The turtle armor was awakened. Although it also criticized the general appointing platform's actions back then, it was obvious that it would still protect the general appointing platform. Black Tortoise and the others' plan to kill the general appointing platform here had already been destroyed. Then, they could only settle for the next best thing. Moreover, they also wanted to obtain the method to evolve magic treasures. Hence, these magic treasures were already tempted by Lin Jiufeng's suggestion. The only worry was that they didn't believe in Lin Jiufeng. I don't believe you. Let the general appointing platform say these words himself, Black Tortoise said solemnly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the general appointing platform. The turtle armor also looked at the general appointing platform. The black tortoise and the other divine weapons also stared at the general appointing platform. Everything was dependent on the general appointing platform. Would this former king of the Weapon Armory Valley be able to swallow its pride now? The general appointing platform sighed and looked at the black tortoise and the other divine weapons. Suddenly, its condensed consciousness bent slightly and bowed to them. Immortal Emperor Lin is right. I indeed made a mistake back then. Times have changed. It's only natural that you guys want to take revenge on me now, but I still want to keep my magic treasure body intact to do more things. I can only bow to you guys and then teach you all the magic treasure evolution techniques. Our grudges will end here, the general appointing platform said firmly. The turtle armor smiled leisurely, feeling very comfortable. Lin Jiufeng nodded silently. After so many years, the general appointing platform was no longer that supreme king who once ruled the Weapon Armory Valley. It was proud and didn't take anyone else seriously then. Now, after experiencing so many trials and tribulations, it no longer cared about glory and disgrace. It was willing to give away the evolution technique just like that. Black Tortoise and the other divine weapons heard the words of the general appointing platform. For a time, they didn't know if they were happy, disappointed, or angry. They were a little lost. The magic treasure evolution technique that they had waited for tens of thousands of years was actually going to be obtained so easily. The enemy that they had waited for tens of thousands of years was right in front of them, but they had to let go of this hatred that they had held for so long. To these magic treasures, this feeling was really complicated. In the end, it was the black tortoise that quickly stabilized its mentality. It looked at the general appointing platform and said, "After you give us the magic treasure evolution technique, we shall go our separate ways." There will no longer be any grudges between us. The other magic treasures nodded silently. The grudges that had lasted for tens of thousands of years were suppressed by both sides at this moment. The evolution technique of the magic treasure is on me. I will teach it to you guys, Lin Jiufeng said. The human-faced sword that could evolve magic treasures had already been left in the distance. The general appointing platform did know the method to evolve magic treasures, but would the Black Tortoise and the others believe him? In the area of the outer entrance of the Weapon Armory Valley, everyone's eyes were on Lin Jiufeng at this moment. Lin Jiufeng stood in the center stage. He opened everything in his body without holding back and let them see. His so-called teaching was to operate the evolution method of magic treasures in its entirety. Moreover, he also shared his understanding of the evolution method of magic treasures. He imparted them to the Black Tortoise and the other divine weapons without holding back. It could be considered a small compensation for the sacrifices they made back then. Lin Jiufeng had long built his body into a crystal divine kingdom. Every cell was a small world, and every meridian was equivalent to a void passageway connecting the worlds. Between these crystal divine kingdoms and the void passageway, the blood that flowed was like world runes. While operating the magic treasure evolution technique, Lin Jiufeng slowly treated this as a form of cultivation. He began to forge and refine his body. Every time the crystal life in his body circulated, endless primitive energy would erupt from it. This was something on a higher level than immortal energy. It was born at the beginning of the world, outside the primal chaos, and contained all the primitive auras. Primitive energy erupted and burned fiercely, causing the crystal divine kingdoms to become even more resplendent. During this period, the magic treasure evolution technique constantly connected countless crystal divine kingdoms, evolving them one by one to a higher level. Lin Jiufeng's entire body burned with raging flames. When the turtle armor saw these flames, it couldn't help but raise its brows. It said in surprise, "Primordial flame? General appointing platform, your new master actually has a primordial flame?" The general appointing platform said proudly, "Otherwise, how could he become my new master? In this era, the mortal realm has been delayed by too much. He is the only hope of the mortal realm. Perhaps he can create a new miracle," the general appointing platform said hopefully. It thought very highly of Lin Jiufeng because it knew 90% of how Lin Jiufeng had walked this path. Other than the period when Lin Jiufeng went to the Death Realm, it accompanied him everywhere else. The hope of the mortal realm? The turtle armor looked at Lin Jiufeng faintly, thinking of something. Black Tortoise and the others watched as Lin Jiufeng circulated the magic treasure evolution technique. As they watched, their eyes widened as they stared at Lin Jiufeng's body in disbelief. What's this? This works too? Why do I feel that compared to us, he's more worthy of being a world-shaking magic treasure? That's right. We have none of the things that his body has. These divine weapons that stood at the top of the world were shocked by Lin Jiufeng. The Black Tortoise's eyes stared fixedly at Lin Jiufeng's body without blinking. He treated his body as the embryo of a supreme magic treasure. He's using the magic treasure's evolution technique to forge the world's most powerful weapon. He's a unique human-shaped weapon, Black Tortoise said in shock. It had discovered the secret in Lin Jiufeng's body. Human-shaped weapon? The other divine weapons, including the turtle armor, were shocked. They stared at Lin Jiufeng carefully. They looked at the endless crystal divine kingdoms hidden beneath his body, speechless. A cell is equivalent to a world. How powerful will he become after he completely succeeds? The spatial slashing sword asked, her mouth dry. He will surpass all the powerful people of the past. The primal chaos war spear licked its lips and said, "The general appointing platform is really lucky. It actually encountered such a master with infinite potential," Black Tortoise said enviously. "Actually, before we entered the Weapon Armory Valley, we all had such a master. It's just that we can't find them anymore." The spatial slashing sword sighed, her expression a little lonely. The other divine weapons stopped talking and focused on Lin Jiufeng's body. They could see very clearly that Lin Jiufeng completely didn't hide the method to evolve his magic treasure at all. What happened in his body was the true evolution technique. Everyone watched with interest. The turtle armor also looked at Lin Jiufeng, staring at the magic treasure evolution method. For turtle armor, this was also a way to improve. Although it wouldn't improve as fast as divine weapons like the black tortoise, it was still excellent if it could improve slightly at its current realm. At first, Lin Jiufeng was thinking about how to display the secrets of the magic treasure evolution technique and let the divine weapons such as the black tortoise see it clearly. But as his cultivation progressed, he gradually became obsessed with it. He no longer cared where he was or how many people were watching him. He began his first true deep-level cultivation after obtaining the method to evolve magic treasures. Chapter 427, Making Friends. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After Lin Jiufeng obtained the method to evolve magic treasures, he had already decided to forge his body of flesh and blood into an unprecedented powerful magic treasure. His flesh and blood transformed into crystal-clear divine kingdoms. Each divine kingdom was a world that was constantly growing. His meridians surged in the void, and surging energy connected these countless divine kingdoms. Lin Jiufeng, who was ignoring everyone else, began his next step of evolution. Flesh and blood turning into divine kingdoms. Lin Jiufeng's next step was to focus on all the cultivation techniques that he had cultivated. Along the cultivation path, he signed in countless cultivation techniques. He also learned countless cultivation techniques. He had even seen the cultivation techniques of several eras. From when he was weak to now when he was powerful, every cultivation technique was deeply branded in Lin Jiufeng's bloodline and memory. Now, Lin Jiufeng began to construct a huge library in his body. An academy was built in the crystal-clear divine kingdoms. Inside the library were endless tall bookshelves. Each bookshelf was tall and filled with books. If one looked carefully, these data were all the cultivation techniques that Lin Jiufeng knew and cultivated after he came to this world. These data accumulated together and filled the bookshelves like mountains. In Lin Jiufeng's body, countless crystal divine kingdoms were filled with various books. Books were everywhere in the world. The surrounding divine weapons were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Lin Jiufeng was no longer just a human. In their eyes, Lin Jiufeng was like an incomparably huge world that contained countless small worlds. In this world, mountains stretched endlessly. But on a closer look, these mountains were mountains formed from countless books. Under the mountains, rivers ran, and in the long river flowed books. At the end of the river was a crystal divine kingdom-like school built by Lin Jiufeng. These books had paper, predictions, bamboo, gold, and even balls of clouds, true qi, and light. In these worlds, all materials could become books. At this moment, all the cultivation techniques in Lin Jiufeng's body appeared. The heaven-broken forbidden technique, the primordial concealment technique, the king strike, the bearing great technique, the primal chaos array formation, the 9 pure immortal lights, and the immortal technique, fleeting time. These became books that were stored in Lin Jiufeng's body one after another. In the end, the sea of books was vast and boundless. As for the various cultivation techniques that had been transformed into books, they also erupted with powerful strength at this moment. These books all contained useful information. Their essence and divine energy rushed into the sky, emitting a myriad of lights. Lin Jiufeng used the magic treasure evolution technique to connect all the other cultivation techniques in this huge library. At this moment, he pushed his body towards a higher level and began to evolve. In the end, everything, all the cultivation techniques, must transform into my Tao of the Epoch. Lin Jiufeng opened the epoch that he had comprehended and integrated this huge library into his Tao of the Epoch. At this moment, the Tao of the Epoch constantly changed. This change was infinitely profound. It reflected the past, the present, and the future, causing all the weapons to be intoxicated by it. Even the turtle armor that had already broken through beyond the immortal emperor realm was also focused on Lin Jiufeng at this moment. After comprehending and creating the Tao of the Epoch, it's time for me to take a big step forward. With a thought, Lin Jiufeng pushed his own thoughts and the evolution of the crystal divine kingdoms in his body. All sorts of divine weapons began to appear around his body. Rumble. The Tao of the Epoch began to evolve, finally transforming into a talisman. The Talisman of the Epoch. As for the talisman, it continued to evolve and finally transformed into a book. The original Tao of the epoch was changing indefinitely. It could evolve into many cultivation techniques, but it was only a preliminary improvement. It was obviously unstable. Now that it evolved, it would definitely be able to erupt with an even stronger might. The Tao of the epoch had changed from a talisman to a book and stabilized. But the current book of the epoch was blank. There were no records or anything written inside. This required Lin Jiufeng to imprint his own Tao of the epoch. From my understanding of the world, this world originally started from great Emperor Shakyamuni. His era was 100,000 years ago, too long ago. The more current god race and the immortal court are one era, the era of spells is one era, and the era of array formations is another era. Then, let the god race and the immortal court become the first page of my book of the epoch. At this moment, countless great Taos surged out of Lin Jiufeng's body. These surging great Tao had the dusk of the gods and the glory of the immortal court. There were many words of the god race carved in the air, and the figure of the female war god was also branded in the air. All of this was absorbed by the book of the epoch and carved on it, becoming the first page. If anyone opened the book at this moment, they would clearly see the vast history of the god race and the immortal court. Second page of the book of the epoch, era of spells. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop. He immediately carved down the spell realm that he knew of. Although this world was destroyed, it also left behind an extremely glorious stroke in history. Although this stroke was wiped out by the 7 races of the ancient age, and there were too many people in the current era who didn't know about it, Immortal Emperor Lin knew about it. Since he knew about it, he should record it down. Second page of the book of the epoch, era of spells. Third page of the book of the epoch, the era of the formation realm. At this moment, many prosperous and resplendent spell techniques appeared. They seemed to shake the world in the air, causing the surrounding weapons to open their mouths. Then, these spells surged into the book of the epoch like grains of sand, creating the second page of the book of the epoch. As for the third page of the book of the epoch, the era of the formation realm, it was also rapidly evolving. All sorts of magical array formations shook the world, stunning everyone. They appeared one by one and surged into the book of the epoch. The Primal Chaos Array Formation, the Life Force Great Tao Array Formation, the Life Reversing Great Tao Array Formation, and various other types of array formations were all recorded in the book of the epoch at this moment. The 3 civilizations instantly stabilized, directly causing Lin Jiufeng's body to tremble. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body transformed and improved rapidly. After breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, the path ahead was actually a little dark. But now, the light of wisdom appeared in Lin Jiufeng's body. It was the result of the evolution of the Tao of the epoch, directly increasing his realm again. The current Lin Jiufeng might not be at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, but he carved a piece of sky that belonged to him in this realm. Moreover, this was just his realm. Lin Jiufeng's combat strength directly leaped to the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Under the integration of the Tao of the epoch, the crystal divine kingdoms in his entire body began to improve under the forging of the magic treasure evolution technique. Its arrangement became even more perfect. Every inch of Lin Jiufeng's skin flowed with beautiful words that were like an epic. They were a gift from the epochs. And from this gift, the various weapons also gained quite a lot of benefits. They followed Lin Jiufeng's cultivation and broadened their horizons. Then, they became obsessed with it and constantly studied it. They actually discovered that their realm that had been sealed for a long time began to loosen. After Lin Jiufeng finished cultivating, when he dispersed the crystal divine kingdoms, when he hid the book of the epoch, and when his flesh and blood returned to that of an ordinary person, the surrounding divine weapons all sighed. I feel that my realm that has been sealed for thousands of years has actually loosened a little. This is simply incredible, the spatial slashing sword said in shock. She looked at Lin Jiufeng as if she was looking at a monster. I also watched Immortal Emperor Lin cultivate and evolve. From this, I seemed to see my own future. He treated his body of flesh and blood as if it was a magic treasure, so the direction in which he advanced is in the direction that weapons like us follow, the Primal Chaos War Spear said solemnly. The only good thing that the general appointing platform has done in the past few years is to find this new master and bring him back to the Weapon Armory Valley to guide us on a new path. The Black Tortoise's voice rumbled. It praised Lin Jiufeng, but it also wanted to degrade the general appointing platform. The other weapons didn't speak. They silently digested everything they had just comprehended. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and shook off the dust on his body. He looked at the various divine weapons and asked, "I executed the weapon evolution technique just now without hiding anything at all. Have you guys learned it?" "We have all learned it. We have comprehended the method to evolve the magic treasure in its entirety. We will keep our words. From today onwards, the grudges between us and the general appointing platform shall be written off. From now on, we'll walk our separate paths. Let's mind our own business and not disturb each other." Black Tortoise represented the other divine weapons and said solemnly as it looked at Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform. Lin Jiufeng heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was finally resolved. After coming to the Weapon Armory Valley, he didn't manage to do anything else yet. Instead, he resolved an old matter for the general appointing platform. "All right. It's good that the grudges are resolved. But saying that we should mind our own business from now on makes you guys sound too distant. You guys have known each other for so many years. It's actually a rare fate that people can still see their former acquaintances after tens of thousands of years. There's no need to mention the merits and demerits that the general appointing platform did back then. Now, I'm the master of the general appointing platform, and I want to be friends with everyone." Lin Jiufeng smiled, his attitude was calm, and he said amiably. The other divine weapons were relatively lenient to Lin Jiufeng. After all, the general appointing platform was the general appointing platform, and Lin Jiufeng was Lin Jiufeng. What the general appointing platform did back then shouldn't be blamed on Lin Jiufeng. But they still looked at the Black Tortoise. Whether they should be friends with Lin Jiufeng or not depended on the Black Tortoise. Over the years, this group of divine weapons had gathered together for warmth. The leader was the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise's decision represented their decision, so everyone watched at the Black Tortoise and didn't rashly speak. The Black Tortoise looked at Lin Jiufeng and nodded. "Originally, you were the master of the general appointing platform, so it was impossible for us to become friends, but you just imparted the magic treasure evolution technique to us. Moreover, you are also a magic treasure now. The path that you are walking is the path that we might take in the future, so I'm still willing to befriend you." Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. He looked at the turtle armor, the general appointing platform, and the Black Tortoise. "Very good. We are all friends. If there's anything in the future, just tell me. If you guys want to know how I cultivated and evolved, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, but I also want to ask you guys some questions. The general appointing platform has left the Weapon Armory Valley for too long. The turtle armor has been in a deep sleep all these years, so it doesn't know much about the situation in the Weapon Armory Valley. So what exactly is the situation in the Weapon Armory Valley now?" Lin Jiufeng asked with a solemn expression. The turtle armor and the general appointing platform also looked curiously at the divine weapons such as the Black Tortoise. Just as Lin Jiufeng had said, one of them had left the Weapon Armory Valley for many years, and the other had been in a deep sleep for many years. Their current knowledge of the situation in the Weapon Armory Valley was basically the same as Lin Jiufeng's. The Black Tortoise slowly shrank its body. The other divine weapons also dissipated their huge fighting spirit. At this moment, everyone sat down calmly in the periphery of the Weapon Armory Valley and began to discuss some things. The Weapon Armory Valley is very big. It's akin to a small world. This is the heaven for magic treasures and weapons. The rulers are naturally the few supreme existences in the depths of the Weapon Armory Valley. Although we are grouped together for warmth, we aren't considered to be the top existences in the Weapon Armory Valley. We can only move around a little deeper in the outer area. The Black Tortoise explained to Lin Jiufeng. "Are the few bastards from the past still alive in the Weapon Armory Valley?" The general appointing platform interrupted and asked. The Black Tortoise bird ignored it and was too lazy to answer. The general appointing platform stood awkwardly in place. Are the top existences from the same era as the general appointing platform still alive? Lin Jiufeng could only ask again. Of course, they are still alive. It's just that they are all in deep sleep now, or maybe they are cultivating. In any case, rumors are spreading in the Weapon Armory Valley that those top existences have found the direction for the next step of evolution for magic treasures. They have been trying all these years. In the past, they were very strict with the management of the Weapon Armory Valley. But as they fell into a deep sleep, the Weapon Armory Valley became much more chaotic. They have ignored taking charge of the situation for tens of thousands of years and have never appeared. Black Tortoise answered Lin Jiufeng's question. Can they really find the next step in the evolution of magic treasures? The general appointing platform expressed deep doubts about this. If even you can study the method to evolve magic treasures, why can't they find the next direction for magic treasures to evolve? The turtle armor that had been silent all this time said to the general appointing platform. How can that be the same? I studied the evolution of magic treasures according to the experience and various subjects of countless predecessors. They were formed from the accumulation of blood and tears. Those few former bastards were each more arrogant and conceited than the other. They didn't know anything about research in this aspect. Then, after tens of thousands of years, you told me that they had developed the direction of the next step of the evolution of magic treasures. You are simply dreaming. The general appointing platform disdained this. The turtle armor touched its chin and reached out to tap the turtle shell on its back. Then, it nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Those few former bastards don't know anything about research in this area. They only know how to fight and kill. Hearing you say this, I don't believe it either. It doesn't matter if you guys believe it or not. In any case, this is what the rumors say in the Weapon Armory Valley. They haven't appeared for so many years. Each and every one of them built a castle in the depths of the Weapon Armory Valley and stayed in their castle for many years," the Black Tortoise said. "After being in the Weapon Armory Valley for so many years, have you guys never thought of leaving?" Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but ask curiously. "Also, do you guys know which world the exit of the Weapon Armory connects to? After tens of thousands of years, are you guys really still familiar with the outside world?" Lin Jiufeng asked his doubts one after another. Chapter 428, Luring Out the Magic Treasures. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Towards Lin Jiufeng's successive questions, the Black Tortoise and the other divine weapons were clearly puzzled. Which world is the exit to? What has the outside world become after tens of thousands of years? After so many years, although we are already used to the life in the Weapon Armory Valley, we still yearn for the outside world. The spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and the Black Tortoise answered one after another. But the focus of the three people was completely different. The primal chaos war spear was concerned about which world the exit of the Weapon Armory Valley was connected to. The Black Tortoise was concerned about what the outside world had become. The spatial slashing sword answered Lin Jiufeng's first question. Before you guys entered the Weapon Armory Valley, you were all weapons of the mortal realm. How much do you guys know about the outside world or this world? Lin Jiufeng asked the Black Tortoise. Before we entered the Weapon Armory Valley, we didn't give birth to much of our own intelligence. After we entered the Weapon Armory Valley, we were deceived by the general appointing platform. After being tortured, we gave birth to our own intelligence, the Black Tortoise replied solemnly. At the same time, it also glanced at the general appointing platform. There was still some hatred inside. The general appointing platform smiled awkwardly. I have a hazy memory of my time before entering the Weapon Armory Valley. At that time, I was the most powerful war sword in Master's hand. We reigned supreme in the world and were invincible. My status in the mortal realm was also extremely high. The spatial slashing sword recalled the past with a clear voice. You asked which world is the Weapon Armory Valley connected to? What exactly do you mean? The primal chaos war spear was very sensitive to this question. Lin Jiufeng replied, outside the Weapon Armory Valley, there's a black hole. The black hole is connected to an unknown passageway. There are many entrances to many worlds inside that passageway. We came here through one of the entrances, and the place where this black hole exists is not the mortal realm, not the second world, nor the third world, but the fourth world. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the weapons, including the turtle armor, changed drastically. The fourth world. The black tortoise even cried out in surprise, its eyes widened. The phantom that appeared from the primal chaos warspear also trembled violently at this moment. Clearly, it wasn't calm at all. The spatial slashing sword frowned and said softly, "In my memory, the fourth world is a world that cannot be mentioned." "Why is it a world that cannot be mentioned?" Lin Jiufeng immediately asked. "I don't know." The spatial slashing sword shook her head slightly. She didn't remember much about her past memories. At that time, her intelligence had only just begun to sprout. The fourth world was very popular for a period of time, but then the fourth world became a taboo among top powerhouses. Turtle Armor, who had been watching the show with its hands behind its back, said solemnly. At this moment, its expression was solemn. It no longer had the humorous and relaxed expression from before. "Please enlighten me." Lin Jiufeng immediately looked at the turtle armor. It was the same for the general appointing platform. Although he remembered what happened in the Weapon Armory Valley, he hadn't remembered all the vast memories of the past. The mortal realm has always been the center of this world. No matter how many worlds you divide into, the major worlds, the medium worlds, or the small worlds, these worlds are all dependent on the foundation of the mortal realm. Therefore, the mortal realm is worthy of being the first world. But different factions rose up in the world. Due to the birth of different races, the mortal realm also began to split, so the second world and third world were born one after another. The birth of the second world and third world made the struggles between the major races become more and more frequent. At that time, the 7 races of the ancient age appeared powerfully in the eyes of the world. As soon as they appeared, they directly swept through that era. Then, the second and third world became theirs. At that time, the powerhouses of the mortal realm worked together to deal with the 7 races of the ancient age, but the strength of the 7 races of the ancient age was still too huge. Too many people died in battle in the mortal realm. In the end, a true powerhouse appeared, fought and penetrated the land of nothingness, and swept through the 7 races of the ancient age for 80,000 miles. Then, he pulled out the most powerful source energy of the 7 races of the ancient age and created the fourth world outside the third world. This is the origins of the fourth world. The turtle armor explained tirelessly, telling a past that very few people knew. Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform were listening seriously. Not far away, the black tortoise and the other divine weapons were also listening carefully. "You just said that a true powerhouse appeared and penetrated the land of nothingness. Then, he pulled out the most powerful source energy of the 7 races of the ancient age and created the fourth world outside the third world. Who exactly is this true powerhouse?" Lin Jiufeng immediately asked. The others were also very curious. Very few people knew about this past, even those at the Immortal Emperor realm. This was obvious from the expressions of the divine weapons such as the black tortoise. They were all powerful magic treasures at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, but like Lin Jiufeng, they knew nothing about this matter. Only terrifying existences like the turtle armor that had surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm knew about the past that was sealed in history. Of course, the general appointing platform should have also known of this in the past. It was just that the current him was far from a 10,000th of his former self, so it couldn't be counted on. No one knows the specific characteristics of this true powerhouse. Everyone has different opinions. In that era back then, everyone who witnessed him had already died with the birth of the fourth world. The turtle armor shook its head. Unfortunately, it didn't know either. But there are some rumors that I think are still quite convincing. The turtle armor changed its tone and said to Lin Jiufeng. "Please enlighten me." Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to consult the turtle armor. "I once heard a supreme existence say that the establishment of the fourth world was actually a result of a respected dragon race powerhouse who sacrificed himself," the turtle armor said to Lin Jiufeng. "A powerhouse of the dragon race?" Lin Jiufeng's expression changed. He suddenly remembered something that he had seen before. When he came out of the death realm, he accidentally entered the spell realm, which was also the place where the 7 races of the Ancient Age lived. He had seen many carriages of the 7 races of the Ancient Age, and they were the descendants of the dragon race. True dragons that were difficult to find in the mortal realm were practically everywhere in the 7 races of the Ancient Age. They were tamed and treated as carriages, having no status at all. This might be related to the dragon race powerhouses that the turtle armor mentioned. Creating a world isn't something that can be done out of thin air. Although that mysterious powerhouse extracted the source energies of the 7 races of the Ancient Age, he still needs a huge container to support a world. Therefore, the supreme existence of the dragon race, the ancestral dragon, is the best container, the turtle armor guessed. Lin Jiufeng recalled silently. Therefore, the 4th world was created by the true and mighty ancestral dragon of the dragon race. The ancestral dragon was very powerful. When the mortal realm encountered a huge crisis, he appeared out of nowhere and defeated the 7 races of the Ancient Age. Moreover, he swept through 80,000 miles and emptied the source energy of the 7 races of the Ancient Age. Then, he used this source energy in his huge body to establish the 4th world and sacrificed himself. This can also explain why the 7 races of the Ancient Age don't have their own world now. Instead, they snatched the spell realm and used it as a place for them to live. This is also where the resentment of the 7 races of the Ancient Age towards the dragon race came from. They imprisoned and enslaved the descendants of the ancestral dragon without giving them any dignity at all. Actually, they are also taking revenge on the ancestral dragon for destroying their world and snatching away their source energies back then. This way, the doubts in the past can finally be straightened out. Lin Jiufeng was now very convinced of this ancestral dragon legend that the turtle armor mentioned. The problem is, what exactly is the 4th world for? After Lin Jiufeng sorted out the matter, he asked something that he had been puzzled about for a long time. The ancestral dragon sacrificed himself and gave up the future of the dragon race. What exactly was the purpose of the 4th world that he created for? This question also attracted the curiosity of other divine weapons, including the general appointing platform. The other divine weapons were naturally serious about the 4th world, but they had no idea what the 4th world was for. The turtle armor reached out and stroked the non-existent beard on its chin. It slowly paced around with one hand behind its back. It gently knocked on its turtle shell, emitting tapping sounds. The 4th world is different from the other worlds. There aren't many races in the 4th world. The 4th world is essentially a pure battlefield, the turtle armor said. Since it's a pure battlefield, why is it that after so many years, only a few people still know about the 4th world? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I don't know about that. To be honest, I've stayed in the Weapon Armory Valley for tens of thousands of years, and I know very little about the outside world. I once heard about the 4th world from a supreme existence. As for what use the 4th world has exactly? Was it worth it for the ancestral dragon to give up his life and the future of the dragon race in order to create it? I don't know any of the answers. The turtle armor shook its head. Ever since the general appointing platform didn't call it out that time to participate in the war, it had been in a deep sleep and rarely woke up. So, outside this Weapon Armory Valley is the 4th world. Don't you guys want to explore it? Lin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly rolled and he began to tempt the divine weapons like the turtle armor and the black tortoise. If he could lure them into leaving the Weapon Armory Valley and entering the 4th world, then Lin Jiufeng, who was exploring the 4th world, would have more confidence. Moreover, later on, Lin Jiufeng could once again lure them into entering the mortal realm and use their strength to resist the invasion of the 7 races of the Ancient Age. The current top powerhouses of the mortal realm were really too lacking. Time was completely insufficient for the mortal realm. He didn't know when the attack of the 7 races of the Ancient Age would arrive. It might be 10 years later, or it might be in the very next moment. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng had to make the best use of all the forces that he could contact to resist the 7 races of the Ancient Age. The divine weapons in the Weapon Armory Valley were such forces. Hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, some divine weapons were tempted, some were indifferent, and some seemed to be a little hesitant. The turtle armor was nonchalant. It had its hands behind its back and had a turtle shell on its back. It walked around lightly on its steps. After staying in the Weapon Armory Valley for so many years, my body is starting to rust. I want to go out and take a look." As soon as these words came out, the spatial slashing sword was tempted and said, "I also want to go out and take a look at the fourth world and see the current changes in the mortal realm." As for the primal chaos war spear and the black tortoise that liked the spatial slashing sword, they were originally hesitating about whether to leave the Weapon Armory Valley. Now, they immediately agreed without hesitation. The primal chaos war spear and the black tortoise had loved the spatial slashing sword for many years since their consciousness was born. The spatial slashing sword had never chosen either of them. She only regarded them as good brothers. But the primal chaos war spear and the black tortoise still insisted on liking the spatial slashing sword. Hence, the two of them decided to leave with her without hesitation. The black tortoise, the primal chaos war spear, and the spatial slashing sword. The three top immortal emperor-level magic treasures were about to leave, but the other divine weapons hesitated. There's a mysterious and special substance in the weapon armory. It's very beneficial for magic treasures like us. After leaving the Weapon Armory Valley, there won't be such a special substance in the outside world anymore. In that case, won't our improvements slow down? A weapon raised such a question. This was also what the other divine weapons were worried about. Why did they stay in the Weapon Armory Valley all this time? It was because the environment in the Weapon Armory Valley was beneficial to them. After leaving the Weapon Armory Valley, the extent of their improvement would decrease and stop. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Although the Weapon Armory Valley wasn't that quiet and peaceful. This place was also filled with struggles, oppression, and death, no different from the outside world. But as long as they could improve, these magic treasures and divine weapons would endure it. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Jiufeng immediately said, "Everyone, although there's energy in the Weapon Armory Valley that's suitable for improving you guys, the Weapon Armory Valley is too small. It's like a well. Compared to the vast world outside, you guys are just frogs in the well now. After staying in the Weapon Armory Valley for too long, your hearts and minds will become narrow. Why don't you follow me to see the incomparably vast world outside?" As for the problem that everyone is worried about after leaving the Weapon Armory, which is that your own progress will be slow, I think this problem can be completely eliminated. Everyone has seen the evolution method of the magic treasures that I was cultivating just now. After leaving the Weapon Armory Valley, all you have to do is to cultivate this cultivation technique and then complete your own evolution. I'm your blueprint. I will forge my flesh and blood into a powerful weapon and press forward. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Moreover, I firmly believe that only by leaving the Weapon Armory Valley can everyone obtain a true transformation. As the saying goes, there's no need for mulberry fields to bury one's bones. There's nowhere in life that isn't green mountains. A true powerhouse shouldn't be limited to a valley. Although this valley is like a small world in itself, it's still too small in the end. It can't accommodate huge whales. As an existence who was born in the world, you should look at the beautiful sceneries of the various worlds. The second world, the fourth world, the mortal realm, and the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age. These are all worthy for everyone to take a look at. Don't stay in the Weapon Armory Valley and waste your time. Lin Jiufeng displayed his eloquence and talked about the beauty of the outside world non-stop. He wanted to lure this group of magic treasures with powerful combat strength into leaving. After entering the mortal realm, when the 7 races of the ancient age attacked, they would definitely help out. With the lack of top powerhouses in the mortal realm, these divine weapons would become the pillars of the mortal realm. As Lin Jiufeng talked non-stop, the divine weapons that followed the black tortoise were all tempted by his confident speech. Just as Lin Jiufeng said, the world was huge. They shouldn't be limited to the Weapon Armory Valley. Moreover, after leaving the Weapon Armory Valley, they also had the magic treasure evolution technique to cultivate. They would still make progress. With such a huge hidden danger resolved, these divine weapons didn't hesitate too much. After a short period of thought, they agreed to leave the Weapon Armory Valley to take a look at the outside world. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng smiled. He was very satisfied. Although these divine weapons didn't say that they would help the mortal realm. Of course, Lin Jiufeng didn't mention this matter either. But he believed that as long as these magic treasures felt the vastness of the world and the value of freedom, then when the army of the 7 races of the Ancient Age attacked, they would resist the 7 races of the Ancient Age on their own without needing to be mobilized. Since everyone is willing to leave the Weapon Armory Valley, I'm also willing to lead the way for everyone, Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. At this moment, he didn't want to investigate what was in the depths of the Weapon Armory Valley. As long as he could bluff this group of divine weapons out, even if he didn't gain anything in the fourth world, he would be very happy. I haven't left the Weapon Armory Valley in tens of thousands of years. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm actually a little anxious and apprehensive. The black tortoise laughed at itself. With the magic treasure evolution technique, the Weapon Armory Valley is indeed unable to restrain us. I want to take a look at the outside world. Even if I die in the end, at least I've seen the world. It will definitely be more exciting than the Weapon Armory Valley. The Primal Chaos War Spear looked forward to it. Then there's no time to lose. I'll bring you guys out now. The black hole outside the world of the Weapon Armory Valley is still a little mysterious. Lin Jiufeng didn't hesitate and quickly walked out of the Weapon Armory Valley. He didn't want to explore what secrets were hidden deep in the Weapon Armory Valley anymore. The most important thing now was to lure this group of magic treasures out. Following the path that he had come from, Lin Jiufeng began to quickly evacuate with this group of magic treasures. When he came, he was very careful. Now that he was leaving, he strode in large steps. Finally, under Lin Jiufeng's subtle attention, he found the spatial node. Then, he punched out and directly opened the connection between the Weapon Armory Valley and the black hole. Then, he expanded this connection into a passageway. At the end of the passageway was the dark black hole. Your bright futures are waiting for you guys. Please go ahead. Lin Jiufeng was like a gentleman as he bowed to the group of magic treasures. They stopped one by one. It wasn't that they regretted their decision, but they were a little afraid to be the first to step out. Each of you is tens of thousands of years old, yet all of you are still so shy and afraid. It's really embarrassing. The turtle armor was very disdainful. It was unafraid. Its own powerful strength was its confidence. Although it didn't make a move this time, its aura spread, suppressing everyone until it was difficult to breathe. The turtle armor swaggered into the depths of the black hole. Then, it stood in the black hole and let the energy inside wash over its body, unmoved. Then, it looked at the world in the Weapon Armory Valley. With a trace of emotion on its face, it smacked its lips and said, looking at it this way, the Weapon Armory Valley is really small. As soon as these words came out, the other magic treasures couldn't sit still anymore. One after another, they entered the black hole. Finally, it was Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Jiufeng closed the door of the black hole and the Weapon Armory Valley, restoring the environment to its previous state. Lured out a group of divine weapons. Do you want to sign in? A trace of surprise appeared on Lin Jiufeng's face. He really didn't expect that he could actually sign into this. Signing in for luring out the magic treasures? What good things could he sign in for? Lin Jiufeng was looking forward to it. Chapter 429, Ancestral Dragons Dragon Essence Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Sign In. Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. He really wanted to know what treasures he could sign in for from luring out this group of magic treasures. Sign in successful. Received Heart of the Magic Treasure. A line of notifications appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. Heart of the Magic Treasure? What's this? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. He quickly checked the information on the Heart of the Magic Treasure. Before a magic treasure can give birth to its own intelligence, it will definitely give birth to its own heart. The heart is the foundation of a magic treasure, and its intelligence is the consciousness of a magic treasure. The heart of the magic treasure is a masterless perfect heart. After reading the information, Lin Jiufeng looked at the heart of the magic treasure that he received from signing in surprise. The crystal-like heart was only the size of a palm. When Lin Jiufeng held it in his palm, streams of clear and pure energy radiated from it. Lin Jiufeng could also absorb this energy. I have now forged my body of flesh and blood into a magic treasure, and my organs have also undergone an upgrade. As for my heart, it can't reach the intensity of this heart of the magic treasure. If I install this heart of the magic treasure on me, wouldn't it greatly improve my potential and strength? Lin Jiufeng started fantasizing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a viable thing to do. To press the heart of the magic treasure on his body to replace the current heart and then provide a huge amount of energy for his crystal divine kingdoms. But the most important thing now is not to integrate with the heart of the magic treasure, but to bring this group of divine weapons out. Lin Jiufeng put away the heart of the magic treasure and left the weapon armory valley. He entered the black hole and led the magic treasures that he had duped out to quickly return the way he came. The black hole could devour the power of a person's divine soul or the power of a magic treasure. After entering the black hole, the faces of the black tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and the others changed. In this black hole, I'm actually unable to completely display my strength? Black Tortoise said solemnly. There's a magical magnetic field here that can absorb the power of our divine souls, preventing us from controlling our bodies and erupting with 100% power. As a female, the spatial slashing sword was meticulous and investigated the operating principle of this black hole. What a magical place! I've lived in the mortal realm for so long in the past, but I've never discovered such a special place. The primal chaos war spear was amazed by the magicalness of the black hole. It wasn't surprised, but it instead looked at the black hole in delight because its knowledge and horizons had broadened again. As for the turtle armor, it had its hands behind its back as it swaggered into the black hole. It let the magical power of the black hole wash over it, but it remained unmoved. In fact, it was even doing it with ease. The general appointing platform that followed behind the turtle armor didn't recover to its full strength yet. It only made use of the turtle armor's ease to lighten the pressure for itself. I don't know where this magical black hole is connected to. I suffered greatly when I came in. I'll bring you out now, you guys follow me. Lin Jiufeng stood in front of the black tortoise and the other magic treasures. He opened his domain and shrouded them. When he came, he was still at the immortal king realm. His strength was far from being as powerful as it was now, so he seemed to be staggering in the black hole. But now, he was already at the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, he had completed the transformation of his body to the crystal divine kingdom. His current strength was countless times stronger than before. Hence, walking along the path of the black hole, Lin Jiufeng wasn't under much pressure. The black tortoise and the other magic treasures obediently followed behind Lin Jiufeng. In this incomparably mysterious black hole, they didn't want any accidents to happen. They continued to advance. Lin Jiufeng and the turtle armor stood in front. They walked for an unknown period of time because there was no concept of time in the black hole. Lin Jiufeng and the turtle armor felt like they had walked for a long period of time, but also like they had walked through the life of a person. Finally, they saw the exit of the black hole. The place where Xuanhuang was buried. It was only after Lin Jiufeng killed him that the black hole was exposed. The exit is just ahead. Everyone, follow me and complete this last section of the path. Lin Jiufeng's spirit was lifted as he said to Black Tortoise and the others behind him. The turtle armor had its hands behind its back and had a turtle shell on its back. It had the temperament of a lord. Seeing the exit of the black hole, its eyes widened a little. I finally saw the exit. After spending tens of thousands of years in the weapon armory valley sleeping, this old skeleton of mine has become rusty. It's time to come out and move around, the turtle armor said softly, so low that no one else could hear it. Nothing happened on the last section of the black hole. Lin Jiufeng successfully arrived at the entrance. Then, he let the black tortoise and the other magic treasures leave first and were the last to exit. The fourth world was waving at them. The black tortoise and the other magic treasures left the black hole and came to the fourth world. The first thing they felt was a strange energy that surpassed immortal energy. This energy is very special. In the past, the immortal energy in the mortal realm couldn't compare to 1/10 of this energy. The spatial slashing sword evaluated seriously. She constantly absorbed this energy and carefully compared it, then came to this conclusion. Why have I never felt this special energy before? The black tortoise was puzzled. It turned its head and looked at Lin Jiufeng. It wanted answers. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I don't know what this energy is either. In any case, it's a level higher than immortal energy. It doesn't exist in the mortal realm, only in the fourth world. If I didn't come here by accident, I wouldn't have discovered it at all. The black tortoise frowned and mumbled, this kind of energy that's one grade higher than immortal energy shouldn't be nameless. If that's the case, why should we absorb immortal energy at all? We should just absorb this energy. Little turtle, if these energies could be popularized, someone would have long lured them into the mortal realm. The turtle armor touched its shell with one hand and stroked its beard with the other as it said to the black tortoise in the tone of an elder. Black tortoise's forehead darkened. It looked at turtle armor, feeling very unhappy. I'm the black tortoise, not a turtle. The black tortoise wanted to roar loudly, but considering that the strength of the turtle armor was far above its own, it could only endure this anger with a black face. Little turtle? So be it. Old turtle, do you know what this energy is? Lin Jiufeng looked at turtle armor and asked directly. This time, it was turtle armor's turn to have a dark expression. It had just called out the black tortoise little turtle when Lin Jiufeng immediately called it old turtle. It couldn't refute Lin Jiufeng, so it could only suppress its anger. The black tortoise grinned and laughed silently. Plap! Turtle armor slapped black tortoise's head, causing black tortoise to see stars. It immediately fell silent. Damn it, you dare to laugh at your ancestor? Turtle armor muttered unhappily. It looked at Lin Jiufeng unkindly. It gritted its teeth slightly, its palm itchy. It really wanted to slap Lin Jiufeng's head too. But Lin Jiufeng sensed the danger and directly pulled away. Turtle armor could only put down its hand angrily and said unhappily, this energy source that's one level higher than the immortal energy is actually very simple. You guys just have to think about who created the fourth world and you will know the answer. Lin Jiufeng immediately understood. An extremely terrifying ancestral dragon that spans several worlds instantly appeared in his mind. This energy is the energy of the ancestral dragon? Lin Jiufeng looked at turtle armor and guessed. This energy that transcends the immortal energy is the dragon essence of the ancestral dragon. It only exists in the fourth world and can't be drawn elsewhere. Because this fourth world is the body of the ancestral dragon, only this place has this dragon essence. Turtle armor looked at Lin Jiufeng with its hands behind its back and said calmly. Lin Jiufeng was suddenly enlightened. He had always thought that this energy was something special, but he didn't expect that it was actually the ancestral dragon's dragon essence. Chapter 430, Entering the Mortal Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The ancestral dragon transformed its body into the fourth world, so the huge amount of energy stored in its body continued to be stored in the fourth world. Other worlds were unable to draw on such energy. This was also the reason why the energy in this world was one level higher than that of other worlds. Lin Jiufeng understood this principle now. He took a deep breath. All the crystal divine kingdoms in his body were frantically absorbing these dragon energies. The fourth world was once planned to be a battlefield, but until today, the fourth world still didn't play its role. It still existed here. He didn't know the specific reason, but Lin Jiufeng had a feeling that the fourth world would definitely play a huge role in the future. It was just silent now. Once it erupted, it would definitely teach the 7 races of the ancient age a deep lesson. Old turtle, do you want to explore this fourth world? Lin Jiufeng asked. Turtle armor slanted its eyes and glanced at Lin Jiufeng. It said slowly, young man, you have to be a little polite to your seniors. If you call me old turtle again, I will throw you into the depths of the fourth world. You probably won't be able to come out for at least 1,000 years. When the black tortoise heard the turtle armor threatening Lin Jiufeng, it immediately put away its mocking expression and looked ahead very solemnly. What exactly is in the depths of the fourth world? Why can't I come out without 1,000 years? Lin Jiufeng ignored the threat of the turtle armor and asked his doubts. You have just entered the immortal emperor realm. Even me, I only vaguely knew a little about the secrets in the depths of the fourth world. It's not good to tell you now. Turtle Armor shook its head, not wanting to tell Lin Jiufeng. Turtle Armor, where are you going next? The general appointing platform asked. The Turtle Armor was calm and composed. It said calmly, I want to go around and take a look. You guys don't have to worry about me. This world is so big, and I haven't come out for so many years. I want to take a look. After saying these words, the Turtle Armor walked into the distance. Step by step. It seemed to be very slow, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the world. Lin Jiufeng looked in the direction where the Turtle Armor left, deep in thought. The Turtle Armor definitely knew a lot of things. At the very least, the general appointing platform didn't know the source of the fourth world, but the Turtle Armor knew. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but ask the general appointing platform, how did you know the Turtle Armor? The general appointing platform recalled the past and said, when I started to have memories, the Turtle Armor was already in the Weapon Armory Valley. At that time, it was guarding the entrance of this Weapon Armory Valley, all the way up to this day. Alright, it seems that we can't figure out the origins of this old turtle. The fourth world also has many secrets, but we don't have time to explore now. We have to hurry back to the mortal realm. If the 7 races of the ancient age take advantage of this moment to attack, without me guarding the mortal realm, the odds will be against us, Lin Jiufeng said with a worried expression. If it weren't for the fact that the mortal realm was targeted by the 7 races of the ancient age and could invade at any moment, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry. After all, the fourth world hid many secrets of the ancient era. Many heavens had been buried in this place. After Lin Jiufeng came in, he personally killed Xuanhuang. Where were the other heavens? Lin Jiufeng was very, very curious. He had a hunch that if he explored the fourth world thoroughly, he would know the stories hidden under the fog of the past better. But he had no time. Or rather, the mortal realm had no time. Lin Jiufeng looked at the black tortoise and the other divine weapons. These peak immortal emperor divine weapons that he had lured out were part of Lin Jiufeng's confidence in resisting the 7 races of the ancient age. I've brought you guys out of the Weapon Armory Valley. Now, I will bring you guys into the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said to the divine weapon led by the black tortoise. What has the mortal realm become now? Black tortoise sighed, its expression carrying a trace of confusion and anticipation. The other divine weapons were the same. Very few weapons were born in the Weapon Armory Valley. Most of them came from the outside world. The former owners of these weapons each had their own exciting past in the mortal realm, so their feelings for the mortal realm were also very complicated. At this moment, the black tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and the other divine weapons were about to enter the mortal realm that they had been separated from for a long time. Each of them was excited and had complicated thoughts. Lin Jiufeng didn't think much about it. In any case, his initial goal was to lure this group of divine weapons into entering the mortal realm. When the 7 races of the ancient age invaded and these divine weapons saw the unfamiliar and familiar mortal realm being invaded, Lin Jiufeng believed that these divine weapons would take action. As for the fourth world, Lin Jiufeng could only come and explore after the mortal realm survived the invasion of the 7 races of the ancient age. Walking back along the mountain valley where Xuanhuang was buried, Lin Jiufeng clearly remembered that there was a spatial node there that could lead to Mountain Shu. That was the path to return to the mortal realm. The black tortoise and the other divine weapons didn't say much. They just continued to follow Lin Jiufeng. The closer they got to the spatial node, the more silent the divine weapons became. The mortal realm was such a familiar and unfamiliar place to them. The young girl that appeared from the spatial slashing sword held her true form, the sword, and trembled slightly, showing that her heart was extremely turbulent. But under the control of her powerful heart, she still maintained her calm. The primal chaos war spear lingered in the primal chaos. It no longer had the sharpness of the past, only calmness and composure were left. The black tortoise walked towards the spatial node step by step. It was like a small mountain as it watched silently. The other divine weapons also had complicated looks on their faces. Lin Jiufeng also knew that they were deep in thought at this moment, so he didn't speak. He walked to this spatial node and then used his great magic power to tear open the entrance of the spatial node. Rumble. In the very next moment, the mortal realm appeared before their eyes. Immortal energy surged. The clear sky of Mountain Shu, the majestic mountain of Mountain Shu, and the beautiful scenery of Mountain Shu appeared before everyone's eyes through this spatial node. The mortal realm was just inches away. After crossing this spatial node, we'll be in the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng moved aside and said to the divine weapons like the black tortoise. The mortal realm that has been separated for a long time is filled with an unfamiliar feeling. But smelling the immortal energy lightly, it's as if I have returned to the glorious years when I was just created to fight with my master back then, Black Tortoise said sadly. It was also the first time that Lin Jiufeng knew that it once had a master. The Black Tortoise only lamented slightly. Then, it moved its body and directly walked into the intersection of space and time. The spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear followed closely behind. One by one, they entered the territory of Mountain Shu, which was also entering the mortal realm. Finally, it was Lin Jiufeng's turn. He brought the general appointing platform alone and took a deep look at the fourth world. There are countless secrets here. When the calamity of the mortal realm is over, I will definitely return again. Also, I will also find the sealed heavens one by one. Lin Jiufeng swore in his heart. Then, he decisively turned around and entered the mortal realm. Chapter 431, Do something big. Passing through the barrier between the mortal realm and the fourth world, Lin Jiufeng returned to Mountain Shu. The mountains and rivers remained the same as when he left. Among the pavilions and buildings, everything looked dilapidated. After entering the mortal realm, the Black Tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the primal chaos war spear, and the other divine weapons quickly left the territory of Mountain Shu. To them, Mountain Shu was just an ordinary mountain. They had no attachment to it at all. They didn't even say goodbye to Lin Jiufeng before they impatiently flew into the mortal realm. The dilapidated Mountain Shu welcomed immortal Emperor Lin. This once prosperous building no longer had any traces of humans. Lin Jiufeng looked at the tomb of Dugu Bubi. This tomb resembled a long sword stabbed into the ground. No one expected it to be the entrance to the fourth world. It was already night. The night gradually became darker. The moon was like a white jade disk that hung in the sky. It was sparkling and beautiful. Bright moonlight scattered on the ground and also on the tombstone of Dugu Bubi. Previously, Lin Jiufeng saw a wisp of pure sword energy on this tombstone. Now, it seemed that this pure sword energy was still around, but it was hidden very deeply. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Jiufeng had already stepped into the immortal emperor realm, he wouldn't have easily discovered this sword energy. The purest sword energy in the world. After admiring this sword energy for a while, Lin Jiufeng once again strolled around Mountain Shu. He entered Mountain Shu to look for traces of Bai Mauer, but he didn't find any. Instead, he accidentally discovered the entrance to the fourth world. He also entered and wandered around it for a bit, bringing back some divine weapons. The rewards of the adventure were quite good. But his initial wish of finding Bai Mauer wasn't fulfilled. She wasn't at Mountain Shu. Perhaps she was in the fourth world? But now, Lin Jiufeng no longer had enough time to go to the fourth world to search for her thoroughly. A catastrophe was about to happen in the mortal realm, so Lin Jiufeng had to stay in the mortal realm. As for finding Bai Mauer, he could only postpone it. Covering the trace of sadness in his heart, he took one last deep look at Mountain Shu. Then, he turned around and returned to the mortal realm. After exiting the Mountain Shu, he arrived at the western area. There were mountains surrounding the area, and the terrain was steep. Between the tall mountains, poisonous insects and ferocious beasts ran amok, and a foul smell filled the air. But these no longer had any effect on Lin Jiufeng. Standing in this dense forest, Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes. His primordial spirit at the immortal emperor realm quickly expanded, covering the world and checking if there were any abnormalities in the mortal realm. In the entire mortal realm, other than some immortal emperor-level divine weapons that Lin Jiufeng brought out with him, no one else could compare to him. Even though the four city lords of the death realm were crystal skeletons with cultivations equivalent to the immortal emperor realm of the mortal realm, the gap between them and Lin Jiufeng was like the gap between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Even though they managed to sense that someone was using a powerful spiritual consciousness to scan the mortal realm fearlessly, they immediately investigated who this spiritual consciousness belonged to. When they realized that it was Lin Jiufeng, they were all shocked and speechless. The originally mortal King Lin had now become immortal Emperor Lin. Did the 7 races of the ancient age invade the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng descended and talked to them with his spiritual consciousness from a distance. The 4 city lords from the death realm consciously answered in the tone of subordinates under the terrifying spiritual consciousness pressure of Lin Jiufeng. The 7 races of the ancient age have never stopped spying on the mortal realm, the city lord of the 100 Battles city said. I discovered some scattered soldiers from the 7 races of the ancient age, but the true powerhouses didn't descend. The giant city lord's voice sounded like thunder. The 7 races of the ancient age seem to be brewing something. Although no true powerhouses have descended, small actions have been constantly made. Recently, based on instincts, I sense that a great terror is about to descend. Lord Immortal Emperor Lin, we have to take precautions, the city lord of the Beast King city said worriedly. The gap between the current strength of the mortal realm and the 7 races of the ancient age is a little terrifying. In terms of true combat strength, only Immortal Emperor Lin can fight against them. We have also been working hard in our cultivation recently, but we are unable to obtain any breakthrough progress in the short term. The group of city lords sighed. The 4 city lords were rare immortal emperor realm powerhouses in the mortal realm, but facing the arrival of the true powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age, they were also no match for them. Their only hope was Immortal Emperor Lin. Across the large distance, Lin Jiufeng listened to the reports of the 4 city lords. After confirming that the mortal realm was temporarily fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the gap between the mortal realm and the 7 races of the ancient age is huge, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Jiufeng's words were relaxed, but the weight he revealed was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, making them excited. The 4 city lords could only believe in Lin Jiufeng to save the mortal realm now. After cutting off his connection with the 4 city lords, Lin Jiufeng looked at the cold moon. The dark moon was high and the stars were speckled, with strands of silver light hanging down. Behind the moon was the world of spells. Inside was the mastermind controlling the world, the 7 races of the ancient age. What are you guys plotting? Lin Jiufeng's heart was shrouded in a shadow. The last time, the 70,000 troops of the 7 races of the ancient age crossed over and split into 7 directions, wanting to sweep through the mortal realm. But they were directly killed by Lin Jiufeng, the black skeleton, the white skeleton, the powerhouses of the mortal realm, and the group of 5 colored skeletons that returned from the death realm. A generation of the 7 races of the ancient age were wiped out. It was absolutely impossible for the 7 races of the ancient age to spare the mortal realm. Hence, Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to stay in the 4th world for long, nor did he dare to look for Bai Mao again. It was because he was afraid that the 7 races of the ancient age would suddenly attack the mortal realm and sweep through this world. But from the looks of it, the 7 races of the ancient age didn't make any big moves and were constantly making small movements. Just as the 4 city lords said, the 7 races of the ancient age were definitely brewing something. Lin Jiufeng stood still and thought for a long time, but he still didn't obtain any news or information. At this moment, it was already the latter half of the night. It was completely silent. There were only specks of starlight in the sky. The vast mortal realm had completely fallen into silence at this moment, and the light of the homes had also been extinguished. Lin Jiufeng reached out and drew a line. The space in front of him was like a waterfall floating in the wind. It was directly torn apart, revealing a passageway. At the end of this passageway was the new imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The new imperial capital was more than 3 times larger than the older imperial capital, and the population had also increased by a few times. Under Emperor De's hard work, although the Xuanhuang God Dynasty also experienced some storms during this period, its overall situation was still improving by the day. Everything was prosperous. This was an unprecedented golden age. Even though it was already late at night, the imperial capital was still brightly lit. The nightlife of the people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was starting. Lin Jiufeng walked on the busy streets and looked at the men and women of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The old and young people were laughing and chatting happily. It was a very beautiful scene. But all of this was like the moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. If the 7 races of the ancient age descended in the very next moment, all of these would be instantly destroyed without any resistance. This blazing golden era would also directly collapse. Lin Jiufeng's eyes became solemn. I don't know what tricks the 7 races of the ancient age are up to, but it doesn't matter. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't walk towards me, I will walk towards it. What exactly are the 7 races of the ancient age brewing? I will know after taking a look. Lin Jiufeng was very confident at this moment. He wanted to go to the spell realm again. He wanted to see what kind of scheme the 7 races of the ancient age were brewing. If possible, directly let the flames of war burn in the spell realm and not spread to the mortal realm. The current Lin Jiufeng was no longer the same Lin Jiufeng from back then. A scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at in a different light. Previously, he was at the immortal king realm. Even then, he dared to stir up trouble with the 7 races of the ancient age and kill an army of tens of thousands. Now that he had entered the immortal emperor realm, Lin Jiufeng naturally had no scruples. Especially when he had already completed the transformation from a body of flesh to a body of crystal kingdoms. In addition, he had integrated all the cultivation techniques that he had cultivated into one to create a book of the epic. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was full of confidence. He wanted to go to the spell realm again and stir up trouble there. In any case, the true top powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age were either sleeping or had gone elsewhere. De Lin Tu's father, King Lord De Lin, had once told Lin Jiufeng. The top powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age wanted to go to the wasteland to find some hidden people to kill. Hence, the true top combat power of the 7 races of the ancient age was only at the immortal emperor realm. Then what was there to be afraid of? But I can't go alone. I have to bring a few more people or a few weapons. Lin Jiufeng stroked his chin and murmured softly. Although he was confident, wouldn't bringing a few more helpers help to create a greater commotion? Standing in the new imperial capital, surrounded by a never-ending stream of people who were singing and laughing non-stop. But no one discovered Lin Jiufeng. Black skeleton, white skeleton, where are you guys? Lin Jiufeng shouted softly. Although his spiritual consciousness had swept through the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng's focus was in the direction of the 7 races of the ancient age. He didn't inquire about every place in detail. Hence, Lin Jiufeng didn't know where black skeleton and white skeleton were. He called out softly. His voice carried a faint trace of Dao charm as it shuttled through space and arrived in the ears of black skeleton and white skeleton. Black skeleton, who was cultivating in a dark place, suddenly opened his eye. Yes, black skeleton had an eye now. Some of the characteristics of the flesh and blood creatures appeared on his face. After the other skeletons of the death realm entered the mortal realm, they all regained their flesh and blood. This speed was very fast, far from being as slow as black skeletons. After experiencing the spell realm with Lin Jiufeng, it returned to the mortal realm and its flesh and blood started to be replenished. But after all this time, only one eyeball was formed. The other parts were still black skeleton's true body without any flesh or blood. This made black skeleton feel uncomfortable all this time. But now, it was overjoyed. It was overjoyed and trembling from excitement. Lin Jiufeng was calling it. It could fight alongside Lin Jiufeng again. Black skeleton leaped up excitedly. Under the illumination of the moonlight, its body flew in a circle. It directly tore through the air and rushed towards where Lin Jiufeng was. It didn't even need to ask why Lin Jiufeng summoned it. With this call, it did everything it could to rush over. White skeleton was the same. It was also in the process of flesh and blood reformation like black skeleton, but it didn't form an eye. Instead, it formed an arm. Other than an arm, the rest were pale white bones. This made white skeleton very vexed. It was quite furious. And Lin Jiufeng's call directly made white skeleton put down the anger in its heart and directly rushed over. Outside the imperial capital. On the broad imperial path, Lin Jiufeng stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance at the moon and the sky, his eyes deep. There were indescribable emotions in it. He waited for black skeleton and white skeleton here. Not long after, at the edge of the distant horizon, two divine streams of light streaked through the night and rushed over. Black and white entangled each other. They descended in front of Lin Jiufeng and revealed their true appearance. Black skeleton and white skeleton. One had an eye and the other had an arm now. It looked a little strange. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. He knew that this was the process of flesh and blood reformation, but shouldn't the process of flesh and blood reformation be very simple for immortal kings like them? Why was there such a strange scene? They had an eye and an arm, but the rest of their bodies still looked like bones. Was this considered reformation of the flesh and blood? Black skeleton and white skeleton were a little embarrassed. They looked at each other and were speechless at the other party's funny appearance. "Immortal Emperor Lin, we also want to be reborn with a complete body of flesh and blood, but an indescribable energy in my body is resisting it. It's already not easy for this bit of flesh and blood to be reformed," Black Skeleton said helplessly. "It's the same for me. The process of the flesh and blood of other skeletons being reformed is relatively simple, but when my flesh and blood are reformed, it's as if I'm crossing a sea of flames or over a mountain of blades. It's as if the time for the reformation of flesh and blood that belongs to me hasn't reached yet." White Skeleton spread its hands. Its words were a little aggrieved and also a little helpless. "Can you guys hide your current appearance and return to your original appearance?" Lin Jiufeng was really not used to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton's current terrifying appearance. Even if they were just skeletons, he had also got used to their original appearance after looking at them for a long time. But their current appearance of having a little flesh on them was really making one's eyes uncomfortable. "Yes, yes." Black Skeleton immediately hid its eye that had been formed. White Skeleton followed suit. They returned to their original appearance. "This current appearance is still more suitable for me." Black Skeleton touched itself as it lamented. "The reformation of flesh and blood is very difficult. I don't even want to continue." White Skeleton sighed. "Alright, don't discuss this anymore. I called you guys here this time to ask if you guys have time recently?" Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were clever. They looked at Lin Jiufeng excitedly. "I will listen to whatever orders you have, Immortal Emperor Lin." Black Skeleton immediately expressed its opinion without hesitation. "I can take out all of my time. As long as you give the order, even if I have to give up this life, I will still do as you say." White Skeleton immediately expressed its opinion too. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. Under the moonlight, he looked like an exiled immortal, his clothes snow-white. "I don't want your lives. I just want to bring you guys to do something big." Black Skeleton asked excitedly, "Something big?" White Skeleton was also looking forward to it. "This time, I'm going to overturn the spell realm. Instead of waiting for them to attack in the mortal realm, why don't I take the initiative to attack?" Lin Jiufeng's voice was sonorous and powerful. Each word and sentence struck the excited hearts and soul flames of the two skeletons. "Overturn the entire spell realm?" Black Skeleton jumped up excitedly. "Use one punch to avoid 100 punches. Why has it always been the 7 races of the ancient age who attacked the mortal realm, stirring up wind and rain in the mortal realm, causing a huge war, and changing dynasties?" Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the bright moonlight, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Now, I want to burn the flames of war to the spell realm and announce to them that at this moment, the offensive and defensive capabilities between us have changed." Lin Jiufeng looked at Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. "I need helpers. Are you guys willing to aid me?" Chapter 432, Persuading the Spatial Slashing Sword Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When Black Skeleton and White Skeleton heard Lin Jiufeng's words, they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They immediately nodded in agreement. "We brothers were brought out by Immortal Emperor Lin in the first place. We've seen this resplendent mortal realm and also witnessed the despicable nature of the 7 races of the ancient age. We naturally follow Immortal Emperor Lin's lead. I will definitely participate this time, Black Skeleton said excitedly. A man born into this world shouldn't live an ignoble life. We should live a glorious life. The 7 races of the ancient age have always oppressed the mortal realm. Now, we can fight back. Even though only a few of us are weak, as long as we hurt the other party, we will be considered to have succeeded. White Skeleton's voice was loud and sonorous. It was very excited. Very good. If the 2 of you help me, I will be more confident. Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. He looked gently at the 2 skeletons from the Death Realm. Their origins were unknown, and their identities were unknown, but they were indeed of great help to Lin Jiufeng along the way. Bringing them along now would definitely play a huge role when they entered the spell realm and turned the world upside down. Then, Immortal Emperor Lin, when are we leaving? Black Skeleton asked anxiously. There's no hurry. Although I have the 2 of you to help me, we still need more people for this trip. Lin Jiufeng shook his head, indicating for Black Skeleton not to be too anxious. More people? White Skeleton looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. There are already very few people in this mortal realm who can reach the peak of the Immortal King realm. The only people who are known to be at the Immortal Emperor realm are the 4 city lords from the Death realm. Although there are some other hidden powerhouses that aren't weak, they need to guard the mortal realm. Black Skeleton analyzed carefully. I wonder who Immortal Emperor Lin wants to invite to enter the spell realm together and do something big? White Skeleton humbly asked. There are quite few powerhouses in the mortal realm, so I plan to invite a few ancient divine weapons to help out on this trip. Each of them has the strength of an immortal emperor, and some of them are even at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. If they are willing to follow me into the spell realm, then we will deal a heavy blow to the 7 races of the ancient age on this trip. Lin Jiufeng looked into the distance. Although there was an endless distance under the moonlight, he still felt the divine weapons that rushed into the mortal realm from the Weapon Armory Valley. Immortal Emperor level divine weapons? Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were surprised. There were only a handful of immortal emperors in this mortal realm. They didn't expect Lin Jiufeng to actually know of some immortal emperor level divine weapons. Come with me. They have just entered the mortal realm. I need to persuade them. Under the night sky, Lin Jiufeng advanced in a direction. He wanted to persuade a powerful magic treasure from the Weapon Armory Valley. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton advanced with Lin Jiufeng, full of questions. The world was vast and the moonlight was magnificent. Late at night, the entire world fell into absolute silence. Even in some forests, the poisonous ferocious beasts had passed the hunting period and were all resting quietly. Right at this moment, a resplendent sword light streaked across the sky and landed on one of the mountains. After the sword energy descended, a virtual girl appeared. She held a real long sword in her hand and stood in the air. She looked at this emerald mountain and fell into deep thought. This young girl was the virtual body condensed from the spatial slashing sword. The real sword in her hand was her true body. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? The world has changed. The most powerful swordsman in the world once lived here. Everyone in the world yearned for this place and came here one after another. But now, this place has been covered by forests and has become a paradise for wild beasts. The spatial slashing sword's expression was lonely as she sighed. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was a magic treasure of the mortal realm. But after her master died, she was seriously injured and fell into the Weapon Armory Valley. Then, she slowly developed her own consciousness and became an awakened magic treasure. Until now. The previous spatial slashing sword only had vague memories of her master's deeds. After all, she had once suffered serious damage. It was also until now that as she became stronger and stronger, the damaged parts of her body gradually recovered and she remembered some things about her master. This was also the reason why she didn't want to stay in the Weapon Armory Valley and wanted to return to the mortal realm. The virtual girl held the real sword and walked between the mountains and rivers, measuring the former land with her feet. Her expression carried a trace of sadness, the corners of her eyes carried some tears. She was like an abandoned child searching for her loved ones. When Master forged me, he spent his entire life searching for the top materials in the world and spent 1,000 years to forge me. I was created by him single-handedly, but I didn't manage to withstand that pressure at the last moment, causing him to be defeated and die. I still exist now, but he disappeared from the world. Be it in the past or in the future, I can't find a trace of him. The spatial slashing sword shed tears as she walked on the land that she had once lived in. She was muttering to herself, feeling extremely aggrieved. She wanted to find her master. She wanted to return to that battle. She felt that the current her could definitely do better than back then. She would definitely be able to withstand the final strike back then and bear this huge responsibility for her master. But time waited for no one. Even though she was currently at the peak of the immortal emperor realm and could pry into a corner of the long river of fate to search for the past and the future, there was no trace of her master in the vast river of time. This made the spatial slashing sword sad. She was once helpless. Now, she was powerful, but the past was in the past. Walking through the mountains and rivers, the spatial slashing sword finally stopped. This place was still the same place, but the mountains, rivers were already different. It was equivalent to being under the same blue sky and having the bearing of different times and spaces. The spatial slashing sword chased after the past here, but it couldn't find any memories of the past. Things had changed. In the end, the spatial slashing sword stood at the edge of a river. She looked at the reflection of the moon in the clear river and fell into deep thought. Tears hung on her face. Carrying with them the cold morning light, they dripped into the water, creating ripples that spread out. A figure actually condensed in the lake water. It was a person holding a sword with his back facing all living things. Just looking at the back of this swordsman was enough to amaze everyone. The spatial slashing sword watched in a daze. The tears in her eyes had already dried up, but the pain in her heart was indescribable. "Is this your master?" A clear voice sounded behind the spatial slashing sword, causing her phantom to tremble. She quickly turned her head, her eyes turning from guilt, pain, and confusion to a biting killing intent. Clang! In an instant, millions of water droplets were sent flying from the river. They quickly condensed into tens of thousands of swords that pointed at Lin Jiufeng. The spatial slashing sword's incomparably powerful killing intent firmly locked onto Lin Jiufeng. Even though she had already recognized Lin Jiufeng, even though she knew that she wasn't a match for him. But at this moment, she still carried her terrifying killing intent. She transformed all her guilt towards her master into killing intent that locked onto Lin Jiufeng. Because Lin Jiufeng knew the most important secret in her heart. A secret that no one had ever known. Lin Jiufeng calmly placed his hands behind his back. He looked at the spatial slashing sword that was like a lion that had its territory violated and asked, "Your master was once very powerful, wasn't he?" The spatial slashing sword's beautiful face revealed a coldness that was like the ice in an extremely cold place. She said, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't think that just because you are powerful, you can casually pry into the privacy of others. You brought us into the mortal realm with your own motive. I don't care what you are plotting, but don't place your gaze on me." At this moment, the spatial slashing sword was like a porcupine with its hair standing on end, curling itself tightly together, making it impossible for others to bite it. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "I definitely know more secrets about this mortal realm than you. I can't guarantee that your master will definitely still be alive, but I can guarantee that your master has a chance of living in this world." The expression of the spatial slashing sword was still cold, but her pupils were shrinking violently. Clearly, Lin Jiufeng's words affected her mentality. "Do you know what you are talking about?" The spatial slashing sword asked coldly. "Of course. I'm 100% responsible for what I said." Lin Jiufeng nodded firmly. Then, ignoring the killing intent, he walked over and stood side by side with the spatial slashing sword. He looked at the back of the swordsman that was gradually dissipating in the lake water and then looked at the spatial slashing sword. "Have you heard of a place?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "What place?" The spatial slashing sword still looked at Lin Jiufeng coldly. The only change was that the killing intent that she had used all her strength to lock onto Lin Jiufeng had already silently disappeared. The wasteland of the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said. The spatial slashing sword was stunned. She carefully recalled this place. From the moment she was born with her memories until now, she searched through all the information she had received. But she didn't find it. This was the first time she heard of the mortal realm wasteland. What is this place? The spatial slashing sword asked coldly. Is this the attitude of seeking guidance from others? Lin Jiufeng glanced at the spatial slashing sword and said calmly. He placed his hands behind his back and stood by the lake without any defense. The spatial slashing sword condensed all the killing intent that had disappeared just now and locked onto Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng remained as still as a mountain. He just stood there, smiling as he watched the spatial slashing sword. What exactly do you want? If you have any schemes, just tell me directly. I don't have the mood to play tricks with you, the spatial slashing sword said impatiently. I don't want to do anything, nor do I have any thoughts. I just want to tell you that when asking others for guidance, be more sincere and say the word please with a smile. Lin Jiufeng gradually grasped the rhythm of their conversation. He even began to tease the spatial slashing sword. The spatial slashing sword trembled in anger, wanting to directly draw the sword and kill Lin Jiufeng. It was just that she couldn't defeat Lin Jiufeng. Otherwise, she would definitely cut Lin Jiufeng into 18 pieces now. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's smile was very annoying in her eyes. But she had no solution against Lin Jiufeng. Seeing Lin Jiufeng's cheeky appearance, the spatial slashing sword took a deep breath. Then, she changed her cold face and forcefully squeezed out a smile. She gritted her teeth and asked, please tell me, what kind of place is the wasteland of the mortal realm? Alright, stop smiling. When you smile, you look like you're crying. You look so ugly. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand and teased the spatial slashing sword. Then, seeing her rapid change in expression and even the urge to draw the sword, he immediately changed the subject. The mortal realm is the main world. Every time the 7 races of the ancient age undergo a great purge, a new world seed will be scattered. It will be born in this world, and the old world will shed, Lin Jiufeng said. So the wasteland of the mortal realm is also an old world that was once shed? The spatial slashing sword asked with a cold expression. No, the wasteland of the mortal realm is different from those shed worlds. It and the mortal realm are a complete main body. A long, long time ago, it was no different from the mortal realm. It was even the main mortal realm. But after that, the wasteland was cut out and war after war broke out. The successive wars destroyed everything in that world, that's why it's called the wasteland. Lin Jiufeng explained in detail to the spatial slashing sword. The successive battles didn't destroy the wasteland? The spatial slashing sword asked curiously. The main world can't be destroyed and exploded. Although the land of the wasteland has been destroyed, it's still a part of the mortal realm after all. Therefore, no matter how chaotic and unbearable the wasteland becomes, even though no living creature can be born there, the great Tao is in chaos, the nomological powers are in disorder, and so on, it won't be destroyed and explode. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The wasteland is the name after it was destroyed by war. Then, what was its original name? The spatial slashing sword asked. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly and thought to himself, fortunately, I asked King Dilin and the 7 races of the ancient age previously and he explained these to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer her now. What Lin Jiufeng was telling the spatial slashing sword now was what he learned from King Dilin back then. Back then, Lin Jiufeng, who acted as Dilin too, gained the trust of King Dilin and learned these ancient secrets. Now, he used these ancient secrets to lure the spatial slashing sword. The original name of the wasteland was the Mountain Sea Realm. The most terrifying group of people in the mortal realm was once born in the Mountain Sea Realm. Those people are still alive now. They continue to hide in the wasteland and build the wasteland to become their base camp. Your master might have died in battle, or he might have left the mortal realm and entered the wasteland, Lin Jiufeng said slowly. The eyes of the spatial slashing sword instantly lit up. Like a resplendent gemstone, removing the filth and flickering in the world. Then, why can't I find him in the river of time, whether it is the past or the future? The spatial slashing sword asked curiously. You are only at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. If your master broke through to a higher realm, how could you possibly find him? Lin Jiufeng asked. The spatial slashing sword stopped talking. Lin Jiufeng's words were entirely his own guess, there was no evidence. But she was still willing to believe it. Because as long as she believed these words, she still had a trace of hope of seeing her former master. If she didn't believe these words, there was only one outcome. Her master had already died in battle and would never appear in this world again. You came to look for me and said so much, giving me a little hope. What exactly is your motive? The spatial slashing sword composed herself and recovered her composure. She looked at Lin Jiufeng and went straight to the point. She didn't believe that Lin Jiufeng would come to look for her for no reason. Lin Jiufeng didn't hide anything. He said generously, I want to invite you to a place to make a scene and turn the world upside down. Where? The spatial slashing sword asked. Lin Jiufeng didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and pointed at the moon in the sky. The spatial slashing sword raised her head and looked at the bright moon. Her expression changed. We might die. The spatial slashing sword said solemnly. In life, who cannot die? Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. We are born and live freely in this world. If we die, so be it. The mountains of the world are the same, it doesn't matter where we're buried. Are you afraid of death? Lin Jiufeng looked at the spatial slashing sword provocatively. Before I die, I will definitely stab a few holes in your body. The spatial slashing sword snorted coldly. Lin Jiufeng laughed out loud. Then, he turned around and left. As he walked, he said, come with me to persuade the Black Tortoise and the Primal Chaos Warspear. With the two of them, plus you, me, and the two skeletons to provide support, I want the 7 races of the Ancient Age to have a taste of the horror of the mortal realm of this era. Chapter 433, Entering the Death Realm Again. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the end, the spatial slashing sword still followed Lin Jiufeng. Although Lin Jiufeng didn't provide any evidence, she still placed her hopes on the wasteland. As such, Lin Jiufeng once again crossed mountains and rivers with the spatial slashing sword and the two skeletons and arrived at the edge of a vast sea. Black Tortoise was here. The sea was turbulent. Waves rose and slapped the shore, causing huge waves that were a few meters or even more than 10 meters tall. On this night, the moon on the sea was exceptionally bright. On this night, the waves on the sea were exceptionally violent. Lin Jiufeng walked over. Facing the wind and waves, he saw a black tortoise quietly crawling here among the strange stones on the sea. When Lin Jiufeng approached, Black Tortoise turned its head and asked, we have just entered the mortal realm, why did you come here to look for me already? I would like to ask Lord Black Tortoise to do something, Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. You didn't just invite me alone, right? Black Tortoise looked at the spatial slashing sword that walked over from behind Lin Jiufeng and said solemnly. I need some help on this matter. The spatial slashing sword has already agreed, so I'm here to persuade you, Lin Jiufeng said seriously. Immortal Emperor Lin, who had a peerless manner in the Weapon Armory Valley, is actually so polite at this moment. It seems that this matter isn't that easy to do. Black Tortoise chuckled and shook its head. If it was something easy, I wouldn't have come to look for you, Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. Tell me, what exactly is it? Black Tortoise stopped looking at Lin Jiufeng and asked while looking at the sea. The sea was where it came from. But the sea wasn't its final destination. Black Tortoise could only look at the sea and reminisce about its past. I want to join forces with you guys to teach the 7 races of the Ancient Age a painful lesson, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Black Tortoise raised its brows and looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. You want to deal with the 7 races of the Ancient Age? Don't you know how terrifying they are? Black Tortoise asked curiously. I know. They destroyed countless eras. No matter how glorious the eras were, they no longer existed after the 7 races of the Ancient Age attacked with their full strength, Lin Jiufeng said. Since you know, why are you still challenging them? Black Tortoise asked, puzzled. If I don't provoke them, will they let me go? Will they let this mortal realm go? Lin Jiufeng's expression was indifferent as he asked. Black Tortoise fell silent. Instead of letting the 7 races of the ancient age directly sweep through the mortal realm and kill all of us top powerhouses while we remain here and can't do anything, it's better for me to directly give the 7 races of the ancient age a slap in the face and let them know that the mortal realm isn't that easy to provoke, Lin Jiufeng said with an unruly tone. What do you plan to do? Black Tortoise asked solemnly. Sneak into the spell realm and then stir up trouble. I shall turn the spell realm upside down and wipe out the younger generation of the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng said. Black Tortoise's eyelids drooped as it pondered carefully. It's very risky. If we really anger those hidden old monsters of the 7 races of the ancient age, we won't be able to resist a single slap of theirs, Black Tortoise said solemnly. Most of the hidden old monsters of the 7 races of the ancient age have entered the wasteland. As for those who sealed themselves, if they break out of their seals because of us, our deaths won't be in vain. Lin Jiufeng's expression was calm as he said with a chuckle. Black Tortoise fell silent. After a long time, it finally spoke. Looking at the surging blue sea, Black Tortoise said softly. A long time ago, the mortal realm was still a pure land. The sea gave birth to me. Unfortunately, after the sea gave birth to me, that mortal realm was already wiped out by then. Black Tortoise seemed to be muttering to itself. It didn't deliberately say these words to Lin Jiufeng, nor did it deliberately say it to the spatial slashing sword. It was saying it to its past self. Lin Jiufeng, the spatial slashing sword, and the 2 skeletons stood behind Black Tortoise. They didn't disturb its soft recounting at this moment. The sea gave birth to me, so I should protect this sea too. It's a pity that I was too young back then and didn't manage to do so. Although this sea isn't the same as back then, the mortal realm is still the same. Immortal Emperor Lin, I will follow you to the spell realm and make a scene. Black Tortoise turned around, its eyes sharp and its aura surging. Good. Next, as long as we persuade the primal chaos warspear, we can proceed to go to the spell realm. Lin Jiufeng clapped his hands in satisfaction. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation erupted above the sea. Wild waves swept in all directions, and the entire world trembled violently. In the distant sky, a ball of chaotic energy rushed over at an extremely fast speed and instantly smashed into the sea in front of Black Tortoise and Immortal Emperor Lin. Waves surged at this moment, sweeping the 9 heavens. Then, a chaotic spear slowly rose from the waves. There's no need to look for me. I'm here on my own, the primal chaos war spear said smugly. How did you know that we were here? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The spatial slashing sword informed me. She told me everything you said to her, so I rushed here. The primal chaos war spear stared at Lin Jiufeng. Does the wasteland world that you mentioned really exist? The primal chaos war spear asked. Of course. My words are true and sincere. It's impossible for me to deceive you guys on this matter, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. All right. I will follow you guys to the spell realm. I want to see what capabilities the 7 races of the ancient age, which countless people are afraid of, have. The primal chaos war spear was fearless. But how should we go to the spell realm where the 7 races of the ancient age are located? The spatial slashing sword asked. Everyone looked at Lin Jiufeng. If we enter the spell realm from the moon and swagger around, I feel that we will die very miserably, Black Tortoise said. Remove the word feel. We will definitely die a terrible death if we do that, the primal chaos war spear said directly. We will enter the spell realm from the death realm, Lin Jiufeng said seriously. Can we still return to the death realm? Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were very surprised. Back then, Lin Jiufeng fell into the death realm. Then, he entered the spell realm from the Well of Heaven Ascension and finally returned to the mortal realm. It was the same for the 2 skeletons. They had never heard of anyone who could return to the death realm after entering the mortal realm. What kind of place is the death realm? The spatial slashing sword raised her brows and asked. The death realm is a place to accommodate the dead, Black Skeleton said. Black Tortoise glanced at him. Then, if I kill you, can you enter the Death Realm? Black Skeleton looked at Black Tortoise's immortal Emperor-level aura. It took an awkward step back and stood behind Lin Jiufeng. I'm not sure what exactly the Death Realm is. It can accommodate the souls of some top powerhouses in the mortal realm after they die. The Death Realm has a huge secret, so this time, we will enter the Death Realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension and then enter the Spell Realm, Lin Jiufeng said. These two skeletons from the Death Realm don't even know how to go to the Death Realm. Do you know how? The Primal Chaos War Spear questioned Lin Jiufeng. Of course. I have 2 strands of the undying substance of the Death Realm on me. Through this, I can enter the Death Realm. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Then, he opened his palm. 2 strands of yellow mysterious energy that revealed the aura of death appeared on his palm. It was the undying substance that he signed in at the Death Realm back then. Since signing in until now, this thing had never been of any use. Now, Lin Jiufeng could enter the Death Realm through them. In that case, let's not delay anymore. I'm very curious about the Death Realm that you mentioned. Black Tortoise urged Lin Jiufeng. Open your hearts and be with me. Lin Jiufeng used his palm to activate the undying substance. Buzz. The undying substance was trembling. The 2 strands interweaved and burst out the energy that belonged to the Death Realm, guiding out a brand new world. The Death Realm. A hole was torn in the space in front of Lin Jiufeng. Behind this hole was the Death Realm. Come with me. Lin Jiufeng was the first to cross this hole and disappear from the mortal realm. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton followed closely behind. Black Tortoise, the Primal Chaos War Spear, and the Spatial Slashing Sword looked at each other before charging into the Death Realm without hesitation. Boom! The entrance to the Death Realm quickly closed after they entered and disappeared. There were no traces of its existence. The Death Realm. Thick death energy flowed between heaven and earth. The forest was also filled with the smell of decay. The flowers, plants, and trees were all rotting at any moment and were also being reformed. Life, death, illness, and old age were repeated continuously in the Death Realm. But it was only directed at plants. To the living beings in the Death Realm, if they died, they would really die. There wouldn't be a third chance. Lin Jiufeng was very familiar with this place. Back then, after he died in battle in the mortal realm, he also entered the Death Realm from here. Descending into the Death Realm again. Do you want to sign in at the Death Realm? These words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. Lin Jiufeng looked at the night sky. It was already dawn. A new day had arrived, and he once again returned to the Death Realm and triggered the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Received 2 strands of the undying substance. Lin Jiufeng watched in surprise. He had just used up the undying substance in his hand, and now he had signed in to 2 more strands. Not bad. This way, I can enter the Death Realm again. Lin Jiufeng was very satisfied with the reward of signing in this time. If he were to enter the Death Realm on his own, Lin Jiufeng temporarily didn't have the ability to do so. Hence, he needed to use the energy of the undying substance to open the door of the Death Realm. Signing into the undying substance now was equivalent to him possessing the right to enter the Death Realm again. The undying substance isn't just that. When I encounter life-threatening danger in the Spell Realm, I can also activate the undying substance to open the door of the Death Realm and then escape to the Death Realm. Lin Jiufeng's mind was sharp. He discovered the other uses of the undying substance. It was equivalent to him having another backup plan in the Death Realm. This backup plan might very well save his life in some critical moments. Lin Jiufeng put away the undying substance excitedly. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton looked around inside. We've returned to the original starting point. Black Skeleton said with emotion. At that time, if we didn't encounter Immortal Emperor Lin, we would probably still be guarding the periphery of the Death Realm at this moment, not daring to go deep, White Skeleton said softly. After Black Tortoise, the Primal Chaos War Spear, and the Spatial Slashing Sword entered the Death Realm, they were shocked to discover that this world was actually so magical. A dead person can actually be resurrected in this world? Who exactly created this world? Black Tortoise asked in surprise. I've never heard of this death realm. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed mysterious, the spatial slashing sword said in shock. Stop expressing your emotions here anymore. Hurry up and go to that whatever well of heaven ascension and then enter the spell realm. I can't wait to start a massacre, the primal chaos warspear urged. Come with me. I'll bring you guys deeper into the center of the death realm. Lin Jiufeng advanced quickly. This time was different from the last time. He didn't have to worry about any danger anymore. He just had to push all the way and enter the vicinity of the well of heaven ascension. He was as fast as lightning. He tore through space, crossing thousands of miles. Lin Jiufeng continued to advance non-stop. The two skeletons behind him and the three magic treasures also advanced at such a fast pace. The top combat power of the entire death realm had already fled last time. Of course, even if they were still here, they weren't a match for Lin Jiufeng. A scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at in a different light. At this moment, if Lin Jiufeng slapped down, the entire death realm would tremble. There was no need to constantly avoid danger and advance cautiously like the last time. This time, he would sweep through all obstacles without any scruples. In a short period of time, Lin Jiufeng crossed millions of miles and directly descended in front of the well of heaven ascension. Boom! The aura of Lin Jiufeng's arrival was too terrifying, directly awakening the sleeping crocodile ancestor. Who is it? Who dares to barge into the well of heaven ascension without permission? Are you tired of living? The crocodile ancestor's huge roar instantly sounded. It woke up from its deep sleep and opened its eyes to look at the world. Then, it saw Lin Jiufeng. It shivered. The crocodile ancestor's mouth instantly closed. It looked at Lin Jiufeng in disbelief and stuttered, "You. Didn't you go out? Why? Why are you here again?" Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. "I couldn't bear to leave you, so I came to see you again." The crocodile ancestor wanted to cry. It instantly shrank its huge body to a smaller size and said shakily, "Immortal Emperor Lin, don't joke with me. You are already at the Immortal Emperor realm now, and I'm just a small crocodile in front of you. Don't take me seriously. The well of heaven ascension is here, you can use it if you want." The crocodile ancestor was very discerning. It had already seen the changes in Lin Jiufeng's body. Previously, it was already beaten until it was unable to fight back even though Lin Jiufeng was only at the Immortal King realm. Now that he was already at the Immortal Emperor realm, wasn't this even more terrifying? Instead of being beaten up and then giving up the passageway to the well of heaven ascension, it was better to obediently stand aside. The crocodile ancestor didn't believe Lin Jiufeng's words about missing it. If the well of heaven ascension wasn't by its side, Lin Jiufeng definitely wouldn't have come to see it. Hence, it simply distanced itself from the well of heavenly ascension and watched from afar. It let Lin Jiufeng do whatever he wanted. "Do you have a way to control where the well leads to?" Lin Jiufeng asked the crocodile ancestor. "What do you mean?" The crocodile ancestor was puzzled. "I want to go to the spell realm, but I'm afraid that the well of heaven ascension will randomly teleport me elsewhere, so you understand, right?" Lin Jiufeng said. "This is simple. Through the previous time when more than 1,000 five-colored skeletons entered the mortal realm, I came to a conclusion. As long as you are determined to go to that world and not think of other worlds, you will definitely go to that world," the crocodile ancestor said quickly. "I see. Thank you, crocodile ancestor," Lin Jiufeng thanked. "There's no need to be so polite. Just call me little crocodile." The crocodile ancestor smiled and said humbly. Chapter 434, The Conspiracy of the Seven Races of the Ancient Age. The sky trembled, the galaxy swayed, and the sun and moon dimmed. This was everything that Lin Jiufeng saw after entering the well of heaven ascension. Unlike last time. Because Lin Jiufeng had reached the Immortal Emperor realm this time, he could see some of the scenes in the well of heaven ascension. He was no longer sent to another world muddled. Moreover, after jumping into the well of heaven ascension, Lin Jiufeng had always been thinking about the spell realm. In the very next moment, the dark world faded and light welcomed them. In front of Lin Jiufeng, the sky of the spell realm was trembling. Resplendent starlight condensed from the endless stars in the distant sky, forming a gorgeous river that surged and roared with a majestic aura. The night in the spell realm was much more magnificent than in the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng concealed his aura and stood on the ground beneath the night sky of the spell realm. Behind him, the passageway formed by the Well of Heaven Ascension slowly condensed. Black Tortoise, Primal Chaos Warspear, Spatial Slashing Sword, White Skeleton, and Black Skeleton appeared one after another. After they entered the Well of Heaven Ascension like Lin Jiufeng, they only thought of spell realm in their hearts. Hence, they followed Lin Jiufeng here. This is the spell realm? The Black Tortoise constantly looked around with an exploratory gaze. Yes, this is the spell realm. Lin Jiufeng nodded affirmatively. It doesn't look much different from the mortal realm, the Primal Chaos Warspear commented. The spell realm was once the mortal realm. It's just that after the 7 races of the ancient age wiped out the spell realm and scattered new seeds, the spell realm was stripped off from the main world. Therefore, you can also treat this place as another mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said. Now that we have entered the spell realm, what should we do next? The spatial slashing sword stared at Lin Jiufeng and asked. Let's take a look at the situation of the spell realm first, then wait for an opportunity to make a move, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Then, he advanced quickly in a direction. As a former mortal realm, the spell realm was also very huge. Lin Jiufeng and the others had sneaked in without being discovered, but at the same time, they didn't know the current situation of the spell realm. Hence, they still needed to explore carefully. Under the night sky, Lin Jiufeng's goal was firm. He rushed to the area of an ancient city from the vast land. This was a huge ancient city group. Ancient cities stood tall one after another. Inside lived the weaker members of the 7 races of the ancient age. And in the center of these ancient cities was a huge ancient forest. Between these ancient trees were strong snow orchids that were fragrant. Snow-colored jade flowers hung between the green leaves, refreshing the heart. Lin Jiufeng walked into this ancient forest and looked at the snow orchids that filled the sky. The fragrance of the petals floated and fell like snow. It was pure white. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age were enjoying themselves here, chatting about their cultivation insights. They didn't notice Lin Jiufeng's arrival at all. After all, the cultivation bases of both sides weren't on the same level. Among these descendants of the 7 races of the ancient age, the highest was only at the immortal realm. Lin Jiufeng had already reached the immortal emperor realm. As long as he didn't let them discover him on purpose, they wouldn't discover him until they died. Why are we here? Black Tortoise asked curiously. If we want to really inquire what tricks the 7 races of the ancient age are playing and what schemes are they plotting, it's better to start with these descendants of the 7 races of the ancient age who aren't too weak but aren't too powerful either, Lin Jiufeng said softly. What can they know? The Primal Chaos Warspear was puzzled. Some of them definitely know. Even if their strength isn't presentable, the seniors in their families know some clues. As long as news of their plan gets out, there are no walls in the world that can't be penetrated. We can know the next step of the 7 races of the ancient age from here. Then, we can react accordingly or take the initiative. Lin Jiufeng explained his motive for coming here. Black Tortoise and the others stopped talking. Then, they saw Lin Jiufeng transform into the appearance of these descendants of the 7 races of the ancient age. He concealed his cultivation base and shuttled through the crowd. In less than 15 minutes, he became familiar with them. Previously, Lin Jiufeng had acted as Lin too. He was very clear about the aura cultivation techniques of the 7 races of the ancient age and their behaviors. He could even deceive King Lin. Wasn't it easy for him to deal with these descendants who were only at most at the immortal realm? In a short period of time, Lin Jiufeng became familiar with this group of people. He disguised himself as a descendant from another race and deliberately welcomed and guided the conversation. Soon, under the influence of the atmosphere, everyone took turns to chat and drink. After exchanging toasts, they opened the topic and quickly chatted. Lin Jiufeng quickly diverted the topic from the 7 races of the ancient age to the mortal realm. Speaking of the mortal realm, the descendants of the 7 races of the ancient age were all indignant. I wonder what scheme that damn mortal realm used to deceive and kill an entire generation of powerhouses. They simply deserve to die. To the 7 races of the ancient age, the mortal realm is equivalent to a chicken house, a duck pen, and a pig pen. The things inside are all the livestock that we raised. Now, these animals actually dare to resist and even dare to kill their master. They are simply tired of living. In the past, the powerhouses of the mortal realm were all top powerhouses that could resist us. In the mortal realm for this era, there aren't many top powerhouses, but they are quite clever. It's really disgusting. Speaking of the mortal realm, the group of people who had drunk 3 rounds expressed their opinions one after another. They were all indignant. In their eyes, if the mortal realm dared to resist, it would be a heinous crime. All right. Although the mortal realm dares to resist, the strength of the 7 races of the ancient age is still the strongest in the world. I believe that we will definitely be able to clean up this mere mortal realm next. Lin Jiufeng pretended to persuade. That's right. The strength of the 7 races of the ancient age is definitely the strongest in the world. As for the mortal realm, we don't need to clean it up yet. A descendant who was drunk raised his wine cup and said arrogantly, "There's no need for us to clean up? Then, how should we target the mortal realm?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and poured another cup of wine for him. Then, he guided the topic and asked. Naturally, it is to let the powerhouses of the mortal realm deal with them and let them kill each other. It's better than us attacking ourselves. This drunk descendant laughed out loud. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed. Will the powerhouses of the mortal realm really clean up the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. You don't know about this, but since ancient times, the most vicious people to their own kind have always been their own kind. Powerhouses like these who have sided with us in the mortal realm are originally not worthy of trust. And the only way they can obtain our trust is to constantly harm their own kind. They are from the mortal realm, and they will harm the interests of the mortal realm without a bottom line. Beside him, a descendant of the 7 races of the ancient age at the perfected immortal realm explained to Lin Jiufeng. Yes, the true enemies aren't that despicable. The traitors are the most despicable because the only way they can be loyal to us is to constantly betray the race that they originally belonged to and the world that they originally belonged to and offer their loyalty to us. The drunk descendant laughed out loud. Lin Jiufeng also smiled. Then, he raised his wine cup and took a sip. But under the circumstances that no one knew, his eyelids drooped and his eyes were cold. Just as that descendant of the 7 races of the ancient age said. The most vicious to the mortal realm wasn't the 7 races of the ancient age themselves, but the traitors who had abandoned the mortal realm and sided with the 7 races of the ancient age. Then, I wonder when these people will go to deal with the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng restrained his emotions and asked curiously. Let's wait a little longer. I heard that the higher-ups of the 7 races of the ancient age have recently dug out the corpses of those powerhouses who once died in battle for the mortal realm. They plan to activate them one by one and let the powerhouses of the mortal realm bring them back to the mortal realm, a descendant of an immortal king said. Are the corpses of the powerhouses who once died in battle for the mortal realm still useful? Lin Jiufeng was very surprised, but he asked curiously on the surface. Of course. We have an ancestor of the 7 races of the ancient age who was skilled in controlling souls and corpses. He can even briefly revive the dead. Isn't it easy to control these corpses? A descendant said proudly. Oh, then have the corpses of these powerhouses who once died in battle for the mortal realm been dug out already? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I'm not sure about that yet. In any case, these corpses are all being managed by the Earth race now. Yes, the attack on the mortal realm this time is being planned by the powerhouses of the Earth race, so these corpses are also being controlled by them. If you really want to know the specific situation, you have to go to the territory of the Earth race to take a look. What's there to see? In any case, the mortal realm will definitely be in trouble this time. Moreover, we will let them kill each other. These powerhouses who once protected the mortal realm will now bring a catastrophe to the mortal realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Let's just watch the show. That's right. In any case, the mortal realm in every era is the same. Even if the combat power of resistance is terrifying, they will still be wiped out in the end. The 7 races of the ancient age will always exist in the world. The mortal realm is just a farm for us. After 3 rounds of drinking, the descendants of the 7 races of the ancient age were all unrestrained. But Lin Jiufeng had already silently left the banquet. He already knew what he wanted to know. Moreover, he wasn't in a good mood. Simply put, he wanted to kill. Returning to the side of Black Tortoise and the others, Lin Jiufeng asked, "You guys heard it?" The Black Tortoise and the others nodded. Black Skeleton's tone was indignant. I was wondering why the 7 races of the ancient age didn't attack the mortal realm. It turns out that they were holding back. They wanted us to kill each other and even dug out the corpses of those warriors who had once died in battle, desecrating them. They simply deserve to die for their crimes. White Skeleton's tone was cold. Their strength is already so powerful to this extent, yet they still want to use these despicable methods. The breadth of mind of the 7 races of the ancient age is obvious. They are simply narrow-minded. This time, we definitely can't let them succeed. We have to protect the corpses of those warriors who died in battle for the mortal realm. We definitely can't let the 7 races of the ancient age humiliate them again. Lin Jiufeng nodded. His expression was cold, and his tone didn't hide the cold and bone-piercing killing intent at all. I think so too, so we have to go to the Earth race and explore carefully. If there are really the corpses of the seniors who have died in battle for the mortal realm, we will create havoc in the spell realm. Before they attack the mortal realm, we will first completely mess up the spell realm. The Black Tortoise, the Primal Chaos Warspear, and the Spatial Slashing Sword looked at each other. None of them objected. Do you know where the Earth race is? Black Tortoise asked Immortal Emperor Lin. I know, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. Previously, when he possessed Lin II, he had already peeked into his memories. Lin Jiufeng knew the location of each of the 7 races of the ancient age very well. Is the Earth race a member of the 7 races of the ancient age? The Spatial Slashing Sword asked. Yes. The 7 races of the ancient age are the Celestial race, the Ancient race, the Wind race, the Earth race, the Blood race, the Fated race, and the Holy Spirit race. Among them, the strength of the Celestial race and the Holy Spirit race is relatively weak now, but that's only relative to the mortal realm. But don't worry about the 7 races of the ancient age. The true powerhouses have already headed to the wasteland. Therefore, if we want havoc now, then let's do it freely. Lin Jiufeng was very familiar with the matters of the 7 races of the ancient age. He analyzed the 7 races of the ancient age. Then, he brought the 2 skeletons, the Black Tortoise, and the other divine weapons, and began to move forward, heading for the territory of the Earth race. Because Lin Jiufeng had the primordial concealment technique, he could easily avoid being discovered. Therefore, he led the Black Tortoise and the others to advance quickly. Without alerting those top existences, he actually rushed to the area where the Earth race was located overnight. The Earth race was different from the other races. They lived on the ground or even underground. Hence, when he came to the territory of the Earth races, Lin Jiufeng clearly felt that it was different from the other races. Most of the beings in the Earth races here would open up a territory that belonged to them deep underground. Such a territory could also be called their Dao abode. Along the way, Lin Jiufeng caught a few beings from the Earth race. Then, he circulated the soul-searching technique and investigated what they were doing now. In the center of the Earth race, 7 immortal emperors are controlling the soul enlightenment array formation left behind by a supreme existence. They want to temporarily revive those powerhouses who died in battle and then sweep through the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said with an ugly expression. Things had already come to this. The Earth race had already gathered these corpses and started to awaken their souls. Only 7 immortal emperors? Black Tortoise raised its brows and looked at Lin Jiufeng. There are only 7 immortal emperors in this being's memory, Lin Jiufeng said. Only 7 immortal emperors, yet they dare to do such a thing. Are these people tired of living? The black tortoise cracked its mouth and smiled, extremely disdainful. My sword has long been unable to endure its thirst. I've killed countless enemies, but I've never killed an immortal emperor of the 7 races of the ancient age. The spatial slashing sword reached out and stroked her true body as she said extremely coldly. Didn't we say that we wanted to create havoc in the 7 races of the ancient age? These 7 immortal emperors actually want us, the powerhouses of the mortal realm, to kill each other. Then, from now on, we will start with them. The primal chaos war spear smiled cruelly. All right. From now on, we will cause havoc in the 7 races of the ancient age and kill until the world is overturned and the sun and moon are dim. Lin Jiufeng also smiled coldly. He stretched out his hand and held the immortal slaying sword. In his body, the general appointing platform and the light of the homes were stirring. Their path of killing in the spell realm would begin here. Chapter 435, Sand of Time Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Standing in the territory of the Earth race, Lin Jiufeng could clearly feel that powerful energy was gathering in the center of the Earth race. The aura of immortal emperors was surging there. It wasn't just Lin Jiufeng. The others also felt it. Are we just going to rush in like this? Black Skeleton asked. The others looked at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng stared into the distance and said coldly, since we have decided to make a big fuss, let's start a bang. The Earth race dares to profane the ancestors of our mortal realm, they must pay the price. Aren't you afraid of causing a stronger enemy to rebound if you barge in like this? Black Tortoise asked worriedly. As long as we end the battle quickly and sweep through this place, preventing the people of the 7 races of the ancient age from reacting, that will be enough, Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. In that case, let's take action. Black Tortoise pondered for a while, then its face turned cold as it said ruthlessly. Boom! Right at this moment, the ground in the center of the Earth race suddenly trembled. Then, corpses shook the sky and earth as they rushed out from the core of the Earth. They were like suns that shone in all directions, illuminating the world. Lin Jiufeng's expression trembled as he watched in surprise. These are the former immortal emperor powerhouses of the mortal realm. Black Tortoise and the others all looked at the center of the Earth race in surprise. Boom! 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 Continuous rumbling sounds rang out. The world shook as immortal emperor corpses were dug out by the people of the Earth race one after another. They were all seniors who had once died in battle in the mortal realm. Damn it, they really dug out the corpses of the powerhouses of the mortal realm. They are profaning the former heroes. Lin Jiufeng's eyes almost split apart from hatred. Seeing this scene, he felt hot blood rush into his mind. There was only surging killing intent left in his heart. This is too much. These people who died in battle are heroes. Even if they weren't treated politely, they shouldn't have used their corpses to do anything. Black Tortoise was also angry. At this moment, his peak immortal emperor aura couldn't be concealed at all. At this moment, there's only one word left: kill. The spatial slashing sword had a cold expression. With the main sword in hand, she directly rushed into the center of the Earth race without saying a word. Rumble! The primal chaos war spear followed closely behind. It directly attracted a large ball of chaotic energy and followed the spatial slashing sword, pressing forward. Kill! Just as the spatial slashing sword had said, there was only one word that could solve this problem at this moment. Lin Jiufeng looked coldly at the center of the Earth race. Anger flickered in his eyes. The crystal divine kingdom in his body quickly burned the great Tao of the epoch that he had created himself. It was surging frantically. He took a step forward, and the space folded beneath his feet. He directly descended into the center of the Earth race with his true body. Boom! In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng directly detonated the surging energy in the air. These energies condensed into true dragons, true phoenixes, and true Kirin. They surged and roared in the air, transforming into the scene of 10,000 beasts galloping beneath the ancient sky, directly charging towards the Earth race. Who dares to barge into our race? Human? A human actually dares to enter the spell realm and even barge into the center of the territory of the Earth race. You're simply seeking death. He's a human at the Immortal Emperor realm. So what if he's an immortal emperor? The Earth race has 7 immortal emperors here at this moment. How can this human possibly overturn the world? Cold shouts sounded one after another. Although the people of the Earth race were surprised that Lin Jiufeng had appeared here, they didn't panic. Instead, they regarded Lin Jiufeng as their prey. For a time, the 7 immortal emperors stared at Lin Jiufeng and surrounded him tightly. These 7 immortal emperors weren't as simple as those who had just entered the Immortal Emperor realm. Each of them stood at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. That was why they could control the array formation and temporarily revive the corpses of the powerhouses who had died in battle in the mortal realm. At this moment, these powerhouses stared at Lin Jiufeng. Their expressions were unfriendly and filled with killing intent. But before they could speak, the attacks of the spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear descended in the very next moment. Their auras were peerless and unstoppable. Not good. Another 2 peak Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses have come. Someone among the 7 peak Immortal Emperors cried out in surprise. Then, he raised a hand into the sky. Light erupted from his palm, transforming into a huge hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed horizontally. Boom! He wanted to break the spatial slashing sword. But the spatial slashing sword was a supreme offensive magic treasure and was also at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. She directly slashed horizontally at this huge hand that condensed and blotted out the sky, instantly splitting it into 2. In the very next moment, blood fell onto the ground like rain. Not good. 2 extremely difficult opponents have come. The Immortal Emperor who attacked shouted in surprise. Among the 7 Immortal Emperors, an old man with a torch-like gaze and white hair strode out and pointed at the air. Boom! The void exploded into balls of terrifying energy, forming shields one after another, completely blocking the attacks of the spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear. Even though the spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear descended forcefully, they were still blocked by this old man's supreme mystic technique. Lin Jiufeng looked at this old man and narrowed his eyes. This wasn't simple. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he observed silently. Corpses of immortal emperors filled this area one after another. Too many top powerhouses had once appeared in the mortal realm. The 7 races of the ancient age kept a portion of their corpses and took them out now. A contemporary powerhouse from the mortal realm. After the white-haired old man blocked the attacks of the spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear, he looked at Lin Jiufeng. His eyes were like a wolf, deep and terrifying, pointing out Lin Jiufeng's identity. Then, he took a fancy to the spatial slashing sword and the primal chaos war spear. Rare weapons that have become a spirit and possess their own consciousness. They're no longer cold magic treasures. But why are you guys resisting the 7 races of the ancient age with the mortal realm? The white-haired old man asked in a deep voice. The spatial slashing sword was very cold. She watched coldly without answering. The primal chaos war spear curled his mouth, too lazy to pay attention to this old man. Only Lin Jiufeng looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" The old man with the stuttering beard laughed. Then, his expression changed. He said in a deep tone, "When I was young, I followed the army to war and wiped out the formation realm in one go, killing more than 100 top powerhouses in the mortal realm at that time. When I was at the peak of my middle age, I led the army to the spell realm and killed more than 30 kings of the spell realm. I was invincible. In my later years, I helped the immortal court suppress the god race. I personally killed the king of gods of the god race at that time. I've swept through several eras in the mortal realm. Now, it's your era's turn. You should know my name." After all, the people of the previous eras trembled when they heard my name. "My surname is Xuanhuang, my name is Bayan." The white-haired old man had his hands behind his back. He looked at Lin Jiufeng proudly and shared his glorious achievements. Xuanhuang Bayan had participated in the War of the Formation Realm, the War of the Spell Realm, and the war between the Immortal Court and the God Race. He had a blood feud with the mortal realm, they were irreconcilable. Huangfu Baiab, you have wiped out several eras of the mortal realm. I don't know if it's your luck or your misfortune to encounter me now, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. I don't know how many young people like you have I seen in the past. It's a pity that the results were the same. Huangfu Baiyan mocked Lin Jiufeng for being the same as the so-called geniuses that he had encountered in the past. Heart higher than the sky, life thinner than paper. I once killed countless geniuses in the past years. Each time, it made me happy. The mortal realm of this era is unbearably weak, and there aren't many people who are truly talented. You can be considered one, so I shall kill you myself, Huangfu Baiyan said with cold eyes. You are just a fellow who's flaunting his age. The era is constantly developing. Those who are obsessed with the past will eventually be abandoned. I will kill you now. Black Tortoise, Spatial Slashing Sword, and Primal Chaos Warspear, block the remaining people and stall for time. I will deal with this Huangfu Baiyan. It will be quick, Lin Jiufeng said confidently. Young man, you are boasting. I will send you to reminisce with the former powerhouses of the mortal realm now, Huangfu Baiyan said coldly. He spread his hand, and the sky instantly descended. Rumble, the surroundings were filled with primal chaos, covering this part of the world. Paramita's sacred technique. Huangfu Baiyan executed the cultivation technique that he had comprehended his entire life. He isolated time and space from the outside world and created a Paramitha world. In this world, he was a supreme king with the right to kill all living creatures. Hence, in this world, he was the king and Lin Jiufeng was the common people. In an instant, the surging primal chaos condensed into a supreme ship. It crossed the other shore and charged over, directly wanting to shatter Lin Jiufeng's body. It's your honor to be able to die under my Paramitha movement technique, Huangfu Baiyan said proudly. Once, after he executed this move, countless young talents, peerless powerhouses, and even freak geniuses were killed. But when Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, he was fearless. A mere Paramitha sacred technique. You think that it can trap me? What a joke. Old man Huangfu Baiyan, you have long been abandoned by time. In my eyes, your Paramitha sacred technique is just a child's plaything. Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you won't be able to kill me. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng stood where he was. The clothes on his body fluttered without wind, emitting a violent sound that wrapped around his body. The crystal divine kingdom in his body quickly burned as the book of the epic constantly flipped. The condensed ship shuttled over and collided with Lin Jiufeng's body. But Lin Jiufeng's body didn't move at all. He stood in the same spot like he was standing in the ancient river of time. No matter how much time passed, he never aged. His body burst out with powerful strength at this moment, shocking everyone. The terrifying aspect of the crystal divine kingdom was that it actually allowed him to ignore Huangfu Baiyan's Paramitha sacred technique. How is this possible? Huangfu Baiyan couldn't accept this situation and roared. Nothing is impossible in this world. I've long said that you are an old man who has been abandoned by time and only knows how to live in the past. How dare you fight against me who represents the future? Lin Jiufeng said coldly. If I can destroy the mortal realm for several eras, I can destroy your current era too. Take this, Doomsday Strike. Huangfu Baiyan was unwilling to accept such a fact at all. He rose with all his might and mixed his Paramitha sacred technique together, transforming it into a stone spear. With a tremble, the world was petrified. Everything in the world belonged to Paramitha, and everything on the other shore belonged to this spear. This spear attacked ferociously. Lights lingered on its surface. These lights were all supreme nomological powers, suppressing everything wherever they passed. It aimed at Lin Jiufeng's heart and suddenly attacked. Woo 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 woo. Accompanied by the Doomsday Strike was a biting killing intent from different eras. They were destroying Lin Jiufeng's spirit. Together, this attack wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng. This ferocious attack made the eyes of the other immortal emperors twitch. This attack was too powerful. But in Lin Jiufeng's eyes, this attack was nothing much. Lin Jiufeng still stood still. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body were constantly calculating. The book of the epic was frantically flipping pages to provide him with energy. Facing the doomsday strike, he only flicked his finger. Buzz! This light flick of his finger flicked out a ball of powerful energy that was enough to kill an immortal emperor. Boom! In the very next moment, the power of this finger collided with the doomsday strike. A shocking explosion appeared in this Paramitha world, directly tearing this Paramitha world apart. Huang Fubian let out a tragic cry. His old body stumbled in the air like a windmill, unable to stop his footsteps at all. The tear of the Paramitha world caused him to be seriously injured. Rings of blood-red light appeared above his head one after another. This blood-red light came from his body. His organs hurt from the force of Lin Jiufeng's finger. Impossible, definitely impossible. Huang Fubian was about to go crazy. He couldn't accept this fact at all. His attack couldn't do anything to Lin Jiufeng at all, and the power of Lin Jiufeng's finger strike made his organs ache. How was this possible? Lin Jiufeng wasn't at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm either. He had just entered the Immortal Emperor realm, yet he was already so powerful? Take this, Sand of Time! Huang Fubian shouted angrily. When he attacked, grains that resembled sand appeared in his hand. Each grain of sand was angular in shape, they were the most perfect nomological condensation in the world. From the formation realm that I destroyed, the spell realm that I suppressed, and the god race that I killed, I snatched the great Tao of their worlds and refined them into sands and held them in my hand. This is exactly because I wanted to deal with you heaven-defying freaks, Huang Fubian said excitedly. The sand of time gathered in his palm and didn't dissipate. It transformed into millions of shapes, sometimes forming a surging river, sometimes forming a long whip. Plap! Suddenly, the sand of time whipped and directly struck Lin Jiufeng's body, causing him to stagger. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body actually faintly felt like it was about to collapse. Fortunately, he had the book of the epic to suppress them and instantly recovered to their original state. Sand of time, good stuff. This is just nice to use to fill the lack of the great Tao of the world that the crystal divine kingdoms in my body lack. Lin Jiufeng let out a long roar. He instantly recognized that the sand of time in Huang Fubian's hand were all the great Tao of the past worlds. If he obtained these great Tao of the worlds and integrated them into his crystal divine kingdoms, his strength would instantly rise by several levels. He might even be able to use the sand of time to let the crystal divine kingdoms reach an everlasting state. Hence, at this moment, Lin Jiufeng opened his hand and the great Tao of the epic surged out. He had to obtain the sand of time. Chapter 436, Merging with the Sand of Time. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Although the Sand of Time in Huang Fubian's hand wasn't a magic treasure or a rare treasure of the world, in terms of preciousness, the Sand of Time was more precious than ordinary magic treasures and rare treasures of the world. The Sand of Time was created by Huang Fubian after collecting and refining the great Tao in the mortal realm for his entire life. The great Tao of the mortal realm would give birth to a great Tao unique to that era in every era. When it came to the formation realm, when it came to the spell realm, when it came to the immortal court and the god race, they all had their own great Tao. These eras were born one after another. But they were destroyed one after another. Under the calamity of the mortal realm, no one cared about the great Tao that were born in these eras. Huang Fubian used this point to gather them everywhere. Every time he collected a piece of great Tao of the mortal realm, he would melt it into a grain of sand of time. After tens of thousands of years, accompanied by the destruction of several eras, the amount of sand of time in Huang Fubian's hand was already incomparably huge. Just in terms of destructive power, it had already surpassed that of ordinary immortal emperor-level magic treasures. Before this, Lin Jiufeng's concept of the sand of time had almost disappeared. Because the conditions for the creation of the sand of time were too harsh, very few people could complete the tempering of the sand of time. Even if they occasionally gathered a few great Tao of the mortal realm and refined them into the sand of time, they were unable to accumulate it to a significant scale. But who would have thought that Huang Fubian actually had such a huge amount of sand of time in his hands? The sand of time formed a long whip that lashed down, ripping everything apart. Even Lin Jiufeng's crystal divine kingdoms almost couldn't withstand it. This was a pure power of the great Tao's corrosion and cutting. It contained the power of the world, and when attacking an individual, the attack power had already reached the extreme of the world. Killing an immortal Emperor realm powerhouse was as easy as blowing off dust. It was also because Lin Jiufeng's growth trajectory was completely different from others. Not only did he condense his body into crystal divine kingdoms, but he also created a book of the epic in the crystal divine kingdoms. Moreover, in his crystal divine kingdoms, there were also a few freak-level magic treasures to guard his body. This was why his body wasn't instantly destroyed by the Sand of Time. Huangfu Bian held the whip condensed from the Sand of Time and struck over. It constantly lashed out, and phantoms filled the sky, making him look like an invincible god. Pa! 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 Huangfu Bian was completely unafraid of the great Tao of the epic that Lin Jiufeng had executed. He held the whip formed from the Sand of Time. He had supreme confidence in his attack. With a violent strike, the whip directly shattered the great Tao of the epic that Lin Jiufeng had executed. Moreover, the Sand of Time entangled towards Lin Jiufeng, wanting to crush Lin Jiufeng into pieces. Although the great Tao of the epic that he had just executed was shattered by the whip condensed from the Sand of Time, Lin Jiufeng wasn't discouraged. Instead, he became even more confident. Although the Sand of Time is invincible, you have been stuck in your past all these years. You are unable to see the arrival of a new world. You have already been abandoned by the era. The power that you whipped out is completely useless against me. Now, I will let you see the power of the true epic. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's body rotated. He circulated the book of the epic in his body and avoided the whip condensed from the Sand of Time. Then, he executed the Tao of the epic. It shook in the air like a divine dragon waving its tail, erupting with terrifying power. Under Huangfu Bian's incredulous gaze, he casually blocked the attack of the Sand of Time. It's impossible, you shouldn't be able to withstand my Sand of Time. Huangfu Bihai was a little alarmed. He frantically waved the whip condensed from the Sand of Time and continuously lashed at Lin Jiufeng. But at this moment, Lin Jiufeng erupted the great Tao of the epic and transformed it into a long sword in front of him. The energy flickering on this long sword was actually on par with the Sand of Time. The sword flowed with the power of time. Sword of Time. Lin Jiufeng held the Sword of Time and executed his great Tao of the epic, constantly fighting back. The sword light scattered at this moment, actually forming an article in the air, writing a sound of the great Tao. Then, it suddenly shot over. With this sword in hand, no ghosts or gods could be spared. Lin Jiufeng appeared beside Huangfu Bian like a ghost. The Sword of Time slashed down from the sky. Huangfu Bian's expression was alarmed. He knew that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Lin Jiufeng's might had exceeded his imagination. He roared, "Sand of Time, wash away the immortality." At this moment, Huangfu Bian truly erupted with his terrifying strength that had spanned several eras. His strength also far exceeded all the immortal emperors that Lin Jiufeng had seen. The Sand of Time in his hand constantly changed. In an instant, he executed various martial arts ultimate techniques, transforming into a ferocious python that entangled the Sand of Time and pounced over. This python was incomparably dangerous. It carried an extremely terrifying ferocious aura that could kill everything. Any immortal emperor who was swept into it would be reduced to ashes. Even people who lived as long as the world couldn't withstand the impact of the Sand of Time. Boom! At this moment, the giant python condensed from the Sand of Time directly collided with Lin Jiufeng's body. It erupted with powerful energy, surging out a resplendent fire tree and silver flower under the starry sky. Lin Jiufeng staggered from the impact as if he was about to fall to the ground. But in the very next moment, he found a solution. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body began to constantly deduce and calculate. Countless world power was supplied to Lin Jiufeng, allowing him to withstand the ferocious strike of this python. All the magic treasures shall enter my body. All the worlds and eras shall be devoured. Lin Jiufeng's mind suddenly had an idea. At this moment, he manifested the immortal slaying sword, the general appointing platform, the light of the homes, the sword of the ancient battlefield. All of them appeared before being devoured by the crystal divine kingdoms in his body. These magic treasures provided Lin Jiufeng with incredible energy and also strengthened his body that had begun to transform. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng struck out with his bare hand. Many phantom treasures appeared in his palm. Moreover, these phantom treasures were all magic treasures at their peak. The peak of the general appointing platform far exceeded the immortal emperor realm. Although it was just a phantom, it was still much stronger than the half-crippled him now. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng's might was incredible. His huge hand was like a millstone as he directly struck the sand of time. Rumble. Continuous explosions sounded. Lin Jiufeng's huge palm print directly slapped out, colliding with the invincible sand of time. It was as if huge waves had been raised in the sea, or as if thunder had sounded in the sky. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's body collided with the sand of time. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body exerted all their strength and multiplied endlessly. No matter how the sand of time washed over him, he stood there unmovingly. What? You can actually withstand the entire baptism of the sand of time? What exactly is your body? You are no longer made of flesh and blood. You aren't a human, you are a monster. Xuanfu Baiyan watched as Lin Jiufeng used the power of his palm to forcefully resist the sand of time. Then, he saw Lin Jiufeng using his body to withstand the baptism of the sand of time. He almost went crazy as he cried out in disbelief. It should be known that even the body of a peak immortal emperor would find it difficult to withstand the full might of the sand of time. Lin Jiufeng had just entered the immortal emperor realm. But he blocked them all and stood in the air, eternal. This made Xuanfu Baiyan's mood sink once again. He suddenly felt that it wasn't a good choice to provoke Lin Jiufeng in such a high-profile manner. Now, Lin Jiufeng's body was indeed infinitely powerful. His body was originally very powerful. After experiencing many opportunities in transforming his body of flesh and blood into crystal divine kingdoms, he even integrated the cultivation techniques that he had learned in his life into a book of the epic. Finally, he integrated the few powerful magic treasures on him into his body too. The obstacles created by the integration were baptized by the sand of time just now. It was equivalent to the sand of time refining and tempering him, causing him to finally succeed. At this moment, his crystal divine kingdoms circulated smoothly. Each crystal was a world. With a slight tremble, a power that was even more terrifying than an immortal emperor-level magic treasure erupted. Hence, at this moment, he forcefully resisted the sand of time without being at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 In fact, after Lin Jiufeng survived the baptism of the sand of time, he reversed the situation. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body rushed out one after another and quickly exploded. They directly scattered the sand of time, making it lose control, and then captured it. Lin Jiufeng was seizing the sand of time. Dream on! You actually dare to snatch my sand of time? Dream on! Xuanfu Baiyan shouted angrily. He naturally saw what Lin Jiufeng's actions were. Snatching the sand of time so blatantly was simply touching his bottom line. Boom! 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 In the very next moment, Xuanfu Baiyan mobilized all of his energy to control the sand of time. It transformed into a long blade that suddenly slashed down. As the blade light flowed, the supreme great Tao nomological powers contained in each strike instantly slashed onto Lin Jiufeng's arm, palm, fist, and thigh. Powerful blade lights erupted, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, if an immortal king stood close to watch, his eyes would be instantly blinded. Even from afar, black skeleton and white skeleton were bearing huge pressure. But Lin Jiufeng didn't think so. Instead, he became more and more energetic as he fought. Each time Xuanfu Baiyan's attack landed on his body, his crystal divine kingdoms would rebound. His crystal divine kingdoms absorbed Xuanfu Baiyan's attack and developed their own consciousness. They began to automatically defend and evolve, deducing the countermeasures of Xuanfu Baiyan's attacks. Xuanfu Baiyan indeed had the right to be arrogant. He was able to live from the era of the formation realm to this day. There was no doubt about his own powerful strength. The pressure a powerhouse like him exerting his full strength against Lin Jiufeng could be imagined. And with pressure, there was motivation. The reason why Lin Jiufeng's crystal divine kingdoms could improve so quickly. It was because of this pressure. He digested all the pressure that Xuanhu Bian brought to him just now and forged his crystal divine kingdoms. The sturdiness of Lin Jiufeng's body was once again being increased. After numerous tempering, only the last step was left to complete the process. This final step was completed by Xuanhu Bian. Standing in the air, Lin Jiufeng allowed Xuanhu Bian to attack him freely, closing his eyes, and was quietly comprehending. All sorts of attacks from Xuanhu Bian were instantly mastered by him. Such a terrifying scene also stunned everyone around. Slaughter killing technique. In the Earth race, when an immortal emperor saw Lin Jiufeng standing still, killing intent also rose in his heart. He crossed through space and rushed to participate in the battle, bringing with him his most powerful strike. This slaughter-killing technique broke through the fluctuations of the layers of Great Tao and directly slashed onto Lin Jiufeng's body before exploding. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. An incomparably huge white cherry blossom actually rose from Lin Jiufeng's body, directly shattering the entire space. Space was like shattered mirrors, piece by piece. It shattered into pieces. Is he dead? The immortal emperor of the Earth race watched in surprise. But unfortunately, Lin Jiufeng's proud figure was reflected in every spatial mirror. Before this immortal emperor of the Earth race could be happy, in the very next moment, he widened his eyes and discovered that Lin Jiufeng's entire body was flickering with crystal light. He wasn't injured at all. He was dressed in white and stood in the air. An invincible aura flowed around him. Standing there, he was like an everlasting war god, supporting heaven and earth. If heaven and earth weren't destroyed, he wouldn't be destroyed. If the sun and moon weren't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Lin Jiufeng didn't take the immortal emperor of the Earth race who ambushed him seriously at all. This person was just a clown. He could be destroyed with a flick of the finger. Lin Jiufeng's full attention was on the sand of time. He wanted to seize the sand of time. He activated all the crystal divine kingdoms in his body and frantically absorbed the energy of the outside world. It was like a black hole that was devouring everything in its surroundings. The sand of time couldn't withstand this powerful energy and was slowly sucked in. You actually used me to comprehend the Tao. After comprehending the Tao, you actually still want to snatch away my sand of time. You deserve to die. Xuanhu Bian roared. He knew how powerful Lin Jiufeng was at this moment, so he tried his best to control the sand of time. He definitely couldn't let Lin Jiufeng take away the sand of time. He condensed the sand of time and transformed them into a boat that directly shuttled through the Paramitha and escaped from the vicinity of Lin Jiufeng's body. Where do you want to run to? But Lin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly opened. With a grab of his hand, a terrifying power seeped down and directly froze the boat. The sand of time is condensed from the great Tao of the mortal realm. It is the great Tao that belongs to the mortal realm. I will take it back on behalf of the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng stared coldly at Xuanhu Bian, not placing him in his eyes at all. He grabbed the sand of time with one hand and crushed it bit by bit in front of Xuanhu Bian, sucking it into his body. No! Xuanhu Bian roared with heartache. He tried his best, but it was still useless. He could only watch as the sand of time that he had worked hard to forge for his entire life become devoured by Lin Jiufeng's body bit by bit. The sand of time was incomparably huge in volume. It was the sum of all the great Tao in the three eras. After entering Lin Jiufeng's body, the sand of time was separated, and each grain of sand of time entered a crystal divine kingdom. Ka. Lin Jiufeng's body was becoming stronger. His crystal divine kingdoms were evolving. The sand of time. There are very few of them in history. Now, they integrated into my body and became the Paramitha, the quicksand of the eternal river, reforging my crystal divine kingdoms. In front of Xuanhu Bian, Lin Jiufeng chanted something that resembled an ancient incantation. He wiped out the consciousness that belonged to Xuanhu Bian in the sand of time and then absorbed it into the crystal divine kingdoms. He began a breakthrough in front of everyone. Previously, Lin Jiufeng had just entered the immortal emperor realm. Now, he wanted to proceed and improve himself in the immortal emperor realm. The Immortal Emperor realm has 7 steps. With 7 steps, I can surpass the Immortal Emperor realm. Previously, I was only at the first step of the Immortal Emperor realm. Now, I want to take a few more steps forward. Lin Jiufeng was full of confidence. After absorbing the sand of time created from all the great Tao of the 3 eras, he was confident that he could take a few more steps in the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Jiufeng was determined to reach the 5th step of the Immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 437, Decisiveness in Killing. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lin Jiufeng started to break through in front of everyone. He simply didn't take anyone else seriously. You snatched my sand of time. Die! Xuanhuang Bian punched out. His vital energy was like a vast sea, surging out. It directly tore all the clothes on his body, revealing his strong muscles that were bronze like the sun. This punch produced a sharp roar in the air, deafening, like a sun falling to the ground. In an instant, flames spread throughout the world. The sand of time is an effort that I've spent my entire life trying to achieve, but it's not all I have. Have a taste of my great Tao of the Paramitha. Xuanhuang Bian roared and continued to attack Lin Jiufeng. The world is like a huge sea of bitterness. The people of the world sink in it. I stand on the other side and transform into a boat to ferry the people of the world forward. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and be saved. Once you board the Paramitha divine boat, you will be able to transcend step by step. The great Tao of the Paramitha was executed out by Xuanhuang Bian. He waved his fists, and each punch had the might to shatter the cycle of reincarnation, causing everything in the world to return to the primal chaos. At this moment, the world seemed to have really formed a huge sea of bitterness that pounced towards the people of the world with surging waves. Xuanhuang Bian was the only light in this sea of bitterness. The peak Immortal Emperor Xuanhuang Bian completely went crazy. He burned his source energy, ignited his divine soul, and executed his great Tao. He attacked Lin Jiufeng frantically. Because of the loss of the sand of time, Xuanhuang Bian had already lost his rationality. Stop watching the show. Attack together. Xuanhuang Bian's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In the earth race, his status and strength were worthy of being in existence that could command the masses. Therefore, with a command, the other immortal emperors also attacked one after another. All things in the world combined strike. An immortal emperor seized the opportunity to execute his ultimate move. All the vital energy and life energy in his body burned frantically at this moment. Light of nomological powers burst out of his body, as if they were ripping through the ages, and struck Lin Jiufeng's back. There was also an immortal emperor who directly condensed a huge longevity blade and flew towards Lin Jiufeng, slashing at his neck. It directly slashed out a series of explosions. At this moment, all sorts of killing immortal techniques and top-grade magic treasures of supreme cultivation techniques struck Lin Jiufeng's body. Because Lin Jiufeng was absorbing the sand of time, he just stood on the spot. He kept standing with his back straight, enduring these attacks. These attacks combined with the great Tao of the Paramitha executed by Xuanhuang Bian, trying to completely kill Lin Jiufeng. As for the Black Tortoise, the Spatial Slashing Sword, and the Primal Chaos War Spear, they were held back by the other immortal emperors and were unable to help Lin Jiufeng. Just like that, Lin Jiufeng stood in the air. One could see with the naked eye that his body was enduring endless attacks. These attacks were dangerous, cruel, and gorgeous as they struck his body. Among them, the most powerful was the great Tao of the Paramitha. Compared to the other immortal emperors who were watching and not knowing the depth of Lin Jiufeng's strength, Xuanhuang Bian deeply knew how terrifying Lin Jiufeng was. Hence, he constantly bombarded Lin Jiufeng with his great Tao of the Paramitha and transformed his body into a boat of Paramitha. He crossed the sea of misery and launched the final battle with Lin Jiufeng. Of course, this final battle was what Xuanhuang Bian imagined himself. In reality, from the beginning to the end, Lin Jiufeng didn't take Xuanhuang Bian seriously. Especially after the sand of time was snatched away by him. All sorts of attacks smashed onto Lin Jiufeng's body. He endured them silently without saying a word. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body formed huge doors one after another, producing a strange connection between them, like an array formation in a magic treasure. This was the case for the crystal divine kingdoms in Lin Jiufeng's body. Moreover, his own achievements in the path of array formations could be considered to be in the top 3 in the world. Hence, at this moment, the doors formed by these crystal divine kingdoms built huge array formations one after another, frantically devouring the power that was attacking Lin Jiufeng. Ka. In Lin Jiufeng's body, the crystal divine kingdoms were like the number of grains of sand in the river of eternity. It was constantly arranged and combined, like the grains of sand in the long river of time that kept flowing. It just so happens that I encountered a huge difficulty in integrating with the sand of time. Your attacks caused my crystal divine kingdoms and the sand of time to unite against the outside world. It actually eliminated the barrier between them and allowed my devouring and integration to become more and more complete. I have to say, I should thank you. Lin Jiufeng sneered and said something that made Huang Fubayan tremble in fear. You actually completely integrated the sand of time in such a short period of time? Huang Fubayan said in shock. Whether I integrated the sand of time or not isn't shown through my words, but through my fist. Lin Jiufeng suddenly launched an attack. He was no longer passive and beaten. At this moment, he soared into the sky like an ape and punched the Paramitha boat. In other words, Lin Jiufeng's punch landed on Huang Fubayan's body. Boom! This punch directly shattered all of Huang Fubayan's moves, great Tao, and energy. It made the meridians in his body unable to continue operating, causing Huang Fubayan to retreat continuously. The aura around his body vaguely seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This punch of mine has already told you the true answer. It far exceeds my 1,000 words of explanation. Lin Jiufeng advanced once again. He was unafraid of the attacks of the other immortal emperors. An invincible aura flowed around him as he struck Huang Fubayan with his palm. With a cracking sound, it directly shattered Huang Fubayan. Eternal as me, I'm an immovable king. Huang Fubayan roared, displaying his powerful ability. He had revived from death. This wasn't a revival by someone that hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. This was a peak immortal emperor that had revived. His revival now was tens of millions of times more complicated than when he was weak. From this, it could be seen that anyone who could live for 4 or 5 eras was definitely not an ordinary person. But no matter how extraordinary he was, he still lost to Lin Jiufeng today. The resurrected Huang Fubayan was drenched in a cold sweat. His face was filled with shock. He wanted to escape. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Lin Jiufeng's might made Huang Fubayan regret his decision. But at this moment, Lin Jiufeng had already locked onto him. There was nowhere to escape to. Sand of time, integrate into my body. Crystal divine kingdoms, set up the array formation. Boundless comprehension, one sand, one divine kingdom, one Bodhi. The sand of time is hidden in the divine kingdoms, and the divine kingdoms are now also hidden in the sand of time. It shall exist for countless generations. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath. The crystal divine kingdoms in his body were trembling. Each crystal divine kingdom hid a grain of the sand of time, providing him with eternal energy. Seeing this scene, the immortal emperors of the earth race all trembled. Huang Fubayan, this person is no longer an ordinary immortal emperor. He has already become a demon. We are far from being a match for him. Only by awakening the patriarch can we suppress this person. An immortal emperor was shocked by Lin Jiufeng's ghost-like increase in strength. His heart began to tremble in fear. He knew that he was far from being a match for Lin Jiufeng, so he wanted to beg Huang Fubayan to wake up the ancestor of the earth race. All right. I will wake up the sleeping ancestor now. Huang Fubayan didn't try to force himself. He didn't think that he could definitely kill Lin Jiufeng. Facing the suggestion of the other immortal emperors, he agreed immediately. This was also the reason why Huang Fubayan could live for several eras. He never took the risk of falling into a desperate situation. Now, facing Lin Jiufeng, who had already begun to transform, Huang Fubayan knew that he couldn't defeat him. Although he didn't know if he would die, the first thing he thought of was to wake up his ancestor and let his ancestor come and destroy Lin Jiufeng to solve this huge crisis. In the very next moment, Huang Fubian let out a long roar. This long roar directly transmitted into the depths of the Earth race, as if it wanted to inform someone. But Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes at this extremely urgent moment. His cold voice reverberated throughout the world. Do you think you can spread your voice and wake up your ancestor? Lin Jiufeng grabbed the air and reflected. The sound that spread out actually began to distort and fly backward, being grabbed back by him again. Then, Lin Jiufeng reached out and squeezed. An invisible sound actually shattered on the ground like a tangible brick. All the powerhouses of the Earth race widened their eyes and watched in disbelief. The sound transmitted by an immortal emperor could actually be grabbed and then pulled back and crushed. How powerful was Lin Jiufeng, who had absorbed the sand of time? The immortal emperors and immortal kings of the Earth race couldn't stop trembling. They realized that they were in trouble. But it was already too late. You want to transmit your voice in front of me? How can it be so easy? Your people of the Earth race usually rely on the 7 races of the ancient age and are used to being arrogant and despotic. Towards the powerhouses of the mortal realm, you can kill them if you want. Have you ever thought that you will also become someone else's prey one day? If you lot don't come and kill me now, I will come and kill you. I shall take your corpses and warn the 7 races of the ancient age that the mortal realm cannot be violated. Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. Behind his fluttering black hair, the crystal divine kingdoms on his body constantly changed, devoured, and strengthened themselves. At this moment, after absorbing the sand of time, he had already completed his breakthrough. He directly crossed to the 5th step of the immortal emperor realm from the 1st step. Although the current him wasn't at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, those at the peak of the immortal emperor realm would subconsciously tremble when they saw him. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng felt that his body was immortal and indestructible. Standing in the air, he was like a legend, a myth, his eyes seeing through everything. Everyone, attack him together. I don't believe that he alone can resist our entire race. Huang Fubian's heart trembled, but he already had no way out. He roared frantically and attacked rapidly. But after his attack landed, Lin Jiufeng's body actually turned into nothingness. He couldn't be controlled, didn't bear the karma, and didn't accept these strikes. Oh no! Huang Fubian exclaimed. He knew that he had encountered something bad. Sure enough, the illusory Lin Jiufeng in front of him was just a phantom. The real Lin Jiufeng had already appeared behind him. He spread his 5 fingers and landed on Huang Fubian's spine. Goodbye. Lin Jiufeng murmured softly in Huang Fubian's ear. Then, the energy in his body surged into Huang Fubian's backbone, instantly paralyzing him. Without Lin Jiufeng's support, Huang Fubian was like a soft body without a spine that fell to the ground. This powerful existence that had once crossed the era of the formation realm, the spell realm, the immortal court, and the god race and lived until now had already been instantly killed by Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's hand was like a millstone, crushing down. Huang Fubian's body couldn't withstand this pressure at all. He directly exploded, transforming into the purest energy and great Tao that dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, even though Huang Fubian had the technique to revive, he was unable to escape from Lin Jiufeng's hands. This scene dumbfounded the other immortal emperors. Their bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with horror. They smelled the footsteps of death. This death was immortal Emperor Lin. Lin Jiufeng walked in the air, emitting crisp footsteps. He didn't seem to have made any other move. With a single step, an immortal king of the Earth race silently died. His body went soft and fell to the ground. His divine soul had already been killed and dissipated in the world, forever unable to be resurrected. The 2nd step landed. Another 9th heaven immortal king of the Earth race, just like Huang Fubian, he seemed to have had his backbone sucked out and directly collapsed onto the ground. His heartbeat and breathing stopped, and his soul was instantly wiped out. 1 kill with each step. He's using the great Tao to kill. He's so terrifying. An immortal emperor was trembling like a child under the rain. His entire body was cold, longing to be saved. But what awaited him was the sickle-wielding Lin Jiufeng. In the heavy rain, Lin Jiufeng walked past him and killed him with a swing of the sickle. In reality, Lin Jiufeng only took his third step. Stepping in the air, the world shook, as if the heartbeat of a person pounded. Then, this immortal emperor passed away. Immortal Emperor Lin, who had integrated with the Sand of Time, was already so terrifying. Although he was only at the fifth step of the Immortal Emperor realm, his strength was really even more terrifying than those at the peak of the seventh step of the Immortal Emperor realm. Aren't you afraid of incurring the terrifying suppression of the 7 races of the ancient age by killing the immortal emperors of our race like this? An immortal emperor shouted in surprise and anger, trying to use the name of the 7 races of the ancient age to stop Lin Jiufeng's footsteps. The 7 races of the ancient age are exactly what I want to kill. Lin Jiufeng glanced at him casually, instantly causing the primordial spirit of this immortal emperor to self-destruct, bleeding from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was the supreme king of this world. In the distance, the black tortoise bit the immortal emperor of the earth race who was fighting with him to death. It turned its head and saw this scene, smacking its lips. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't have a conflict with him in the Weapon Armory Valley in the end. Otherwise, we might not have been able to come to the mortal realm alive, Black Tortoise said with emotion. Beside him, the spatial slashing sword had long killed her opponent. She asked, "Don't you think that he has some similarity to those savior-like existences from the previous eras?" The Black Tortoise opened its mouth, wanting to say something, but it didn't say it. It fell silent. The Primal Chaos War Spear buried its opponent in the Primal Chaos. It walked over and said, "Indeed. Compared to the people of the other eras, Immortal Emperor Lin is the only savior of the mortal realm in this era. Unlike the saviors of the other eras, Immortal Emperor Lin is bolder and his actions are more aggressive," Black Tortoise said silently. "I like his character," the spatial slashing sword said without hesitation. "I like it too." The Primal Chaos War Spear laughed. "Actually, I like it too." Black Tortoise also revealed a smile. It watched in satisfaction as Lin Jiufeng killed in the distance. Killing decisively. When an era reached the end, a decisive person like Immortal Emperor Lin was needed to step forward. Those who hesitated and were concerned with repercussions about the future were cannon fodders at the end of the era. Especially in the competition with the 7 races of the ancient age, that was really taboo. Chapter 438, Plundering Treasures. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the center territory of the Earth race, Lin Jiufeng broke through to the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm and began to kill in all directions. With every step he took, an immortal king or immortal emperor who had cultivated for a long time would die. Moreover, he sealed the surrounding sounds, preventing the battle situation of this battlefield from spreading. The powerhouses of the Earth race were equivalent to trapped lambs that were at the mercy of others. Immortal divine light surged all over Lin Jiufeng's body, piercing through the sky and earth of this area. Each of these immortal divine lights was like a heavenly stream. They cut through the sky and split the earth. They were incomparably resplendent, causing the top powerhouses of the Earth race to wail endlessly. In the end, the aftershocks of the battle came to an end. Lin Jiufeng became the only winner and stood between heaven and earth. The Earth race suffered heavy casualties. Be it the Immortal King realm, the Immortal Emperor realm, or the other immortal realms. They all died in the hands of Lin Jiufeng. Only the Black Tortoise, the spatial slashing sword, the Primal Chaos War Spear, and the 2 skeletons survived. Immortal Emperor Lin is too terrifying. Black Skeleton looked at the only surviving Immortal Emperor Lin and murmured. He went deep into the enemy's base camp, divided the battlefield, and killed all the enemies. He's simply a living war god. White Skeleton suddenly sighed. Immortal Emperor Lin, what should we do next? The spatial slashing sword asked. They entered the spell realm and went deep into the interior of the Earth race. Then, they killed 7 peak immortal emperors, several immortal emperors, and many immortal kings. What should they do next? Black Tortoise and the others stared at Lin Jiufeng, waiting for his orders. Now, Lin Jiufeng's strength had already received everyone's unanimous recognition. Gather all the corpses of the human realm powerhouses here and bring them into the mortal realm later. Lin Jiufeng swept his eyes and instructed. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton immediately acted. They collected the corpses of the human realm powerhouses that were dug out by the Earth race one by one. These seniors who had once died in battle for the mortal realm shouldn't have been left in the hands of the 7 races of the ancient age. Since Lin Jiufeng encountered them now, he had the responsibility to bring them back to the mortal realm. After Black Skeleton and White Skeleton kept these corpses, Lin Jiufeng said, the influence and killing that we caused in the Earth race will soon spread throughout the 7 races of the ancient age. Therefore, we need to end this quickly. Immortal Emperor Lin, what do you plan to do next? Black Tortoise asked respectfully. Since we have already caused a scene in the Earth race, we can't stall for time anymore. Next, we will go to the territory of the celestial race and rob everything, bringing the resources of the celestial race back to the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng analyzed calmly. As the news of him killing so many immortal emperors and immortal kings spread, the 7 races of the ancient age would definitely be on guard. Moreover, the 7 races of the ancient age would send true powerhouses to hunt them. Hence, Lin Jiufeng needed to make the best use of his time and create some trouble again. He chose the celestial race that he was very familiar with. Previously, in the mortal realm, the celestial race discovered a passageway and sent more than 100 immortal kings down, wanting to sweep through the mortal realm. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng set up a primal chaos array formation in the imperial capital and obtained a powerful force with his life as the price. He killed these 100 immortal kings and protected the mortal realm. The celestial race had already regarded Lin Jiufeng as the greatest obstacle in the mortal realm. Not to mention that Lin Jiufeng possessed Dilin too and deceived King Dilin, causing trouble in the 7 races of the ancient age. It was also because he possessed Dilin too that Lin Jiufeng was very familiar with the foundation of the celestial race. He knew how many powerhouses the celestial race had now and how many were at the king realm, as well as where the celestial race hid the treasures. Lin Jiufeng's target was the place where the treasures of the celestial race were hidden. Although the 7 races of the ancient age were divided into ranks, each race was a top existence in the mortal realm. Since they were top existences, they naturally had powerful abilities and treasures. Lin Jiufeng knew about the situation with the powerful powerhouses of the celestial race. Lin Jiufeng also knew where the treasures hidden by the celestial race were. Lin Jiufeng's target now was this batch of hidden treasures. The celestial race will plunder a large number of treasures in the mortal realm at the end of every era. These treasures provide the cultivation needs of their people. Those that can't be used up will be sealed in one place. Now, we will go to this place to plunder everything and then leave the spell realm, Lin Jiufeng said quickly. Immortal Emperor Lin, do you know where this treasure is? Black Skeleton asked in surprise. Of course. You guys follow me. I will bring you there. There's no need for you to fight. As long as you guys plunder all the treasures and bring them into the mortal realm to provide for the cultivation needs of the powerhouses of the mortal realm, that will be enough, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. Then don't delay anymore. The influence that we caused in the Earth race will soon spread throughout the entire 7 races of the ancient age, the Black Tortoise said calmly. Come with me. Lin Jiufeng didn't hesitate. At this moment, he tore apart the world of the spell realm and formed a spatial passageway. At the end of the passageway was the place where the celestial race hid the treasures. The celestial race sent 11 immortal emperors to guard this treasure trove. Among them were several peak immortal emperors. But Lin Jiufeng didn't take them seriously. Passing through the spatial passageway and entering the place where the treasures of the celestial race were stored, Lin Jiufeng activated the crystal divine kingdoms and executed the sky-stealing Tao. With the support of the great Tao of the epoch, he broke through the layers of array formations in the blink of an eye. Rumble. This aura was so powerful that it shocked the 11 immortal emperors guarding the treasures of the celestial race. In different dimensions, all of them widened their eyes and watched in disbelief. A powerhouse from the mortal realm actually dared to swagger into the territory of the celestial race's treasures? Was this seeking death? But Lin Jiufeng didn't take them seriously. His eyes were only on the treasury of the celestial race. It was unknown how deep this treasury was. Layer after layer of space formed a universe of its own. Countless rare treasures and miracle pills were hidden inside. A powerhouse from the mortal realm actually dares to barge into the celestial race's treasury. You simply don't know the meaning of death. Hand over your life. An immortal emperor of the celestial race roared with a loud voice. He was at the sixth step of the immortal emperor realm, so he felt confident facing Lin Jiufeng. He directly charged over. But Lin Jiufeng's body only moved, and blazing killing intent appeared in his cold eyes. In just an instant, he took a step and crossed a distance. Walking through the 10,000 parallel spaces, he instantly arrived beside this immortal emperor and punched out. Death! This punch was called Death Descending. In less than a minute, it took the life of this sixth-step immortal emperor from the celestial race. Weak! Lin Jiufeng spat out a word coldly. He didn't even feel disdain anymore. In his eyes, the immortal emperors of the celestial race were really weak. The pressure he felt from them was far less than that of Huangfu Bian of the Earth race. Boom! After killing this sixth-step immortal emperor, Lin Jiufeng entered the first level of the celestial race's treasury. He saw layers of temples and pavilions, like a vast small world. In this small world, incomparably precious treasures filled the place. It could be seen everywhere. We're rich, we're rich. With these resources, the immortal emperor realm won't be far away anymore. Black Skeleton shouted in surprise. So many treasures are placed here by the celestial race. It's simply a waste, White Skeleton said indignantly. Cut the crap. Hurry up and collect the treasures. This is only the first level. There are countless layers of levels behind. We have to hurry, Lin Jiufeng instructed calmly. Chapter 439, Great Destruction Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The place where the celestial race hid their treasures was like a huge maze, layer after layer, hidden in hidden corners. Each level was a small world. Each level had an immortal emperor secretly guarding it. But how powerful was the current Lin Jiufeng? The improvement in his strength was simply like riding a rocket. From the first step to the fifth step of the immortal emperor realm, the improvement in Lin Jiufeng's strength wasn't just a few times, but tens, 100, or even hundreds of times. Now that they were plundering the treasures on the first level, Lin Jiufeng protected the rest. Black Skeleton, Black Tortoise, Spatial Slashing Sword, and Primal Chaos War Spear quickly acted. There are so many treasures. This is only the first level of the celestial race's treasure trove. It's a small world, but there are already so many powerful magic treasures. There are so many immortal king-level treasures, immortal emperor-level magic treasures, and even some immortal king pills and immortal emperor pills. Black Skeleton discovered in surprise. Once we absorb and digest these treasures, we can definitely improve our strength by a level. Moreover, the other treasures can be distributed to the powerhouses of the mortal realm. It's simply a waste of God's given gifts to hide them all, White Skeleton said excitedly. Compared to the joy of Black Skeleton and White Skeleton, Black Tortoise and the other two didn't waste time speaking. They plundered all these magic treasures quickly. As peak immortal emperors, they weren't that excited. Moreover, their spiritual consciousness penetrated the layers of palaces, temples, and shrinking space. Any minute magic treasures were discerned and couldn't escape their plunder. In this short period of time, thousands of pills, magic treasures, and materials were stored by Black Skeleton, White Skeleton, and the three divine weapons in an instant. As immortal kings and immortal emperors, their control of the great Tao wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. With a stretch of their hands, they could create a miniature world out of thin air, evolving the 5 elements inside. Then, a weak world was born. It was similar to a storage space that could accommodate countless treasures. They used an extremely short period of time to clean up this small world. With a grab of his hand, Lin Jiufeng used his powerful strength to bring them to the second level of the celestial race's treasury. Who dares to barge into the celestial race's treasury? The immortal emperor guarding the second level shouted in surprise. Lin Jiufeng faced him and only flicked his finger. Boom! This immortal emperor exploded out of thin air. The gap in strength between him and Lin Jiufeng was too huge. Even though they were of the same realm and were both at the fifth step of the immortal emperor realm, the incomparably powerful strength in Lin Jiufeng's body was enough to crush him. Because of the integration of the Sand of Time, there was a subtle change in the crystal divine kingdoms in Lin Jiufeng's body. After integrating with the Sand of Time, each divine kingdom expanded by at least 10 times. In fact, every crystal divine kingdom gave birth to nomological powers similar to the 3,000 great Tao of the mortal realm. Gradually, each crystal divine kingdom would become equivalent to a mortal realm. To develop to this extent, it could be seen how powerful and terrifying the power of the crystal divine kingdoms in Lin Jiufeng's body was. Although it was just a flick of his finger, this strike erupted with the energy that could be instantly gathered by all the crystal divine kingdoms in Lin Jiufeng's entire arm, striking out with this heavenly strike. This immortal emperor of the celestial race instantly exploded. This was his fate, no one could change it. The structure of the second level's small world was similar to the first level. There were temples, pavilions, and even more magic treasures. Many extinct magic treasures appeared here, and incomparably huge ancestral dragon-grade spirit veins even appeared. Lin Jiufeng looked at the spirit veins that were as big as the ancestor of the dragon race, the ancestral dragon. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Where did these huge spirit veins come from? It was obvious that in the spell realm, there weren't many such huge ancestral dragon-grade spirit veins. Hence, there was only one explanation. These huge spirit veins were accumulated by the celestial race every era. In other words, the spirit veins here came from the mortal realm. Plunder them all! Lin Jiufeng shouted coldly. He didn't participate in the plunder. Instead, he guarded the surroundings, protecting Black Skeleton, Black Tortoise, and the others. The second small world was also wiped out. The 2 skeletons and the 3 divine weapons were like locusts passing through the borders, not leaving a single drop behind. As he waited, the second small world became empty. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th world followed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiufeng led them to sweep through the 19th level of the celestial race's treasury. During this period, countless magic treasures, pills, and spirit veins were unearthed. There were so many of them that in the end, Lin Jiufeng himself became numb. Every time he arrived at a world, Lin Jiufeng would quickly kill the immortal emperor guarding this small world. Then, the speed at which the 2 skeletons and the black tortoise swept through was incomparable, so fast that it would make the 7 races of the ancient age vomit blood. The entire 19 levels of the treasury and 19 small worlds were cleaned up in less than 10 minutes. Lin Jiufeng and the others obtained endless magic treasures, pills, and more than 30,000 huge ancestral dragon-grade spirit veins. If the energy and immortal energy emitted by these 30,000 plus huge ancestral dragon spirit veins returned to the mortal realm would surpass the spell realm and become the world with the greatest amount of spiritual energy in one go. Hence, after Lin Jiufeng cleaned up the treasury of the celestial race, he didn't want to stay for even a moment. He only wanted to return to the mortal realm immediately and then begin to improve the intensity of the spiritual energy in the mortal realm. As for the 2 skeletons, the black tortoise, and the others, they were still excited and full of firepower at the beginning. But as they constantly discovered various treasures appearing in front of them, they actually felt tired as they searched. From just one treasure trove, one could see the huge gap between the 7 races of the ancient age and the mortal realm. This treasury of the celestial race has already been wiped out by us. If we bring these treasures back to the mortal realm, we will be able to shorten the gap between the mortal realm and the 7 races of the ancient age and provide some leverage for victory in the upcoming war, Lin Jiufeng said. His expression was firm. As the most powerful person on the surface of the mortal realm now, he was already the pillar of this era. Hence, after obtaining so many treasures, he didn't stay any longer. He directly used great magic power to activate the undying substance. The door of the death realm slowly appeared. Lin Jiufeng once again opened the door of the death realm by relying on the undying substance that he obtained from signing in the last time he entered the death realm. Rumble. The energy reaction caused by the opening of the death realm's door in the spell realm was completely different from opening it in the mortal realm. At this moment, the treasury of the celestial race was trembling, triggering the tremors of the 4 directions. They spread out, directly awakening the sleeping antiques in the depths of the celestial race. I smell death. In the unknown depths of the celestial race, an ancient existence that was powerful enough to make time and space stop suddenly opened its eyes. They let out a thunderous sound, and their gaze was like a torch. They instantly penetrated through space and time to look at the area where the celestial race's treasury was. Then, they discovered Lin Jiufeng and the Death Realm's door. They saw Lin Jiufeng. They saw the empty treasury of the celestial race. They saw the Death Realm's door. Upon seeing the first two, this ancient existence didn't have much of a reaction. Although Lin Jiufeng was very powerful, his realm was only at the fifth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. The treasures of the Heaven Lord were wiped out, but it only made killing intent rise in the heart of this ancient existence. What truly moved this ancient existence was the Death Realm's door. Boom! After discovering the Death Realm's door, the ancient existence suddenly got up and watched in disbelief. At this moment, vast divine might flowed around their body, and they let out a voice that shook one's soul. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Death can't become a single world. No one can open up a world of death. If there really is a death realm, it should belong to the 7 races of the ancient age. This ancient existence of the celestial race's voice spread in all directions at this moment, shaking the sky. They directly attracted the attention of the entire 7 races of the ancient age. Then, everyone simultaneously looked at the celestial race's treasury and discovered Lin Jiufeng and the others. During this period, the top powerhouses of the Earth race also discovered the deaths of Huang Fubian and a large group of immortal emperors. All of them shouted in shock, these powerhouses raised in the mortal realm actually dare to barge into the 7 races of the ancient age and even kill so many of us immortal emperors. They simply deserve to die. Boom! 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 At this moment, the powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age and countless ancient existences slowly woke up. Powerful killing intent filled the spell realm, each wisp seeming to be able to kill an immortal emperor. The true power of the 7 races of the ancient age began to appear. It wasn't because of Lin Jiufeng, nor was it because of the celestial race's treasury, but because of the Death Realm's door. We're finished. We've been discovered by the people of the 7 races of the ancient age. Black Skeleton shouted in surprise. Immortal Emperor Lin, what should we do now? White Skeleton immediately looked at Lin Jiufeng. The terrifying pressure brought by the awakening of the ancient existences of the 7 races of the ancient age directly made them feel what fear and despair were. Hence, at this moment, Black Skeleton, Black Tortoise, and the others looked at Lin Jiufeng, viewing him as their leader. Leave now. I've already opened the door to the Death Realm. Hurry up and go in. I'll cover for you guys. Lin Jiufeng stared at the ancient existence that had awakened in the distance and said decisively without looking back. The ancient existence of the celestial race was the first to awaken. During their awakening, hundreds of flowers bloomed. The vast power of life was activated. Then, they took a step forward. Endless space condensed beneath their feet, and they arrived at the celestial race's treasury. An immortal emperor from the mortal realm ranch can actually open the door to the death realm. I want to capture you now and see what the reason is. The ancient existence of the celestial race's voice was loud, and their eyes landed coldly on Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng blocked in front of the death realm's door and let Black Skeleton, Black Tortoise, and the others leave first. He faced the ancient existence of the celestial race. Who are you? Lin Jiufeng asked with an incomparably cold gaze. Sensing the powerful pressure from this ancient existence, every crystal divine kingdom in Lin Jiufeng's body was boiling, providing him with energy. The people of the new era have long forgotten the story of the old era. I have killed countless of your ancestors. My name is Great Destruction. Remember this name. This is the nightmare of your mortal realm. The ancient existence of the celestial race, Great Destruction, said with a vast voice. Accompanied by his voice, with a loud bang, under the sky, the stars shook. A great destruction spear directly spanned the world for tens of thousands of miles. It pierced through the space on the spot and descended in front of Lin Jiufeng. This great destruction spear was their weapon to roam the world. Tell me, what exactly is the death realm like? The Great Destruction held the Great Destruction Spear and interrogated Lin Jiufeng. "I'll tell you after you die." Although Lin Jiufeng knew that there was a realm of difference between him and this ancient existence of the celestial race, he still wanted to try the feeling of battling such an existence. The Death Realm Gate was protected behind him. The Black Tortoise, the others, and the two skeletons had long entered, but Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated all of his Crystal Divine Kingdom and his Great Tao of the Epoch, wanting to test the strength of this ancient existence of the celestial race. The races of the mortal realm are really filled with wisdom. Powerhouses of their own will be born in every era, and they will create new cultivation techniques. But it's a pity that none of you can grow up. At a certain level, we will harvest your lives. It was like this in the past, and it's no exception now. Many more powerful and outstanding geniuses than you have died in my hands. You actually want to use the fifth step of the Immortal Emperor realm to fight with me? You can only court death. Great Destruction wielded the Great Destruction War Spear and directly pierced through the world with a ferocious strike. Endless killing intent shook the entire treasury of the celestial race, as well as this world, and it pierced towards Lin Jiufeng's body. Boom! The resplendent light that burst out from this strike covered the world. Under the dark star, the endless stars transformed into dust. Only the light of the Great Destruction War Spear shone in the night. It was obvious that Great Destruction was no longer at the Immortal Emperor realm. Like De Lin Tu's father, King De Lin, they had also surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Jiufeng's strength had completely crushed those at the Immortal Emperor realm. Once his Crystal Divine Kingdoms were used, even if tens of Immortal Emperors or even dozens of Immortal Emperors joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. But when facing a King Realm powerhouse who had truly surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm, he himself didn't have the confidence. However, Lin Jiufeng still wanted to give it a try. The Great Destruction War Spear swept over. Lin Jiufeng immediately burned his Crystal Divine Kingdoms and activated his Great Tao of the Epoch. Epoch, seal the heavens, land, and the people. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng gathered his own Great Tao of the Epoch into his palm. He gathered it into a blade and slashed in the air, sealing the world. He awaited the result. The Great Destruction War Spear pierced over, but this area of the world had already been sealed by Lin Jiufeng, so it directly collided with the sealed world. The Great Destruction War Spear's speed slowed down, but the sealed world couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure. It split inch by inch, like a shattered mirror, filled with cracks. Boom! The terrifying might of the Great Destruction War Spear still shattered Lin Jiufeng's sealing world and directly pierced into his body. Lin Jiufeng's abdomen was directly penetrated. A king realm was a king realm after all. The Great Destruction War Spear that was thrown out injured Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng was no longer made of flesh and blood. Even though his abdomen had been pierced, no blood flowed out. Instead, the Crystal Divine Kingdoms were constantly squeezing the Great Destruction War Spear. Heaven's heart is one. Lin Jiufeng struggled with all his might. He circulated the Crystal Divine Kingdoms and spat out a powerful wave of energy. At this moment, waves of black and yellow energy burst out of Lin Jiufeng's body. He reached out and grabbed the Great Destruction War Spear. With a tremble of his arm, the large tendons seemed to have become dragons as they mixed together, emitting a powerful energy. He grabbed the Great Destruction War Spear and pulled it out of his body. When the powerhouse of the celestial race saw this scene, they said in surprise, "You aren't made of flesh and blood. You've already treated yourself as a magic treasure for tempering. This is really incredible. In this new era, there's actually someone who has walked an unprecedented path. I can't bear to kill you anymore. I'm going to imprison you and properly study whether this path that you created is suitable or not." The cultivators of the 7 races of the ancient age were very powerful, but their creativity was very low. Hence, they treated the mortal realm as a farm. They would plant the seeds of different races and let them develop barbarically on their own. Then, these races would establish different cultivation paths. The 7 races of the ancient age would sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. When their civilization developed to a certain realm, they would harvest the fruits. Originally, the 7 races of the ancient age didn't have any expectations for the current mortal realm. Because the original immortal court and the god race had created different cultivation techniques. This was already a very amazing thing. But because the ideals of the immortal court and the god race were incompatible, they fought endlessly and disrupted the arrangements of the 7 races of the ancient age, resulting in the current mortal realm. But the interference of the 7 races of the ancient age on the mortal realm was very weak. Because they were sealed in the spell realm by the King of Recovery. As for the mortal realm, its energy had also been sucked dry, so in the eyes of the 7 races of the ancient age, this era was like trash that had to be wiped out. But what the powerhouses of the Great Destruction didn't expect was that Lin Jiufeng actually walked an unprecedented path in the mortal realm under such a weak situation. He treated the body of flesh and blood as a magic treasure and began to refine it. Then, every inch of flesh and blood transformed into crystal divine kingdoms. Each crystal divine kingdom was equivalent to a small world. As he continued to cultivate, each kingdom would advance to become a medium world and then to a major world. This allowed Great Destruction to see a glimmer of hope. If you want to catch me, then find the death realm first. Lin Jiufeng sneered. He used all his strength to draw out the Great Destruction War Spear. Then, he suddenly threw it to Great Destruction. Then, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and entered the Death Realm's door. Knowing that he was temporarily no match for a King Realm powerhouse, Lin Jiufeng didn't stay any longer. He quickly escaped from the Spell Realm. Although he could sweep through those of the Immortal Emperor Realm, there was still a gap between him and the King Realm. Hence, as long as there was life, there was hope. Lin Jiufeng didn't want to wait for more King Realm powerhouses to recover. He escaped from the Spell Realm under the angry eyes of Great Destruction. From the Death Realm to the Spell Realm and then back to the Death Realm from the Spell Realm, in just half a day, Lin Jiufeng's gains were enough to exceed the 100 or 1,000 years of bitter cultivation that he had spent. Great Destruction stared fixedly at Lin Jiufeng and the place where the Death Realm's door disappeared. Their expression was cold. After a while, they turned their head and said in a low voice, "From now on, we will attack the mortal realm. It's time to clean up this era. I will definitely find you in the Death Realm together." Chapter 440, Lin Jiufeng's guest translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios in the Death Realm. The crocodile ancestor swayed its tail softly beside the well of heaven ascension and went into a deep state of meditation to improve its strength. Its days were still relaxed and carefree as before. After all the top powerhouses of the Death Realm entered the mortal realm, it was the absolute king of the Death Realm. No one was its match. Of course, the crocodile ancestor wouldn't bully other weak skeletons. It still stayed by the well of heaven ascension and lived its relaxed and happy life. As long as Immortal Emperor Lin doesn't come, my life will be very comfortable. The days without Immortal Emperor Lin are the good days. When the meditation ended, the crocodile ancestor opened its eyes and let out a satisfied sound. But in the very next moment, ancient scriptures came from the well of heaven ascension that had always been quiet. There was a mysterious heavenly song, like a terrifying undead song. All sorts of different sounds interweaved. At this moment, they surged over, crossing the past and present, shaking the future. The change in the well of heaven ascension made the crocodile ancestor's eyes widen. A vast heavenly sound shook the world, causing the entire area to tremble. Someone entered the Death Realm from the outside world. The crocodile ancestor immediately became vigilant. Its huge body stood tall as it stared at the well of heaven ascension, preparing to attack at any moment. Anyone who entered the Death Realm through the well of heaven ascension was the target of the crocodile ancestor's attack. Of course, after guarding the well of heaven ascension for so many years, only a few people entered the Death Realm from the outside world through the well of heaven ascension. Hence, at this moment, the crocodile ancestor was also very surprised. Who exactly was it? Boom! The well of heaven ascension burst out with a strong light. Then, a door of the world appeared. Black skeleton, white skeleton, black tortoise, and the others walked out of the door. The crocodile ancestor watched in surprise. It didn't expect that these people would enter again so quickly after they left. Where's Immortal Emperor Lin? The crocodile ancestor relaxed its guard. It looked left and right, but it didn't see the figure that made it afraid. It asked curiously. Behind. Black Skeleton stared fixedly at the door, hoping that Immortal Emperor Lin would walk out from behind it. It wasn't just Black Skeleton. White Skeleton and Black Tortoise also stared fixedly. Lin Jiufeng stayed behind to keep guard for them. Facing a powerful enemy that they had never seen before, they were naturally worried. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the door. Boom! A huge aura spread out from Lin Jiufeng, who had just walked out. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were sent flying 10 miles away by this aura. Their soul fires fluttered indefinitely, they were very shocked. Even immortal emperors like Black Tortoise couldn't withstand Lin Jiufeng's full aura. They were forced to retreat continuously, doing their best to resist, but they were still unable to resist. This aura wasn't directed at them. When Lin Jiufeng fought with great destruction, he did his best and used his full strength. After entering the Death Realm's door, he hadn't restrained himself yet, which was why he gave them such a huge impact. After completely entering the world, Lin Jiufeng also started to restrain himself. The huge energy in his body transformed into gorgeous divine floods that surged into the crystal divine kingdoms. Then, he looked at the crocodile ancestor and smiled slightly. Long time no see. The crocodile ancestor wanted to cry. It said, Immortal Emperor Lin, you have only left the Death Realm for less than a day. I've gained a lot in less than a day. The Spell Realm is really a good place, Lin Jiufeng said in satisfaction. Lin Jiufeng's gains from entering the Spell Realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension and the Death Realm were huge. Not only did he kill Huangfu Bian and some of the immortal emperors of the Earth race, but he also snatched the Sand of Time from Huangfu Bian and integrated it into his crystal divine kingdoms. Then, he stole the treasury of the celestial race and looted everything that they had accumulated over countless eras. In less than a day, Lin Jiufeng gained more than he had in the past 100 to 200 years. It was very exciting. The only pity was that he didn't trigger the sign-in this time. He had already used up all the undead substances in his body. In other words, after leaving the Death Realm this time, it was impossible for him to come in again for the time being. Lin Jiufeng knew of 2 ways to enter the Death Realm. The first was death, and then the soul had a certain chance of entering the Death Realm. The other was the undying substance. Compared to the previous method, the second method was the safest. Unfortunately, there were too few undead substances. Immortal Emperor Lin, what have you guys done in the Spell Realm? The crocodile ancestor was very curious. I provoked a few King Realm cultivators. I even fought with one of them and almost won, Lin Jiufeng said casually. But the crocodile ancestor almost jumped up. Its eyes widened as it looked at Lin Jiufeng in disbelief. You fought with a King Realm cultivator? The crocodile ancestor stuttered. You don't believe me? Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. No. I'm just a little too surprised. The crocodile ancestor immediately shook its head, shaking it very much. Alright, we don't have time to continue staying in the Death Realm. We have to enter the mortal realm as soon as possible. I have a hunch that the 7 races of the Ancient Age are truly enraged this time. The war will break out at any moment. We have to return to the mortal realm and fight head-on. Lin Jiufeng put away his joke with the crocodile ancestor and said solemnly. Black Skeleton, White Skeleton, Black Tortoise, and the others also had serious looks on their faces. Crocodile ancestor, let's part ways here. Lin Jiufeng bade farewell to crocodile ancestor. Immortal Emperor Lin, has this era come to an end? The crocodile ancestor suddenly asked. It's about to reach the final stage. If we can defeat them, this era will still exist. If we lose, just like the previous Spell Realm Formation Realm, all news of this era will be wiped out by the 7 races of the Ancient Age. Then, a new race will be born in the mortal realm and continue to develop and become stronger, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. It seems that the Death Realm will have to accept a large group of souls again, the crocodile ancestor said with emotion. Every time the era is about to end, a large group of skeleton souls will surge into the Death Realm. In the future, this large group of soul skeletons will become the high and mighty immortal kings and immortal emperors of the Death Realm. Then, they will awaken the memories of their previous lives and come to look for the Well of Heaven Ascension. I will then have to hide the Well of Heaven Ascension again, the crocodile ancestor said with emotion. It had already experienced such a thing several times. From the spell realm, the immortal court, and the god race, the crocodile ancestor had experienced at least 3 or 4 times, so the process it mentioned wasn't wrong at all. Wait. But Lin Jiufeng heard something different. You just said that every time the era is about to end, a large group of skeleton souls will surge into the Death Realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. That's right. Too many people have died in the mortal realm. Some people will enter the Death Realm. The crocodile ancestor nodded. But the chances of entering the Death Realm are random, right? Lin Jiufeng asked. Without the undying substance, the method to enter the Death Realm was random. But you also said that these soul skeletons that surged into the Death Realm will become immortal kings and immortal emperors in the future. Lin Jiufeng stared at the crocodile ancestor and asked. Is there a problem? The crocodile ancestor was a little lost. Since only random people will enter the Death Realm, how can these soul skeletons guarantee that they will definitely grow to become immortal king or immortal emperor? Lin Jiufeng asked. The crocodile ancestor was dazed for a while. Through hard work, the crocodile ancestor replied. Cultivating in the mortal realm doesn't necessarily mean that one can reach the immortal king and immortal emperor realm. After coming to the Death Realm and losing your body, only a soul and a skeleton are left, but instead, they can definitely reach the immortal king and immortal emperor realm in the future. Do you think that's reasonable? Lin Jiufeng questioned. The crocodile ancestor couldn't speak. This was also the first time he thought of this problem because no one had cared about this before. The 3 weapons, black skeleton, white skeleton, and black tortoise, also fell into deep thought. Lin Jiufeng asked a very good question. If someone couldn't even become an immortal king or immortal emperor in the mortal realm, would he definitely be able to do so in the Death Realm? Lin Jiufeng looked at their frowning faces. He constantly pondered and deduced, coming up with an answer. If it's really as the crocodile ancestor said, after these people enter the Death Realm, they will break through to the immortal king realm in the future after a period of time. Then, there's only one explanation. These souls that entered the Death Realm weren't random. They were carefully chosen. If they can become immortal kings and immortal emperors in the Death Realm, they definitely can in the mortal realm. It's just that there isn't much time left in the mortal realm. The 7 races of the ancient age swept over. Someone sent these talented geniuses to the Death Realm, preserving a portion of the hopes of the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng explained the answer that he deduced. Immortal Emperor Lin, are you saying that someone is controlling the Death Realm? The crocodile ancestor asked in surprise. Of course. Perhaps this is one of the original intentions of establishing this world back then. Lin Jiufeng nodded and looked at the sky of the Death Realm faintly. The waters of this world were still very deep. Chapter 441, The King Lord's Descent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Lin Jiufeng had long suspected that the establishment of the Death Realm was the arrangement of some powerhouses. But he had no evidence. Moreover, the most important thing now wasn't the matter of the Death Realm, but the mortal realm. This time, he caused a lot of trouble in the spell realm and also offended the King Lords in the spell realm. Lin Jiufeng estimated that they would soon attack the mortal realm. Because he destroyed the plan of the 7 races of the ancient age, wanting the former powerhouses of the mortal realm to counterattack the mortal realm. The corpses of those seniors who had once shed their blood for the mortal realm had already been kept by Lin Jiufeng. He wanted to return to the mortal realm and bury these people well. Let's go back to the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng stopped chatting with the crocodile ancestor. At this moment, every second was very tense. He immediately entered the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension. Black Skeleton, Black Tortoise, and the others also followed Lin Jiufeng into the Well of Heaven Ascension. Thinking about the mortal realm constantly in his mind, the Well of Heaven Ascension would teleport him to the mortal realm. The darkness in front of him faded. When the aura of the mortal realm could be sensed, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and immediately looked up. Above the sky of the mortal realm, behind the sun and moon, there was a world called the Spell Realm. The original Spell Realm was very calm, but the current Spell Realm was like a boiling volcano. From the mortal realm, one could feel the surging power. It seems that the Spell Realm is really angry, Black Skeleton said solemnly when it saw this scene. No matter what race it is, after what Immortal Emperor Lin did, they wouldn't be able to endure it. Not only did we interrupt the plan that they were executing, but we also ruthlessly humiliated the 7 races of the ancient age. They wouldn't be able to endure it, White Skeleton said. The battle will break out at any moment. Even the air is filled with the smell of smoke. The Black Tortoise chuckled and said, Immortal Emperor Lin, what should we do next? The spatial slashing sword asked Lin Jiufeng, hoping to receive an accurate answer. The others also looked at Lin Jiufeng. Unknowingly, Lin Jiufeng had already become everyone's pillar of support. Let's go bury the corpses of the mortal realm seniors that we obtained in the spell realm now. Lin Jiufeng retracted his gaze and said softly. It's good to let these seniors die in peace. Black Tortoise nodded, agreeing with Lin Jiufeng's decision. Then where should we bury them?